morning, good morning, good morning, amazing. Lawnards, it's Wednesday. It's December 3rd. And for at least this week, the days of the week, or at least the dates on the calendar, are lining up with the days of trial because it is also the third day of the Brian Walshe case. We have Trooper Guarino on the stand. We have, a long list of witnesses today that the prosecution gave us at the end of the day yesterday. A lot of those witnesses seem to go to the fact that Anna Walshe did not leave the home and travel to Boston Logan and get on a plane and go to work in Washington, D.C. and somehow disappear there. And it seems like maybe it's an odd track of testimony to bring in. But remember, it wasn't really until opening statements that the defendant acknowledged in any way that Anna Walshe was deceased and not just missing. Right before jury selection started in this case, he pled guilty to the improper disposal of her body. And then in opening statement, we heard his defense attorney lay out his side of the case, which is going to be, I went to get into bed and I sensed something was wrong and I nudged her and she was non-responsive and kept nudging her until she ended up on the floor, which is, I think, more than a nudge, but we'll see. So it wasn't until opening that he even acknowledged that Anna Walshe was deceased. And what they say in opening statements, as the court always reminds you, is not evidence. So the prosecution still has to prove that Anna Walshe is deceased. And they have to prove the first-degree murder of Anna Walshe by Brian Walshe. Not just the Google searches afterwards, though, wow, that was a lot yesterday. But they have to prove that she is deceased. And since her body was never recovered, they are going to have to close all those doors. And that should go along pretty quickly today. I think it's the tech evidence that's going to take a bit more time. So with all of that, are you guys ready to go to court? If I sound a little weird to you, I'm a little under the weather. So we're just going to roll with it. I mean, it's day 3, Emily. We don't have time to be a little whatever. I know. But alas, here we are. I'm ready to go to court. You're ready to go to court. It's time to
bring the jury.
Let's see how the day unfolds today, shall we? Hopefully you're staying warm. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. Replay crew, love you. Remember, everything's timestamped below. Get the Lawnard app to stay in the loop when witnesses change or we get to cross or something pops off in court. Got a homemade cappuccino. We're ready to roll. Let's go to court. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, everybody, are we ready? Let's go to court, and a huge thank you this morning to Team Baker and producer Miguelina, because she got us a feed that's not going to be distracting and has closed captioning. Go ahead and put the hands up in the chat. Like hands up, feeling okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Lost for lyrics for Miley Cyrus this morning.
For the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
And yes.
Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walshe.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walshe.
Porges, we continue to love your hair.
Welcome to all of you. Just give me a minute. Sorry for the late start.
Me too. But we're all there this morning, Your Honor. All of us together. All of us together are there. We got it. It's fine. It's a Monday. It's a Monday, Wednesday. It was a Monday, Tuesday. It's December 1st on a Monday. Christmas is in like 17 seconds. It's going to be fine. It's all fine. We're good. I like the unmuted slow pan of the courtroom.
This is a screenshot that the government took from the video they initially wanted to introduce, specifically and solely just to show a particular carpet in the Walshe home. We agreed on a screenshot. Carpet? However, this screenshot, frankly, is just as inflammatory as the video. There's certainly more ways to crop this photograph. We've also been more than willing to stipulate that the rug in question was originally in the Walshe home in that room. I don't think we need this particular picture in this case in front of the jury to serve the purpose they need it to serve.
The carpet's too inflammatory, y'all. Why would the carpet be inflammatory? You let me know.
Your Honor, I would suggest not inflammatory. It simply is.
Reality.
What we've done is after you made a recommendation of doing a screenshot, we took the initial image of the video and put that on there. It clearly shows the rug, the victim.
Is there any other part of the video, I don't remember because it's been a while since I've looked at it, that includes Anna without the child?
No, I believe it's her with it.
Because I remember that the child.
Oh, it might just be a photo of the family of Anna with the kids playing on the rug to show that it was later removed from the home. I understand that. So it's from another period of time showing that this was their home where they were like playing on the floor.
Falls off. He sits on her head. Are there other parts of the video that you can crop back so that you're showing just her in the
And not
rug
the
and
kids.
not one of the children?
I will look, Your Honor. My memory is it doesn't work that way because the other two
It's like a
children are there
video.
and they're walking in and out of the frame.
Okay. But there may be just a picture.
The defense in the court, when we're talking about inflammatory, we're talking maybe inflaming sympathy. So would showing the victim playing on the floor with her kids be something that overwhelms the sympathies of the jury? Though I think in reality, showing the victim on a rug or carpet with the kids is not going to hit the jury as hard as hearing the kids in the background of the defendant's interviews. I mean, I think the shit's out of the horse on that one, honestly, and that ship has already sailed, because hearing the children in the background of the defendant's police interviews was heartbreaking, and we heard them pretty acutely. So you might be able to blur faces, but I don't think it's not intended to elicit an emotional response of like, oh, think of the kids. And that can cut two ways too. If there's a juror that has a doubt about this case and about the premeditation and about the first degree murder, looking at the kids and being like, yeah, but their mom's gone. What about taking away their dad? So the concern is for it being inflammatory. That's what the defense has said. They've already changed it from being a video showing, it sounds like the victim with the kids on the rug, to just being a screenshot. So we'll see.
Sure, where it's just her and somebody's feet.
So the court wants the
Why don't you
screenshot
look
cropped
at that and see? An alternate
differently.
would be to, as I did in my chambers, take a piece of paper and just
slide it over.
across the band where the child is most dominant, or alternately, I am sure that
before
somebody
jury.
well above my capabilities, but I'm sure that somebody could edit out the child entirely.
So just so we understand, the position is
Yes,
to
Your
try and
Honor.
keep the children out of it entirely.
Yes.
I
Counsel.
think that the Commonwealth is entitled to show the jury the rug, even if the defendant is willing to stipulate to it. But I want to do it in the least and better alternative. And I think there might be.
The court's not using the word
but
privacy.
again, I haven't watched it in a while.
She's
And
using the
by
word
better
inflammatory
alternative
for
to
a
me,
reason.
That's a video or a still, excuse me, that shows the rug and Anna, and less of, if not
I'll do my
any
best.
children.
I mean, Your Honor, if you just even cut that picture in half.
Well, if you excise the child from the photo, it just looks like she's on her back doing like a yoga move or something. I don't know.
I'll be honest, I don't love that either. And I mean, there's a way just to, even if you crop it, it doesn't need to be.
Oh, counsel, I'd love to start telling you the things I don't love, but you're doing your job. Yeah. They have to see the rug, and they're allowed to see the victim.
Be a giant photograph, particularly, I understand they have a right to put on their case, but we're not going to cross challenge or say this is not the rug. So all they really need to do is establish a photograph of the rug in the home.
Well, said this and I'll say
They're
it a couple
allowed
times.
to do it.
Commonwealth has the burden. The Commonwealth, within the rules and within the bounds, gets to show their case, or present their case as they wish.
Yes.
And having this visual of her on the rug
They're allowed to do
has an
that.
impact. I would like to make it more neutral.
The judge has to make sure the impact is not more prejudicial. And that could be just inflaming sympathy, but more probative, more helpful to the jury to decide. And the defense is arguing, no, I don't love that. We don't show this. And the court's like, no.
Without the child in there. And so see if you can work on that.
I will, Your Honor.
While I'm talking about things that you should work on, Madam Clerk, that back.
So the jury's not in yet. This is before court begins.
I want you to look at the William Fasto text messages with the following in mind, because it's likely where I'm going to draw the line, although I'll hear from you. I've read your pleadings. I think there is classic state of mind evidence in those, embedded in those. In particular, there's different places where it is, but there's probably the...
William F. is the paramour of the victim in this case. There are texts between him and the victim, and the court is saying some of them are classic state of mind. I wonder if the victim had concerns. Maybe the court will tell us.
Most classic is where there's a comment by Anna after she's giving him some parenting advice, and she says, you know, something to the effect of, I shouldn't be giving any parenting advice. My life is completely messed up. You know that exchange?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's likely coming in as state of mind evidence, but there's a lot of other stuff in there where they're talking.
So the court is saying it's state of mind because it goes to the state of mind of the victim, and it changes a little bit what the defendant is saying, right? When the defendant's interviewed by law enforcement, he says, everything's great. The only problem we had is that we didn't get to spend enough life or enough time together. And that's not what it seems the victim is saying in texts to someone else. And we don't get to hear from the victim, right? In other ways. So bringing up these text messages is one of the ways you can hear from the victim contemporaneous to what's going on, which is, it sounds like my life is a mess. That's very different than what the defendant said to law enforcement and different than what he'll say on the stand. Because of course he's going to say everything's perfect. Everything's perfect. And that's not what she's saying or how she's feeling.
Back and forth about child rearing things that I think is irrelevant to the jury's fact finding. So I'm going to put it back on the Commonwealth today to pair that back to what you think is relevant and state of mind evidence. Relevant otherwise and possibly state of mind evidence.
Understood.
All right.
So she's asking the prosecution to also pare down.
And the defense can argue with regard
those
to
texts.
That,
and the
I think
defense
there's
wants
some
them
pretty
all
classics
out.
with state of mind evidence embedded in those texts.
So.
And it also raises the issue, which we've discussed a number of times throughout the case.
Right.
What are the reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the statements that Mr. Walsh made in, I think it's at least 3 separate spots of his now played to the jury interviews with regard to what he was or was not
So that's
seeing.
about jury instructions.
And by that, I mean trying to be as clear with you as I can. He says at least 2 times on this, once on the 7th, at least once on the 7th or twice on the 7th. And once on the 8th. He is asked about the evening's events, and he ties Anna sending a text message to William Fasto to when Thomas went to bed. And we know from the Fasto text messages that was sent at 10:07. His memory
So that
was
needs to
good.
come in.
It went to bed sometime between 10 and 10:30. So we know from his own statements
He knows she's texting
that
him.
he knew that Anna sent that to Will Fasto that night.
So what did she
So
text?
it seems to me that there's one of 2 reasonable inferences that could be drawn from those statements of
He
the
saw that
defendant.
text.
One is that he knew it because he observed her texting the message in the kitchen or in the family room, wherever they were when she sent that message. Could you argue that that's unlikely in light of what the other contents of the evening's texts were? That
Wait,
is,
what?
If Anna were having an affair, and she was, with William Fastow, would you be showing your husband the texts that you're sending?
What's in those texts?
The other inference is that he knew of it also because he was, as he said,
Receiving
getting your
them.
messages.
Your
and
Honor.
So you're going to have vastly different views on what the reasonable inferences the jury can draw from that evidence.
So the jury needs to see the
But
text.
as an
He talked about them.
evidentiary ruling as to whether it comes in or not, I want you to be focused on those comments on the 7th. I think there's another comment on the 8th, and either in the earliest of interviews, either the 4th or the 5th, there's a comment with regard to where he says somehow her messages are showing. I don't know how. It's it's a more generalized comment. I know you're going to make the iMessenger argument, and I cut you off from that yesterday, frankly, because I think that's for the jury to decide what that meant, and not for any witness to decide for the jury what that meant. All right, the other things I want to talk about.
Well, Your Honor, I find that to be incredibly reasonable. She said, not all these texts are coming in. You're not getting all the texts. You're not just going to get a flood of these text messages. However, the defendant referenced the fact that Anna was texting Jeff that night in his earliest police interviews. Not Jeff, William. Emily, you switched into the Adelson case. My bad. William that night. And said Thomas went to bed around the time she was sending that text. How did he know that she was texting? And the court indicated from the content of those texts, those are not necessarily the type of texts, when court parallels Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, those are not necessarily the texts that you would want your spouse to see, which indicates to me those texts might be a little spicy. Oh, today's going to be fascinating. Those texts might be a little spicy. And so the court is saying, is the jury allowed to consider those likely? And the defense is going to argue that when defendant Walsh, who was like, I don't even know how to use a GPS system, was talking about iMessenger, he was not talking about getting Anna Walsh's iMessages. He was talking about her Facebook messages. And so she's like, that's going to be for the jury to decide. But we also get to see the texts. So I appreciate the judge parsing. It's not all or nothing. That's very much how law is often. It's gray. Some of this comes in, some of that comes in, some of that is out. You're not getting all of it just because you want all of it.
I have not given this jury a consciousness of guilt instruction.
No.
And many times yesterday I was thinking, when? And you're not asking for it. And I understand why you're not asking for it. And I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with regard to why I haven't given it yet. It seems to me that both the Commonwealth and the defense are
tiptoeing,
being scrupulous in your description of the searches, in the sense of you both refer to whoever the user of the device was making these searches.
Yeah.
That the witness has, I presume, been coached appropriately. I don't mean it in any pejorative way.
Told. The witness has been reminded that you cannot say who the user is on the computer. It's for the jury to decide whose fingies are on the keyboard.
Thank you.
To say the user of the computer did these searches and not the defendant did these searches. If it was that the defendant did these searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction would have been given some time ago. Now, what sort of, I don't want to say muddies the water, but the defense opened on the fact that the defendant lied to the police. It seems to me that As soon as you believe that link has been made between the other conduct of either concealing the evidence in this case, the defendant concealing, not the user concealing, the defendant concealing the evidence in this case, or the defendant lying to the police. I know you opened it on it, but the evidence before this jury doesn't include your opening. But when it becomes apparent to the jury that the defendant lied to the police.
Has that ship sailed for you, chat? Has that ship sailed? Or are you still questioning whether the defendant was really the one on his laptop? You let me know.
Or the defendant is the person who was doing those searches. The consciousness of guilt instruction should be given. And I'm either going to do that sua sponte or at your urging.
Sua sponte means at the court's
and your
own
version of when that becomes apparent and when mine is might be different. So
sua sponte means you didn't ask, I'm doing it anyway. Mm-hmm.
Raise it with me if you think I'm missing out on something. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense?
I understand what you said, Judge. Will be objecting. But I would wonder before you...
I like Tipton. Yes, we understand, Your Honor. We do not agree is the subtext of what he said, but we understand.
Gave it, if you could just either give us a copy or the specific conscious of guilt.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to go fancy. I'm happy to...
Jolly John in the chat said Sue Esponte is one of my drag names. It's a fantastic. Sue Esponte is a fantastic drag name. Fantastic. All right, we're going to zoom past this sidebar. The defense asked that the court show me what you want to read, which is going to be essentially the consciousness of guilt jury instruction. That's it. And I liked when Judge Cannoni did this. I think it's probably a Massachusetts thing. I like when Judge Cannoni did this too. There were certain times during the trial where the judge would give the jury the relevant jury instruction to let them know how to think about the particular thing that they were seeing, learning about, hearing, whatever. And it gave it to them close in time. And I really appreciate that the court did that. It is much more, I think, user-friendly to the jurors. And I've not seen a lot of other jurisdictions kind of interrupt and say, hey, you're getting this evidence. This is what you're allowed to use it for. I appreciate it. Trisha in the chat said, he is always smiling. Trisha in the chat said, do we know if he's going with a third party culprit? No, he's going with, she spontaneously passed and he freaked out and then disposed of her body. So no third party culprit. And it seems like counsel's advising defendant of what happened at sidebar. And then they're going back up to sidebar. All right, we're going to zoom. This is the most zoom we've done in the morning. And the jury is coming in after that sidebar. And we get into day 3. Jenna in the chat said, apologies. No apologies needed. Oh, I need to apologize. Okay, my apologies are needed for stepping on the hear ye's with my chatting. But do they need to prove premeditated? Yes. For him to be found guilty of first-degree murder, they have to prove it was a premeditated murder. The jury will likely also be given instructions on lesser degrees of murder. So second degree and what have you. But yes, they do need to find him guilty of premeditated murder. Let me gain this up a little bit because those hear ye's sounded awfully low to me, and get us back to our hear ye's.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear. All persons that may be lawful justice, thank you for giving justice. No superior court. Prime name, give your attention, shall be heard. President of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and Son of Court, please be seated to judge yourself.
All right, we're going to fly to Boston real quick while she's asking the jurors those same 4 questions,
Good morning,
jurors,
and welcome back.
and looking at them. Let's go to Boston.
We'll start today with the 4 questions. First, were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media?
All right, I'm going to speed
and that
this
you not
up.
go on any news media.
Same 4 questions, and the court's just going to look at them. A few of you have asked if this court's open to the public. It
Were you able
is,
to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone?
but it's
about
also
this?
streaming. So I wonder if a lot of the public is choosing to just view it thusly.
And were you able to comply with my order that you're not doing any research about the case?
So it's good to see everybody. If anyone's new to the channel and wondering why you can't chat,
You all
we have
still
it
have
subscribers only mode. We always do. So you're welcome to do the subscribing thing so you can chat. If you are new and want to be notified when
Those,
things go down,
four
get the
questions
Lawnerd app
all
at
answered in the
lawnerd.com. It's
affirmative by
free
all
for
16
you.
jurors in the
So
box
we
are ready to
can
begin today's work. We can have
let
the
you
witness back
know
on the stand. Trooper Guarino, while we-
when we switch to different witnesses and so on and so forth. Everybody, welcome to Logan. Good food. They have a Dunkin', well, multiple Dunkins, and a Starbucks. It's a lovely airport. It's
Just
easy to
so you
navigate.
understand you're still under oath.
I went back to
You may
normal
be seated.
speed. If we start describing what YouTube is again, though, we're immediately going back to 1.25. I do not have the energy this morning at all.
And you may proceed.
I do need my mom to do the safety instructions. I should have her
Morning,
voice
sir.
them for
Good
me.
morning.
And continuing on cross with Tipton.
So just a couple of recaps here.
I think I hallucinated yesterday and thought that we were done with cross, and I was like, oh, good, we're done. But we're not.
That binder that's been marked as
I just wanted it to be
Exhibit
true.
79, the binder of the history that you included of the MacBook Gray device, we can all agree it contains 3,677 records as you defined them yesterday.
Yes, well, half technically because they're duplicates. Shows the first one from the parsed and
Sir, I'm still not over the fact that you don't do reports because you're too concerned you're going to get them wrong. I'm still buffering on that fact from yesterday. Because, like, I know when people go into law enforcement, they don't think that writing reports is going to be their entire job. But the second they do start working, they realize that writing reports is, like, literally their entire job. Like, literally their whole job. Oh, Gina, thank you. I'll update it
second
to
one
day
from the car,
3.
but they're the same
I don't want to cause confusion.
records, so it'd be about what 1,800-ish.
Before the end of this
Realistically.
trial, we'll get it back together.
I don't
It's
understand
December.
your answer.
So if you look at the binder, it shows one record, say record number 1, shows the information, the parsed information, and then this record
also
number
got
2
breakfast.
shows carved. It's the same date and time stamp, the same information, just a different location in the database. So it's almost duplicated.
Okay. Here's my question.
Yes.
In the binder
What the
that's
fuck?
been marked Exhibit 79, you listed 3,677 records,
Yes.
and it totals 1,034 pages.
I'll take your word. I don't have it in front of me, but yes.
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't.
For all of you asking, can he just look at his report? Yes, he can. Oh, wait, he didn't write a report. Can he look at his report? Yes, he can, but he didn't write a report. Can he look at the records? Yes, he can. If the defense says, here, go look at them. Lisa, thank you for the compliments on green. I am just leaning into my love. I also love black, but I am leaning into my love for green. All of you are like, Emily, Lawnerd Merchant Green when I know. And yes, it's on my list.
Own up here with me now.
He could bring the binder up.
Mustn't have gone far. We can find it.
He can bring the binder. He didn't, but he could.
Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yesterday, you testified to the binder that was admitted as Exhibit 80, and that was the regarding the iPad Mini.
Yes.
It involved 2 separate extractions.
Same extraction, but 2 different versions of the software. Yes.
Okay, no, I withdraw that. I can't take that back. Run it back like Missy Elliott. Same extraction, but they ran the extraction through 2 different softwares. That's actually fair. That's actually a fair delineation. Because they did not re-extract the information from the iPad Mini. They extracted the iPad Mini, ran it through one version of Celebrate, and then ran it through the new post-Karen Reed version of Celebrate.
Wasn't it labeled Extraction 1 and Extraction 2?
Fair.
I didn't label it that, but that's how it is labeled, yes.
In any event,
That's
it's
incorrect.
clear now, isn't it, based on your forensic analysis, that the searches that were found on the
duplicated.
iPad and were not
Guarino's out injured on duty. I believe he was in a pretty significant vehicle collision while on duty. And yes, the man clearly has a lot of back stuff going on. You can tell by the way he moves. It doesn't excuse what's going on with work, but I do keep it in mind for his demeanor, because there are times in his demeanor where I'm looking at his demeanor going, that's pain. And then there's times where I'm looking at his demeanor going, but in Karen Read 1, before all this happened, the testimony and the display of technological know-how was about the same. So I feel for the pain that he must be in trying to testify with horrible back pain. I do not have a lot of leeway for, I don't write reports. So both can be true.
Yes, that is correct.
that you used the term sink yesterday, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you used the word sink in the context of the searches based on your forensic analysis originating on the gray map.
This might be the only time I say tipped him back to the mic, buddy.
That is correct.
And when we say sink, and when you say sink, it means that, in part, that no one manipulated that iPad mini with regards to all the searches that this jury's heard about.
That's correct, yes.
You told us yesterday that there are multiple records, as you defined it, records in this Exhibit 79 that have the same timestamp, correct?
Now we can.
For this binder here, the 79?
Exhibit 79, yes, sir.
Yes, that's correct.
And you told us specifically, if I heard you right, that does not mean that there were multiple searches with the identical timestamp, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's a fair clarification.
It does not mean that the website that's referred to in each one of those duplicate records, it doesn't mean that that website was visited twice.
Unless the visit count says twice, then yes, but like I said, that parsed and carved record, there's the same record of the same thing that happened, just different spots pulled from the database.
So the record shows any given piece of data two ways, but in each piece, and this is really difficult to parse because of the way the testimony is coming in, but also it's difficult to parse because we can't see it. It makes it incredibly difficult. So what he's saying is, even if a website is listed in two places in the data, in the way that it's displayed in a user-friendly, readable format and not just like, raw data, there still is a visit count on each website.
So,
And you did not, in what's been marked Exhibit 79, you did not indicate to whoever looks at Exhibit 79 what were those duplicate records.
I did.
How'd you do that?
I spoke with the prosecution, our ADAs, and explained what this is and how it parses out the data and when it prints out.
What I'm asking you, though, is when someone opens up that book, let's just say someone like a juror, when they open up that book, there's nothing to indicate to them out of those 3,677 quote records, which one is duplicative and which one is not.
He said they're all
Well,
duplicative.
I just testified to it now and also on direct.
All
And
of them
it also shows in the book
represent two
the
ways.
same date and time stamp, and I explained the parsed and carved records.
Yeah,
I don't have a paper written report.
Parsed versus carved records are something the jury's not going to care about, but I think it's fair for the defense. If the jury's going to get that binder back there, you don't want the jury to start deciding what the data means you want them to understand. And I think the defense has done a really good job of staying on topic to the points that they can make. And the point is, all of these records, all 3,000 records, it's really not 3,000, it's half. And it was a little more than 3,000, it's half, because they show in two different ways. Great.
If that's what you're trying to infer. Paper, written, handwritten report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
Really not trying anything. I'm just asking you
He's
that
just
if
trying to
someone were
clarify.
to look at those 3,677 records, there's no term used that says this is a multiple, this is a duplicate of record one
No,
or
'cause
record two.
everything's a
It says
duplicate.
nothing like that in the book, does it?
Objection.
No, because everything's a
answer.
duplicate.
I don't fully, so you're asking if there's
He doesn't
something
get
that
the
says
point.
that one's a duplicate and one's not?
I've asked, yes, that's what I'm
Okay.
asking.
By the same date and time stamp on the record, and as I explained, the parse and carve, but I don't know if there's anything, like there's no key guide that says what it is,
Okay.
if that's what you mean.
So there's no key that said this is the parsed record, this is the carved record, but all the data is exactly the same, hence duplicate. And he's saying, and fair to Guarino, he's saying that no, it's not indicated that record 1 is also record 77, but every single thing is duplicated. So there's not some that are and some that aren't.
And yesterday you also told us about something called redirects, correct?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
And that a redirect means that the computer or the device on its own,
Not again.
with the software, with the browser, redirected the user to another website.
When they click on a website, it can redirect, yes.
Okay. And it's the device and the software operating within the device that determines a redirect.
No, not necessarily.
It is not the user.
That is correct.
It's not the
And
user.
you don't
that's
have
correct.
anything in
That's
this
compound.
3,677 records. You don't have, we'll use your reference, an index or anything to indicate the reader of this Exhibit 79, what are redirects and what are not.
That's correct.
And you have no
a good
idea how
point.
many, quote, redirects occur within this Exhibit 79.
Just the few that I saw. So I don't know. I don't have an exact number.
Okay. You would agree that with regards to Exhibit
But can't you see it in the data that it's a redirect?
79,
Not to confuse with the prosecution getting up and asking him questions next on redirect, but a computer redirect. Can't you see from the record that it was a redirect when it was clicked? Because some redirects can be at the website level versus at the software level. But I don't think the jury's going to care. I think the defense is doing, again, a good job of making much out of really bad facts. And I think they're going to say, see, he wasn't Googling 10 best ways to dispose of a body. It was a redirect from when he Googled best way to dispose of a body after a murder. It's not the same. I don't know how far that argument's going to get,
there was no activity
but can't blame him for trying.
on the gray MacBook between 3:50 a.m. and 4:52 a.m.
On what day?
January 1st of 2023.
Again, I'd have to double check. I remember there was Gmail usage around the 3 a.m. point, and then 4:52 there was some searches, but I don't know if there's anything in that time frame in between.
So what, if you will, sir, maybe you could check.
And yes, if you hear it on the mic, there's a bit of vacuuming going on at my house. I'm also going to minimize myself as I eat a little bit of breakfast before it gets completely cold this morning, because by the end of the day, then I'll be very hungry.
Counsel, can I see his side of the bench?
Oh, no. I hope that the sidebar is this. Counsel, where are we going with this? We covered this ground yesterday. We are not going to repasturate this line of questioning. All right, let's zoom past that sidebar. Today's the first real day we've had sidebars, but also, counsel, we got to move it along. We get the point. And you know what would be hard if you're tipped in? Honestly, it'd be really hard not to do this cross-examination for 3 days because Guarino's answers keep getting more confusing. And the more questions Tipton asks, the more confusing this is going to get. At the end of the day, though, it's not going to undo those Google searches.
Did you find that?
Yes, I have it here, sir. Thank you. Yes, you're correct. 3:50 a.m. is record 1947, and then the following record is 1948 at 4:52 a.m.
Yesterday, you testified that you recalled, or you thought you recalled, references to William Fasto within the MacBook data.
That's correct.
Do you know where that is?
No, I don't.
Can you indicate, well, you just said no, you don't.
Wasn't it a Google search? Didn't he Google who
Trooper
William
Guarino, if I
Fasto was?
represented to you that there is absolutely no reference to William Fasto within these 3,677 records, would you agree with that?
From the MacBook? Maybe they're in the iPhone.
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember seeing it somewhere, but I don't know if it was in the MacBook. There's, like I said, a lot of data.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that
He shouldn't
your
be to
examination
testify.
of exhibit that's contained in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that that MacBook and any user of that MacBook ever accessed Anna Walsh's
Paramore?
iMessages.
Her iMessages? No, I never saw any indication of that.
I'm going to refer you to page 555, record 2055.
Gossip Rumor asked a great question in the chat. Is there a set time to premeditate, days, weeks, minutes?
What record number you said? 2055?
No, premeditation can happen in seconds. We saw this really well, and I think this is a great question, which is why I'm pausing to answer it. Emily, you just don't want to listen to more of the fighting over these details. No, that's absolutely true also. But we saw that really well in the Shabusiness case, and we only covered, because the prosecution's case in that was incredibly graphic and heart-wrenching. We covered the defense mostly in that case, but in the Shabusiness case, and if you're not familiar with that case, she was having intimate relation time with someone she had previously dated. They were both well intoxicated on numerous substances, and they were engaged in some play with dog collars that are like the ones that slide, like the chains ones that slide. And at one point saw that he was choking and then went, yeah, I'm going to keep going. And that was what she told police. She was there in that moment, was like, no, I'm going to keep going. Yeah, that seems like what I want to do. It was that decision, not an accident, not I pushed him and he fell and hit his head. Oh shit, I meant to push him. I didn't mean to kill him. It's that split second of, no, I'm going to send it, which is kind of a crass way to talk about it. But it is it can be within that moment of, no, I'm going to do that. Differentiating from intending to do another act, and this can get complex depending on the type of homicide case. But when you depend on or decide on another act, like pushing someone in a bar fight, you get into this happened surprisingly a lot. You get into a fight and you intend to hit someone, push someone, whatever, and then they end up dying as a result. You didn't intend to kill them. You intended the pushing. Same with a lot of vehicle accidents. Not all, some are first degree. But with vehicle accidents, you intend to drive, but you don't and sometimes intend to drive recklessly or choose to drive recklessly, but you don't intend to kill someone. Killing someone's the consequence. And so there's a lot of case law around DUI about when DUI can be elevated to a murder. So that decision of going to kill someone can happen in a moment, different than deciding to push someone and they happen to die. Hopefully that helps. We're going to see the prosecution have to wrestle with this when they get to closing argument, because I think premeditation is really where the defense is focusing a lot of their energy. And if Brian Walshe testifies, we're going to be talking about this forever when Brian Walshe does testify, because he's going to say, we think, based on opening, that she was deceased when he went to get into bed. He doesn't seem like he's going to say that they were fighting or arguing and he went to like grab his phone away from her and she fell and then was injured and died. He doesn't seem to be testifying to that, but that could be a more second degree or lower degree homicide. And I think the defense is going to argue against premeditation, even if they don't get an acquittal on murder. I think the defense is going to try to take that from the first degree world and knock it down, which is going to be hard to do if the defendant maintains, I got to bed and she was deceased. So the premeditation part is going to be difficult. However, the prosecution's going to say, well, he's talking about a crime scene and he's talking about a murder. He's not Googling what to do when somebody accidentally hits their head. So it's going to be one of the biggest points of contention in this case is without an autopsy, without knowing how someone died, it gets harder to say, well, if you, and I don't want to be too graphic, but in the Shabusiness example, if you choke someone, it is not as swift as if you perhaps shoot someone. So those things can be argued based on what the autopsy says, and there's no autopsy here. I mean, he also said, can you be charged for murder without a body? So I think the consciousness of guilt is real strong, and that might be enough for the jury based on what the other evidence is. So we'll see. But how long can be the decide, or how long can you decide? Within seconds. If a decision is made, that can be enough for premeditation. It doesn't have to be planning for weeks and months. Hopefully that helps. We'll timestamp this because we'll probably point back to it as we go along in this trial because it's the biggest point of contention.
2055.
Okay, got it.
And that search query is what is disposal of dead bodies?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder in that query, correct?
That's correct.
Oh,
And
the
that
defense is
query
gonna try to
occurred at
take the sting out of it.
6:36:18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to refer you to stay on that same page 555, record 2057.
Okay.
It occurred at 6:36:22.
Yes.
And it regards body disposal options.
Yes,
No reference to murder, the word murder, correct?
that's correct.
Turning to the next page, 556, record 2059. That occurred at 6:36:30, correct?
So he's going to go through, look, all these didn't say murder. He
Yes,
needed
that's
more
correct.
specific
The
Google
search
results.
query involves cool ways to be buried, correct?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder, correct?
That's correct.
Cool ways to
Page
be buried.
557,
Did he just say cool ways to be buried? That's a conversation for another day. He was not looking for cool ways to be buried. He was not looking to whether or not he could like turn her ashes into diamonds or fertilize a marijuana plant or something. Emily, was that a random Rosanna Pansino reference? Yes. Because, I mean, why not become a tree? Depending on what your definition of a tree is.
record number 2061.
Okay.
That occurred at 6:36:33,
Yes,
and it's a query of above ground burial options, correct?
that's correct.
And there's no reference to murder.
Yes, that's correct.
Good line of questioning by the defense.
Yesterday, you did testify
I mean,
to
this is
some
an inevitability.
search queries that did include the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that these searches that we're talking to the jury about today, they began at 4:42 on January 1st of 2023.
452, but yes.
4:52. The first time the term murder was introduced in these searches was at page 596.
Traitors has infected my brain, and I can only hear Alan Cummings saying the word murder from that show. And it is getting said so much in this case, more so than others. Some of that is because of the murder.com and what have you. But I can only hear it that way. For those of you that watch Traitors, you know what I'm talking about. So if I slip into saying murder the way Alan Cummings does in Traitors, it is not meant as disrespect. It is because my brain sometimes and mouth do not always connect with a filter. And that happens.
Record 2185. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't memorized all of these, as you can
No,
tell. But,
I know you're looking.
but
We can
what
tell.
record number you said?
Okay. Page 596, record 2185.
The defense knows what they want to ask about, and they're doing a good job
Yes,
saying, look,
I
he
have
was
that
looking
here.
at all
Is
this
that
other
it?
stuff,
Okay,
not
I'm
just
sorry, I cut you off.
I was going to say, I see it here. I don't know. I don't believe there's any other things with murder in the keyword search prior.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if there's any other words with keyword searches for Google with the word murder in it prior to this one. Again, like I said, I haven't memorized all of these records. It's quite a bit.
Obviously.
Well, if I represented to you that the first time the word murder appears in these searches is at page 596, record 2185. Would you agree with me?
I would trust him.
I see it here, so I can just take your word for it.
Okay. And that occurred at 11:28:43 a.m.
I think Tipton has done a good job of making a lot, or as much as he can, with bad facts. But the prosecution never pointed out that prior to, and this goes to the defense's argument, which I think is a really good argument for them. Do I think it'll be ultimately persuasive? That's not what I'm saying. When we're talking about the defense being creative with what they've got, the defense saying, look, he wasn't getting the type of results he was looking for, which was really how to illicitly dispose of a body. He had to add the word murder into the Google searches to get more specific search results, because search engines these days. And so that's why when he was searching for burials, he wasn't quite finding the information that he needed. And so that's why the word murder got added. And the defense has done a great job focusing in where they can make inroads. Emily, you're just glazing the defense. Look, Tipton's doing a lot with bad facts. And he's making some arguments that are going to give the jury pause to think, oh, is him putting murder in the search terms really consciousness that he knows he committed a murder? Or is it just to try to get better Google results? That might not fly. But he's working with what he's got, and I appreciate it. I really do appreciate that. So the prosecution didn't point out that he was searching for all the burial information first. So it's new information to us. Tipton's doing a great job. I think the prosecution has done a good job too, but Tipton's doing a great job.
Yes, that's correct.
So the first time the word murder appeared in all these records was approximately 6 hours after these searches began.
Interesting argument.
Again, I'd have to take your word for it, but it seems that.
And that search that we just talked about, the search at 596 record 2185, the one we just spoke about, that occurred right after a search at 595 record 2181, where the query is best way to dispose of body parts quietly.
That's correct.
And that occurred at 11:27:56 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So yesterday I asked you some questions about the use of additional terms to get a different search result. You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And that is one example in Exhibit 79.
It's hard for me because the more that Tipton focuses on the timing, for me, the more I hear the defendant's interview saying, oh, I made French toast and then I was playing with the kids. So what? He's sitting there on his phone or laptop Googling this while his kids are playing after breakfast? That it's hard for me to get past that point. As creative as Tipton is in his questioning, it's hard for me to get past that.
Where first a searching query did not use the word murder, and then it did use the word murder to get different results, correct?
I can't speak to the user's frame of mind when they're searching for
Objection.
something. I can just show
Speculation.
say yes or no to what the data shows. So those search terms have it, some don't. But I can't speak to why someone is searching what they're searching.
I think Tipton's made the point, though. I don't know if there's much more of this
You
point to be
testified
made.
yesterday, and I'm going to give you a cite. Page 694, record 2507. If you can turn to that.
Yeah, sorry.
Page 694, record 2507.
Okay.
And that has to do with a query about hard drive removal.
Yes.
Correct? It's fair to say that tell us when that search occurred.
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:01:19 a.m.
Now, you're aware of the fact that certain devices,
The jury
all
does
made
not
by Apple,
know that Brian Walsh has
were
pled
first
guilty to other counts.
turned over voluntarily to the police on January 6th of 2023.
No, that's not true.
What?
You would agree that certain devices were turned over to the police on January 6th of 2023.
Were there others
Yes,
turned over
certain
before?
devices were.
And
Or were there some that weren't at all?
when those devices were turned over, those devices were examined, correct?
Yes, they were.
And all the hard drives were intact in all those devices.
Well, yes, they were.
And there was no
Good questions.
evidence that any of the hard drives have been tampered with, correct?
Well, the products that we were
Was
given-
there any evidence that the hard drives in any of those devices turned over on January 6th
My question.
had been tampered with?
Answer my
They
question.
don't have standard hard drives that a PC has. They have different hard drive types
So the answer is no.
soldered onto the motherboards of these devices.
So there was no evidence that anything had been tampered with.
Guarino, just because you can't crack open and rip out a hard drive doesn't mean somebody can't still, I don't know, rehome their device. The laptop was still in the house. The hard drives weren't tampered with. Did anyone take a hammer to it? No. Well, they don't have a removable drive. It's a solid state drive that's soldered onto the motherboard. Okay. Hammers still exist.
That's correct for these chips.
And then you're aware of the fact that then on January 8th, strike that. Let me ask that again. Those devices that were turned over on January 6th were returned to Mr. Walsh on January 7th.
Yes, that's correct.
And then those same devices that were first turned over on January 6th were seized on January 8th or thereafter.
On January 8th, yes.
And they weren't damaged
And
then
additional
either.
devices were also seized on January 8th.
Yes, they were.
And one of those devices that was seized
This is a necessary line of questioning for the defense after all the Googling about how to damage a phone, damage a hard drive, how to rehome your devices. Apparently Brian Walsh did not figure out how to do that as well as Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. You know, the name Brian apparently doesn't just automatically come with the technological knowledge. But him Googling that is kind of telling. Him not doing it, also telling, because the police first interviewed him on the 4th. Between the 4th and the 6th, there's definitely some time for devices to like whoops-a-doodle. But at that point, if police have been in your house and seen your laptops and then are like, where's your laptop? It's like, I don't know. It's gone. That's a little sus. And we saw Brian Walshe trying really hard not to be suspicious in his interviews. But they weren't damaged. It's a good question.
On January 8th was this gray MacBook, correct?
Yes, sir.
The gray MacBook whose data appears in Exhibit 79.
Yes, sir.
And there was no evidence after a forensic examination of all the devices now in the possession of the state police that none of the hard drives had been tampered with.
Like physical tamper with, sir? Like physically or like trying to take them apart?
That's one
Yes.
question. We'll do it that way.
Physically or digitally?
Other than the damage to the devices, no, there was no tampering, like screws missing that I saw.
And when you say the damage to devices, are you talking about the one
laptop
iPad
with-
mini that was cracked?
Yeah, well, and the screen on the gray MacBook, the display itself was not broken, but the LCD screen had like a flicker. It didn't work perfectly.
And none of that affected the data within those devices.
No, that's correct.
And it didn't fall into a bathtub mysteriously, though. The devices,
Yesterday, you testified with regard.
I just don't love, like, just answer the question. Were they tampered with? Well, physically, they were in working order. Just
to a search history search at page 888, record 3127.
I have 888.
elsewhere in
which
the
one?
chat, this is a
Record
no body case.
3127.
Okay.
The victim was never recovered.
That search occurred on January 3rd
Some of
of
her possessions
2023,
were.
correct?
She was not.
7:30 p.m.
At 7:38, correct?
That's correct.
And that search involved, can police get your search history without your computer, correct?
That's correct.
Can they?
And once again, without repeating the same question, all those computers and iPhones and iPads were turned over on various dates, January 6th and January 8th and thereafter.
Their search
That's
history
correct.
wasn't wiped.
And you're unaware that any
Was it?
other computer or any other iPad or any other cell phone had been destroyed or otherwise disposed of.
Wait,
Just one cell phone.
Okay. And the search history on all of these devices that were turned over, it was all intact, wasn't it?
Yes, the devices that were either turned over or seized during the warrant were.
And in your forensic analysis of all these devices, you did not see any evidence that anyone tried to remove, delete, or otherwise change the search history contained on these devices.
That's correct.
Yesterday, you testified to cell phone history search, and that's at page 904, record 3184.
okay.
Yep, I have it.
And you're aware of the fact that Mr. Walshe was interviewed beginning on January 4th, correct?
I don't remember the exact days. I got involved in the case on the 6th, but I know he was spoken with prior to that.
That query, that search query that we just talked about, page 904, record 3184, that was conducted on January 4th at 8:55 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
But as you sit here today, you're not sure when Mr. Walshe was first interviewed by the law enforcement at his home.
It was in the
That's correct.
afternoon, like late in the afternoon.
Are you aware of the fact that he was not just interviewed once on January 4th, but twice? Are you aware of that? Were you ever, I guess your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
Use your words.
Are you aware of any dates that Mr. Walshe was in fact questioned or interviewed by the police at his home prior to his arrest?
I just know it was prior to the 6th.
Lindsay in the chat asked if he admitted to disposing of her body. Why weren't they able to find her? He didn't admit to disposing of her body until the week before trial started. So just a few days before Thanksgiving 2025. This case happened in January 2022. And I think we will learn later in this trial more about where he disposed her and what happened with those trash dumpsters. But the time had passed for them to be able to recover her. So the time had well passed. Oh, sorry, January 2023. That, like time zones, change of the date was throwing me off. But they know now, but they didn't know then. So we will hear much more about that, I think, later in trial, about how they believe she was disposed of and then what happened with those dumpsters when they went to search them. They were able to recover her boots, wallet, jacket, and then other items that had her DNA on her. Just sad. It's horrific stuff for all the fighting over the searches and stuff we're going to talk about today. When we get back to that part of the testimony, it's sad. But part of him being charged with obstruction of justice, lying to law enforcement, that type of charge, was that he was able to delay the investigation long enough that she could not be recovered. And remember, he was Googling, can a body be identified from, it was either parts or pieces, can a body be identified with broken teeth, which indicated to me he was contemplating that they would need dental records. So he was contemplating different ways to dispose of her in these searches.
In the event, and all of the devices that you did, in fact, forensically exam, you saw no evidence that any user tried to destroy any cell phone history as it applied to the cell phones, correct?
To Mr. Walsh's?
Yes.
That's correct.
Now, my understanding from your testimony yesterday is that you did not specifically conduct a full examination of any of the iPhones that were seized.
That's correct.
That would be Trooper Connor Keefe.
That's correct.
A user that uses these devices can delete information, can't they?
To a point.
With varying levels of success.
But the fact of the matter is that those forensic tools that you use, Celebrite, Magnet Gray, Axiom, when you run the data that you extract from a device, that software can detect where a deletion.
As I said, to a point.
It's fair to say that in your examination of the MacBook, device 3, and in all of those records in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that any data had been deleted.
I didn't see anything glaring.
Yesterday, you talked about the Chase account login data, and specifically the Chase login data that occurred on December 27th of 2022. Do you recall that?
Vaguely.
Sir.
I refer you to page 259, record 951.
Thank you. What was the page again? 259, you said?
259.
Thank you. All right, I have it.
And you would agree with me that that particular activity, the Chase login, that extended up to and including record 1.
Lulu M in the chat asked, where is her phone? We have not heard anything yet about her phone. I think that her phone was not recovered, but we'll see.
026 found at page 279.
Yep, I have it.
And it's fair to say that you do not know what was reviewed during that Chase login.
No, I do. I can see right here. So it goes, each URL, if you go into it, shows dashboard, overview, accounts. There's another one shows dashboard
this I can
authorization
answer.
is when he signed
I had
out.
the paper.
Do you know the details of what he viewed?
What was actually in his account? No.
Okay.
I just know that the headers for the Chase accounts that he was at.
So you don't know if the user was looking at balances, deposits, anything like that. You just know that he logged in to the Chase account.
Yes, whatever covers under the account overview or his login information, that's all I can tell. I don't know if he made transactions or...
And you do not know if there are multiple accounts associated with that Chase login.
That's correct.
I mean, you can just subpoena Chase. We're fine.
I'm going to refer you to page 906, record 3195.
I mean, they said that he made those searches in opening, so I don't think the defense is fighting too hard on those searches. I don't
Are you
think
there
they're
yet?
going to.
No, you got me going from...
No, he needs 6 more minutes, counsel. I don't think they're going to argue too hard that Brian did not make these, but the prosecution's not going to make the error of saying they know for sure it was Brian. The jury gets to make that determination based on the fact that no one else in the house at that time could have done this, and it was his login, it was his computer. I don't think they got to whether the computer was passcoded or not, etc. So the jury gets to make that determination, but the defense also isn't fighting it. That's if the defense was saying it wasn't him, they wouldn't be spending so much time saying, okay, but why was murder added to the search term to get better search results? So
one into the other. All right.
3195.
3195.
I don't think his mom was staying there because he talked about driving to her house.
Okay, have it.
We have, I mean, he testified.
That's
in Karen
another
Reed.
Chase
We'll
login,
see
isn't it?
more
That's
from
correct.
the Karen Reed case.
Occurred at 3:56
For sure.
p.m. on January 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now I'm going to refer you to record number 3292 on page 930.
I also think the chuckling is just nervous laughter, honestly, on cross-examination. It is off-putting. I prefer a kind of flat affect from experts,
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
unless something is truly funny.
He's already he's logged in from earlier.
The nervous
So
chuckling
it's
is
the same login.
odd.
It's not the same login that's referenced at page 906, 3195, is it? Because that login occurred on January 7th, correct?
Well, if you go back through I see the date change. Yep. It goes all the preceding ones are also Chase from the 7th and then the 8th.
So the reference specific to page 930, record 3292, that's a Chase login that occurred the next day on January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And that's at 3:02 a.m., correct?
Yes, it is.
So what you saw in this MacBook data was multiple logins on the Chase account, correct?
Yes.
And they spanned many days during this period that you examined it, 12/25/2022, up to and including January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many Chase logins apart and aside from the Chase login that you testified to on direct examination yesterday that occurred on December 27th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You'd also note, and I'll focus your attention on page.
If the prosecution is going to argue that there's some financial motive, and I think that they might, I think he's trying to focus on, I mean, was this guy constantly checking the accounts or sort of checking the accounts? I think that's why they're going down this line of questioning, but we're going to have to wait and see till later in the case.
948 at record 3362.
Kata asked, would his lawyers know what his specific Google searches were before trial? Well before trial. This would have been pretty early. Well,
That involves a lot.
In typical circumstances, because they had this data pretty close in time to when he was indicted, this should be some of the earliest, and I say should be because we've seen some things in some of these other cases, but this should have been turned over very early on in the case. So yes, none of this is a surprise. There should be no surprises for the defense at trial unless like a witness says something totally off the wall. But documentary evidence like this should be delivered early and should never be a surprise at trial. Unfortunately, we've seen that happen in Norfolk, but no, the defense would have had this well in advance.
Fidelity account, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that login occurred at 7:04:21.
Yes.
He was
there
Googling
are
how long to
multiple
inherit.
logins
Yes, he was.
involving financial institutions within that MacBook data that is contained in Exhibit 79, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you cannot tell this jury how many times there was a Chase login on this MacBook between
The
12/25,
defense loves it. You can't tell this jury. They
and
love it.
January 8th of 2023.
Unless I see the last visited count or
Is it
I
on
go
the same
through
tab?
and count them, then no.
And the same question, you can't tell us how many times the Fidelity account was logged into between December 25th, 2022 and January 8th of 2023.
The
That's
defense
correct.
is trying to distance a little bit from, he wasn't
And
just
of course,
habitually checking these
You didn't
accounts.
examine any data on the Mac.
Though, I think there's a reasonable argument if we're going with the person was missing angle, which we now know that they're not because they admitted that that was a lie. One would think you would be regularly checking credit cards to see if somebody used their credit card to try to find someone. Credit card and banking activity are something you would be looking for fervently.
MacBook prior to December 25th, 2022. So you have no idea how many times Mr. Walsh or anyone else logged into the Chase account prior to December 25th of 2022.
Yes.
I want to focus your attention to page 279 through 280 and record 1029 that is referenced on 279.
Chad, I've also stopped taking notes. It was just time for breakfast. The overarching points
Okay.
the defense is making,
Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
we'll see if they come
That was
home to
a
roost.
Google search that occurred at 9:37:07, correct?
Record 1029. Yes.
And that occurred once again on 12/27, this 12/27 date that we keep hearing about, correct?
Yes.
But you got to give it to Tipton for
That search and those
having
results
a solid
had to do
cross.
with Porsches, didn't it?
Yes.
Had to do with someone searching for Porsche cars, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it says 911 Porsche 2009 for sale.
And one of those searches involved a Porsche for sale
older
in
911s
Cohasset, didn't it?
I liked the body styling a bit better.
I don't know. I can look.
Emily, tell me how old you are. Old enough that I now look at a Porsche and go, oh, my knees don't want to go all the way down there to sit in a car. I want a car I have to climb up in. I do not want a car that I have to get low to get into. If I have to drop it like it's hot, it is not the vehicle for me at all, ever. I like big trucks and I cannot lie. Emily, tell me how long you've been
Yep,
in
I
Tennessee.
see, yep.
Enough that all I want are big trucks.
That's a yes.
Car gurus. Yes.
Okay.
Big
That
trucks.
search that I just asked you about, that occurred on 12/27, that search happened.
There's plenty of parking around here. Because you know what they do in Tennessee? This is not a California thing. In Tennessee, they're just like, that's open. Grass, dirt, mud, whatever. That's open. I'll park there. California, never. But you can actually park big trucks around here. You can't in Los Angeles. Barely park a Prius.
Right after those Chase searches that occurred on 12/27, didn't it?
Yes.
And that Porsche search at
So,
279, 280, and
I will say, I love a used car. I'm going to be honest. I hate the depreciation on new cars. I have no shade for somebody going to like Car Gurus, CarMax, whatever. Cars are ridiculously expensive. I could rant forever. The reason I think it will matter about him going to Car Gurus and why they might talk about it is that he said they were financially better off than they've ever been before. He was like, we're balling, shot calling. The prosecution is going to lean towards other things that might indicate that that further wasn't true. But again, the defendant has already admitted, and his attorney said in opening, that he was lying during all of this. So it might come up that way. However, I think there is some argument that when you are looking for an older vehicle, you might be looking because of the body styling and intentionally looking for a older vehicle, or maybe one that can't be like turned off by a satellite or something. So yeah, I think the prosecution, if they ever talk about it again, we'll talk about it. Rocky Top Girl, I know 100% what you're talking about. 100%. Because I know this Texas Roadhouse. I have a story about that Texas Roadhouse for another time.
their searches thereafter.
Another time.
They occurred right after those searches that you referenced yesterday to the jury about divorce, correct?
Believe so.
I'm going to focus your attention now to page 2.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
They did. I just went back. I saw it.
I'm going to focus you now to page 234, record 863.
2, 3.
Yeah, old cars are great. My kid wants a very particular car from the
That is
90s. So
A search that occurred on 12/27, once
older
again,
cars a lot.
and it occurred around 8/23/13, correct?
William,
I have 82308, but yep.
I think it's a fair question. William said you can't really think this lawyer is coming off as credible to the jury, do you? I think this lawyer, because Tipton has not been dramatic, I think he's making the points he needs to make. Some of those points, I think that the jury might go, yeah, sure, bro. But I don't think that he has alienated the jury at this point. And I think that he is making the points he needs to make to argue later in cross-exam or in closing argument. But I think for me on the lawyer side, I'm like, those are interesting points. He is trying to get some of the jurors on board with this wasn't premeditated. And I think he's doing his job with that. Some of them are going to be like, dude, we heard the Google searches yesterday. Stop it. But I think most of the jurors can respect, as I can, they're going to be like defense attorney doing defense attorney things. I don't think he has completely turned them off at this point. Could that change? Sure. But I think a lot of jurors have grace for he's doing his job. And it looks like he's doing his job. And I think he's doing well with what he has. So we'll see if that changes.
Okay.
I think we've gone on a bit long with this line of questioning. I think we're getting into the weeds a bit. But also that might be a strategy to distance.
And I'm going to ask you to go forward to record 870
Oh, William, of course. I appreciate
and ask you to look at those records that run from
Genuinely.
863 to 870. They all involve searching for a diamond ring, don't they?
Yes.
Honestly, I'd
And
be
one of the
falling asleep
specific
if I wasn't also
queries
reading
is a
chat.
4-carat diamond, correct?
Ooh.
Yes.
And there's a specific reference in the search at page 236, record 870, that it references BlueNile.com diamonds, correct?
That's correct.
BooneIsle.com.
These searches,
Is it a jeweler website? But I appreciate that the defense is bringing up other searches that were going on beforehand, because premeditation is what they're focusing. Oh, Blue Nile. Thank you. Thank you, Chad. Blue Nile, I appreciate it, is a jeweler. Thank you, Chad. Immediately clocked it. I appreciate it. I was like, wait, what? Thanks, guys.
that you just testified to regarding searching for diamonds, they occurred just before the searches that you told us about regarding the divorces yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Oh, we started talking about cars because he was searching for
Talking
a
about
Porsche,
those divorce searches now.
and we were trying to keep our brains
The divorce
occupied.
searches that occurred on 12/27, they start actually with a search at page 240, record 887. And the search involves Katie Holmes' divorce.
What? We're searching for Katie Holmes's divorce? Sir, that divorce is a lot different than your divorce. Katie Holmes catching strays in this trial. She's like, what the fuck? I didn't have anything to do with this.
Yes.
Katie Holmes is an actress.
I don't want to wait
Yes.
for
And so
months to
that
be
is the first
over.
search that appears
I
on
wanna
1227
know right now, what
that
could
includes
it
the term
be?
divorce, correct?
I don't want to wait.
Let's see. I believe so.
And then there's the searches that we talked about, you talked about yesterday on direct. And it's fair to say, isn't it, that those searches regarding divorce you testified to ran from page 241, record 891, to page 258, record 948.
Is that the question? Did I?
Yes.
Yes.
And you characterized them
question?
yesterday
Yes.
when asked by the Commonwealth. How do you characterize the nature of those searches? All showing divorce advice. Your words, correct?
Not gonna lie, I forget what I said, but I believe so.
Yeah, you're under oath. Please don't lie. I don't remember what I said yesterday. Fine.
So it's fair to say that if they ran from 8:33 to 8:54, that'd be a total of 21 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Why? Are we? I hope we're talking about Katie Holmes. I am not a singer.
That's 21
I
minutes
do sing, but I am
of
not
looking
a
at
singer.
divorce, as you characterized it, divorce advice, and over 15 days of data that you extracted from the MacBook, correct?
Yes.
I want to know more about why he's searching Katie Holmes's divorce. I'm curious.
And these divorce
Can we-
searches, once again, they occurred after the diamond searches, right after them, didn't they?
rabbit
Yes.
hole that way.
And they occurred before the Porsche searches, didn't they?
Yes.
And these searches occurred before the Chase searches that you testified to.
Yes.
So
Oh, Tipton. Sir, it took you a while to get there. But I like what you're teeing up. I like what you're teeing up. Tipton went back and was like, let's take a look at the search activity. Looking for Porsches, looking for diamonds, and then checks the Chase account, checks the credit card. Okay, look, you're looking for purchases, and then you check the accounts. Why are you checking the accounts? See if you can make the purchases. Take a look at what the credit cards are. Tipton, I like the way you're bringing it around. Searching for Porsches, searching for rings. I mean, searching for Katie Holmes's divorce in the middle there. And then looking at the Chase account. Okay. I mean, does it deflect from the best way to get rid of crime scene clothes? No. But remember, the defense's goal is to give an alternative, reasonable explanation. To give the jury that jury instruction, if two things are reasonable, you have to pick the one that points towards not guilt. He's trying to pull those threads. Look, I like it. It's an effort, but it's reasonable. You're searching for purchases and then you check your bank account. Not because you're planning to murder your wife. Notice how he's focusing on things before January 1st now. Even though we got a little lost in the weeds, he brought it back around to get to where he wants to argue later. Tipton, to me, seems like he is building his bullet points for his closing argument. I want to argue this. I want to argue that. I want to argue this. And he's got to extract it from this witness like a root canal to argue it later. I like it. The jury, does it matter if the jury's awake at this point? Not really. If the jury's kind of glossed over, he just wants these bullet points for his closing. But also, interesting. Interesting. I mean, defendant is at this point pending sentencing on a federal fraud case. So I don't know if he's going to be able to go buy all that stuff. But we'll see.
On 12/27, that extracted data from the map book shows that all right around the same time, there was a Chase login, correct?
Yes.
Looks like someone was shopping for a diamond ring or a diamond, correct?
I don't know if they were shopping for it, but they were looking at it.
And somebody was looking at Porsches for sale, correct?
That's correct.
Well, I could have just brought this up then.
And there was no divorce-related searches that occurred in the data you looked at from 12/25 up to and including up to the 12/27 divorce searches.
Not that I saw.
I know a lot of you feel like Tipton is yelling, but the court asked him yesterday twice to keep his voice up. These courtrooms seem to have the world's worst acoustics. It does have really, really, really big ceilings. So it might sound loud to us, but I don't think it sounds as if he's yelling in court.
It's fair to characterize these.
I think he, based on tone, is projecting. I don't feel like I'm being yelled at the way Fulford does. I think he's trying to project. But it's not as off-putting to me as Fulford's yelliness.
Searches that you testified to yesterday, that they began at 4:52, and sometimes the searches only seem to last no more than a minute or two.
I can't speak to the time frame for all of them because I don't have them all memorized, but I know some were short, some were not.
But in fact, if someone reviewed Exhibit 79 carefully and looked at the data would reveal, wouldn't it, how long and
The
how
shade
short
in that
some of
question.
these searches went from one search
shade.
word to the next, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And it would also show that during these searches that were being conducted, that at times the software, the browser, would then redirect and send the user to someplace else, and then a new search would be conducted, correct?
Again, I don't remember being all that many, but yes, that could happen.
And
CarMax currently has quite a wide selection of Porsches, if you guys are curious. They do.
there are searches that
And a wide
include
variety of
searches of what
types.
detergent to use to clean up, correct?
Clean up.
types of detergent to clean up. Though I would say the maintenance is still going to be fuck expensive.
What?
Clean up a wood floor? You recall that? If you don't, that's fine.
Yeah.
Can you point me to
remember
the page?
having something else in that search string, but I don't remember just how to clean wood floors.
Okay. Do you remember, as you said here today, anything about searches for concrete floors?
Yes.
Okay. All of these searches, they go on not just for one day. These searches go on for at least 3 days, don't they?
I believe they go from the 1st to the 4th.
Okay.
So for days he's searching
And-
for Porsches and rings, or no?
On January 3rd, there are searches about how to deal with smells and odors from a decomposing body.
Yes, there are.
Yes.
And those searches about how to deal with an odor, They don't even begin until January 3rd, do they? If you know, if you don't, that's
I
fine.
thought on the first there was one, how long it takes for a body to start smelling.
See, these are the searches that are going to be a little harder, but the defense is still going to say, well, he hadn't figured out how to dispose of her yet. He needed to Google more.
But not how to, that's correct.
Yeah,
But
but
not how
not-
to clean it up.
That's correct.
And not how to mask the smell or anything of the sort.
No, there is January 1st, 4:58. How long does a body stop smelling?
But not how to mask it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And not how to clean it up.
I'm not seeing that.
Counsel, was he looking for how much time he had to get rid of her before it became a problem? Just a question. Emily, you could have just talked over them while they were waiting. I know. My bad. I could have. All right. Becky in the chat celebrating your
You're not
58th
seeing it.
birthday.
I'm
Happy
not seeing
birthday.
it. I'm just seeing the
Glad to have you here.
beginning ones that I've already talked about.
That's all I have.
Oh,
Redirect.
Very, very briefly.
we're now on a redirect that I can define. It's when the prosecutor gets to clean up on aisle 6. So we are now to redirect. Cross is done. Tipton's like, that's all I have. I think Tipton so far has done a really good job of working with what he's got. Tipton does not have great facts to work with. And he has made headway with the facts that he has. And I think that's really all you can ask from a defense attorney in a case with facts like this. And I think he's done it better than a lot would. He has made some connections that maybe some wouldn't. Now, at the end of the day, is the jury going to go, oh, so when he was trying to dispose of a body and getting, burial recommendations, he had to add the word murder because no, what he really meant is how to do it more nefariously. I don't know if they're going to be heavily persuaded, but he is really building grounds for argument in closing. I think the closings in this case are going to be very interesting because that fight over premeditation is going to be the, I think, biggest point of contention in this case. Then again, everything can change once Brian Walsh shakes the stand. So we'll just have to wait and see. We're still pretty early on in this case.
79.
All right,
You could
redirect.
just put up Exhibit 79, page 593, just to clear up one thing. Record 2171. If you could just read that title, please, Trooper.
It says your spouse is missing and you want a divorce / hello divorce.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 1st, 2023, 10:49 a.m.
So that is after 12/27 of 22. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm also immediately hearing Jennifer Coolidge. Immediately. Yep. And I'm living for it.
Thank you. And Trooper, you talked about on cross-examination, you were asked about devices that you received on January 6th of 2023 by Mr. Walsh. Did you receive the MacBook?
Who said, makes me want a hot dog real bad? Who said it? It was a number of you. Mm-hmm.
No, I did not.
You received, what did you receive?
The iPhone 13 mini and 2 iPads, iPad 6 and iPad 6 mini.
And did those have hard drives like a laptop?
No, they have memory chips similar to the MacBooks, but not like a PC hard drive.
And did you find at the search warrant a PC or a laptop with a traditional hard drive?
No.
And did you search the house for?
Removable hard drive, just removable hard drive, not tradition. Could we just removable hard drive? Also, chat, today is a lesson in the power of suggestion because a lot of you are like, and now I can't unhear Jennifer Coolidge. I know. I heard it too. I know. But removable hard drive. Ugh.
A traditional laptop or a PC?
Yes, I did.
A moment.
Oh, Fire Nice, thank you. Fire Nice said before
Any
I forget,
recross?
EDB. Sean from Potentially Criminal says, thank you for all your help recently with the Cardi B stuff. Nope,
The witness may step down.
not
Thank
a
you.
problem. Chat, we're done. Also, I was never the one in law school that was like hiding my stuff. I'm like, oh, if I have it and you want it here, there's room for everybody. We're done with Trooper Guarino, chat. Early on in day 3, we have finished with Trooper Guarino, and the defense, I think, look, they have a tough case to work with, right? But I think the defense has done a good job of focusing on areas where they can move the needle. And I think you can see that Tipton is going through what he wants to argue in closing and trying to get those points across and pulling those points out on cross-examination. I think he's doing well with it. At the end of the day, is it going to be enough? We're just going to have to wait and see. But it is a organized, focused, and strategic cross, and all of that I very much appreciate. He's not just trying to dismantle Guarino on the stand and have him there for hours and hours and hours fighting over what actually a redirect means, because it ultimately doesn't help his case, even though he could. And I would imagine for some attorneys, it would be tempting, you know, just because you can. And he is not given in to that temptation. He threw a little bit of shade at one point and said, if someone was to closely examine the records, it was restrained shade, but it was shade. And then a very brief redirect pointing out that, yes, the defendant was still Googling, you know, your spouse is missing and you want a divorce and things like that. So let's get into the next witnesses. I imagine the next ones will zoom much quicker than the testimony of Trooper Guarino. But at some point, we're going to get to Connor Keefe, and that is the cell phone evidence, and that's going to take a while. They just covered the mini pad, e.g. the iPad mini, a little bit about the iPhones and the MacBook searches. Oh, I muted myself. I didn't mean to do that. What I meant to do was say, let's get back to court. Hot mic'd myself. So next witness.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call William Foley.
Is this a different William? This must be a different William. All right, this is going to be witness number 3 for the Commonwealth. All things considered, this court has been running really smoothly. It's been moving pretty smoothly. I appreciate it. Wait, what? Fun fact, Jennifer Coolidge is from Norfolk County. Is that true? What? No, this is not going to be Paramore William. I think he's going to be Thursday is what they said. I didn't know that. I need to go look. I think this is a different William F. Though that's very confusing. She's from Newell? I didn't know that.
Thank you.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Foley, Foley.
And where?
Sir, I am so sorry. The chat was really, really hoping for a different William. It's no shade to you. Me3124 asked if Jennifer Coolidge was a law nerd. She follows me on social, so I'm guessing yes.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
What does the U.S. Customs and Border Protection do?
The U.S. Customs and Border Protection inspects arriving merchandise, cargo, and travelers traveling into and out of the United States.
And how long have you been with U.S. Customs and Border Protection?
With U.S. Customs and Border Protection for 13 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
What is the strangest animal, bird, or bug that you have ever seen confiscated? No. Please, maybe?
My responsibilities are mainly to inspect documents of individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
Are you familiar, as a result, with a system known as TECS, T-E-C-S?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. So TECS is a law enforcement tool that basically stores arriving and departing records for individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
And who has access to it?
U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
And how are entries in TECS generated?
They're mainly inputted by the airlines when passengers travel internationally on aircraft.
Now, are you familiar with another system called APIS?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes. So APIS stands for Advanced Passenger Information System.
You said APIS, didn't you? You space that out too much, it's going to get real weird. And then I'm going to start giggling the way I do about like US PIS. Postal Inspection Service. I worked near an airport.
System used by the airlines to transmit travel data of passengers traveling into and out of the United States.
And what interaction does that have with TECS?
Once a record is inputted into APIS, it's transmitted to TECS within 72 hours of a traveler's arrival or departure into the United States.
I can't.
And
I can't.
What would someone who's traveling in or out of the United States
didn't
need
Google
to
it
give in order
yesterday,
to
don't.
have their information go into APIS?
A passport.
And now,
these witnesses should go.
what happens
pretty
if someone
quickly.
has dual citizenship and has two passports?
So the airlines scan whichever passport or record whatever passport is provided to them by the traveler.
And if someone has dual citizenship, would it record still that they're coming or leaving the country?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So if someone has dual citizenship and they use another country's passport, does it still get recorded into APIS?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, you've earlier provided some documentation from TECS that's been stipulated to as Exhibit 82. Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish Exhibit 82.
And the description of Exhibit 82 is what?
A 2-page text document having the name Anna Walsh.
Is it from one of these two systems?
It is from the TECS system by U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
Counsel didn't identify it for the record, probably because there's a stipulation, but he needs to.
All right. The 2 pages of TECS documents are now admitted into evidence as Exhibit 82.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. And this is pre-marked as 82? It's okay. We're literally on the same page. So,
Okay.
Mr. Foley, can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can we see the screen this time?
Now, I'd like to walk you. I'd like you to walk us
I hate
through
not
this
getting to see
document.
the exhibit E's.
The date at the top left-hand
Yay!
corner and time. What is that, sir?
Whoop, whoop.
July 8th, 2025.
And underneath that, encounter date start and encounter end date. What are those two? What are those two dates representing?
Those dates are the travel records from January 1st, 2022 and ending on July 7th, 2025 for pertaining to Anna Walsh.
And what is the date of birth?
Date of birth is April 12th, 1983.
And scrolling down, sir, there is 2 lines of entry with Anna Walsh's name. Can you walk us through what those two lines represent?
Sure. So the bottom line shows that Anna Walsh departed the United States on November 23rd, 2022, and returned to the United States on December 7th, 2022.
So on that bottom line, after November 23rd, 2022, there is a UA under carrier code. What's that mean, sir?
That stands for United Airlines.
And what does the O in the next column mean, sir?
That stands for outbound.
Counsel, you're going to have to pronounce O differently. What is the O? Counsel!
And
Stop it.
now, sir, it says on board. What is the significance of that?
That shows that the airline confirmed that she was on board the aircraft.
Now, on the top row of data, right above that, what does LH mean under carrier code?
That stands for Lufthansa Airlines.
And what does the I mean, sir?
Inbound.
Now, underneath that, there is a legend. And can you just run through the legend for us as far
Chat's
as
the
what
legend.
the codes and values are next to them?
Sure. So DUB is Dublin, Ireland. FRA, Frankfurt International Airport in Frankfurt, Germany. BOS is Boston Logan International Airport. And IAD is Dulles International Airport in Washington, D.C.
And sir, other than those two entries, were there any other records of Anna Walsh traveling outside the country from January 1st, 2022 to your July date in 2025?
No, sir.
Nothing further with Mr. Foley, Your Honor.
Any cross?
The records that have been admitted as Exhibit 82, they're not public records, are they?
No, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
And done.
Great.
I imagine the next few witnesses are going to go exactly like that. Here's the records. This was her last known travel. All right.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Patrick Reardon.
Witness number 4, Patrick Reardon. And these are the witnesses that were laid out yesterday. All right. Sworn in.
Right this way, sir.
Yeah, we're going to hear from Uber, Lyft. We're going to hear from the airlines. We're going to see a bunch of these witnesses that are just confirming Anna Walsh's last known travel.
Good morning,
And then
sir.
from the credit cards as well. For
Sir, could you
custodian of
state your
records.
name and spell your last name for the record?
Patrick Reardon, Reardon,
Where do you work, sir?
Cohasset.
And what do you do in Cohasset?
I am a sergeant and a canine handler.
How long have you been? You say sergeant, so I'm assuming Cohasset Police Department.
Yes,
How long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
about 18 years,
And how long have you been a sergeant?
about 3 years,
And how long have you been a canine handler?
about 15 years.
And
When's the last
in
time you said
January
who
of
let the dogs out?
2023, what was your canine's name?
Einstein.
Now, what type of dog?
Props to the prosecutor for asking Doggo's name. Not everyone does. I always love knowing the canines' names. I have canine stories for another time from canines in court. But I love it when they ask us the Doggo's names. But no, bringing the search dogs into court, it does not go well. I speak from experience. But I love that they asked for the Doggo's name.
Is Einstein.
He's a Belgian Malinois.
And what type of police dog is Einstein?
He's certified as a patrol dog. He tracks, it does area searches, building searches.
What type of training did he go into to become
search
to be
dog.
able to track?
So initially he takes myself and him go through a 16-week training with the local
And yes, there are different dogs with
sheriff's
different
office.
types.
And from there,
of
we do a
training.
twice a month training.
And now, sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 5th of 2023. Did you have the opportunity to do a track or an area search with Einstein that day?
I did.
Approximately what time?
About 10:20 in the morning.
And what was the weather like?
It was cool, cloudy.
And where did you conduct this search?
I conducted the search in the front the front left side, and the rear of the property.
And when you say the property, is that 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
Now, sir, what type of search was this?
This was considered an area search.
And what would you call it? Can you tell us what an area search means?
An area search basically means it's not a track, so we don't have a definitive area of where the person would have started. So an area search would just be using the dog to try and pick up a scent of human odor in the area.
Now, Your Honor, if I may, we've stipulated to a series of photographs from exhibits 83 to 89. And if I could publish the first of those, exhibit 83.
You may?
Thank you. Ms. Gilman? Sergeant, can you see the image on the screen?
I can.
So this will be from the area search, I imagine.
General area of the home that you had the opportunity to do your area search of?
It is.
And if we may have exhibit 84. Now, Sergeant, do you see this image, exhibit 84?
Yes.
Is the home in exhibit 84?
Yes.
Now, sir, can you just tell us generally how far the home is set back
is a wooded
from
area?
Route 3A?
It's about 100 yards.
And just generally looking at exhibit 84, can you tell us again where you did your search?
So as you look at the home, I started the area search in the front left between the home and 3A on the left-hand side and worked my way back through the area where you can see Peppermint Brook.
Now, if we may have exhibit 85. Sir, what part of the home is this?
That's the front.
And did you have the opportunity to walk this area with Einstein?
To the left of the driveway, yes.
And if we could have exhibit 86. Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And that was also an area you got to walk with Einstein?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have just
They took pictures of all the area that they searched with the doggo. Look at that.
a little bit out of order, exhibit 39 from the other day? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
What is this of the house?
This is the backyard of the home.
What animals were in the backyard of the home when you were doing your search with Einstein?
There was a large German Shepherd in the fenced-in area.
And how was it behaving?
It was barking consistently at us.
And what was Einstein doing?
I bet it was.
He was fine. He's not dog aggressive, so he continued to work.
I imagine Einstein is not dog aggressive, but of course, the family pupper was like, "What are you doing here?" I would expect a German Shepherd to bark at things. It would be odd to me if a German Shepherd wasn't barking at things. But they've asked an awful lot about the family dog.
And so is that what that other dog would be considered, dog aggressive?
Yes.
And could we have exhibit 80?
I mean, let's not shade the German Shepherd. There's another dog outside his fence.
87. Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
Where is this in relation to the home?
It's to the left of the home.
And did you get to walk this with Einstein?
I did.
And then if we could have exhibit 88. Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And where was this?
Similar area to the left of the home towards the back.
And then the final image I want to show you is exhibit 89. And where is this in relation to the home?
That's in the backyard as well, the gravel path that leads up to the back.
And now, sir, what, if anything, did you find?
We didn't find anything.
And how long did you...
Pause. It is day 3 of trial. We are on witness number 4, Patrick Reardon, the canine handler. And we have our first instance of what, if any. And I would offer that it is an appropriate use of the what, if any. But there's our first one, chat. We wouldn't even have a what, if any counter if it weren't for Lally. That was the appropriate use of what, if anything. We did get what, if anything a lot with Elaine, didn't we? and we got to what, if anything, is not a cure-all. We have what, if anything, trauma. That was an appropriate use of what, if anything. Continuing.
You do that area search with Einstein.
It was approximately 25, 30 minutes.
And did you go inside the fence where the dog was?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because the dog was there and it wouldn't have worked out.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross,
No questions.
the witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there we go with our first what, if any. So,
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Tom Mennio.
all right, we're on to witness number 5. I'm going to answer some questions while they're walking up. Kira asked, is it first degree or nothing? No, there will be lesser includeds, including the option for second degree. For first degree, though, it is life without parole. That's different when you get into other charges, but there will be lesser includeds with the jury instruction given. Cicely said it's my 50th birthday. Thanks,
You may
EDB, for
proceed.
streaming.
Thank
Happy
you, Your Honor.
birthday, and
Good morning.
Good morning.
happily serving it on
Could
jury
you
duty.
please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Thomas Mennio, Menino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed with JetBlue,
In what capacity?
corporate security manager out of Boston Logan Airport.
Thank you. And how long have you been employed by JetBlue as corporate security?
Just under 2 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
Security issues at the airport, keeper of the records.
And so as part of your job, you said you are keeper of the records,
Correct.
custodian of the records?
Correct.
Thank you. And does JetBlue Airlines keep records of customers flying on its planes in the normal course of business?
Yes, we do.
And how are your company's records kept?
Electronically.
When are entries made of those records?
As soon as someone purchases a reservation for an airline ticket, that's when we get the record.
Thank you. So as close to a transaction being made as possible?
Correct.
And why are records kept?
Just because we want to know who's flying on us, and if there's any issues with it.
apologize, Judge. I just can't hear the witness.
Okay, I'm just going to ask the witness, this is a really large courtroom. Lean right into that
sorry.
microphone in a big, bold voice.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. If you could just repeat that answer.
So just so we know who's flying on our airline and that we, just have a record for them.
Thank you. So are your records kept in good faith?
Yes, they are.
And do you have JetBlue records concerning reservations for December 25th of 2022 through January 30th of 2023 for passenger Anna Walsh with a date of birth of April 12th, 1983 that you have provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, I'd ask now that we enter in, which has already been previously marked as Exhibit 92.
9-2,
Which
9-2.
is,
presumably we're going to hear about what 90 and 91 are later.
Yes, we will, Your Honor.
All right, so 92
Okay.
are the records from JetBlue. They're marked and admitted into evidence.
Thank you very much. I'd also ask that they be published for the jury at this time electronically.
You may.
Do you have a copy of those, sir?
I don't have them with me.
I will bring them right up to you.
Thank you.
May I
again,
approach, Your Honor?
all of these witnesses
may.
are to establish that Anna did not get onto a flight from Boston the way the defendant said in his police interviews. And right before jury selection started, the defendant pled to lying to law enforcement and to disposing of her body. But prior to that, he had not. So this needed to be proven to the jury.
Mr. Mennio, are you familiar with those records?
I am.
Thank you very much. Looking at the reservation on
Well, who obtained these records? And I wonder why they didn't call the person who obtained the records. March 9th, 2023, trooper, former Michael Proctor, subpoena response. Well, that's why they called everybody in instead of calling in Trooper Proctor, trying to keep his hands out of it. But, oh boy. But there it is.
12/25/22. Could you go to that page, Ms. Gilman? Thank you.
So Proctor was helping write subpoenas for these records.
Where was there a reservation from?
This reservation was from DCA, which is Reagan National Airport, to Boston.
So, and the code for Boston?
BOS.
Thank you. And what time was that reservation for?
It was for 6:30 p.m.
And can you tell if Ms. Walsh took that flight?
No, that flight was refunded.
Okay, so you can tell that she did not take that flight, is that correct?
Correct.
And where do you see that flight was refunded?
Where it says STAT, S-A-T, S-T-A-T, it says R-F-N-D.
And what happened to that flight? Do you know, did that flight go that day?
That flight went, but that was refunded ticket.
Okay. And
So that
when
flight was
that
not
flight
canceled.
purchased?
Looks like it was issued on December 20th of 2022.
Going to the next record on 12/27. Did Ms. Walsh have a flight on 12/27/22?
Yes.
And where was, from where?
This flight was
Boston.
from Boston to Reagan National Airport,
And what time?
7:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
This flight here was booked through JetBlue when it was with the Northeast Alliance. That meant we were dealing with American Airlines. And so this was purchased for an American Airlines ticket. So we don't have record of if she took that flight or not.
And when was
That
that
makes sense.
flight purchased?
It was December 20th of 2022,
And where can you see that?
where it says issued.
That makes sense.
And looking at the next page, please. Did Ms. Walsh have a flight on 12/30/22?
And a
Yes, she
flight
did.
for January 3rd.
And from where to where?
That flight was from Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
That was at 6:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight on December 30th of 2022?
That ticket was used.
And when was that flight purchased?
December 20th of 2022.
And what's the difference, if you know, between created and issued?
Yeah. So it's created. That's when it was, the ticket was created, was that date, and it was issued. The ticket was issued on the second date. So yeah, that was created on November 5th of 2022.
And that it was issued?
Yes.
Okay. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just go back to that. Thank you. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. And was there a flight on January 3rd of 2023?
That's
That
correct.
Second line from
And from where to
Boston
where?
From Boston to
DCA.
Reagan.
And what time?
That would be at 6 a.m.
And was that flight used? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go down
It
now.
says used. It's
No,
in that line. It
says
said
it
used.
was no show. So it meant that the person did not show up for the flight.
What's the difference between refund and no show?
So refund is you can
Get your money back.
cancel your ticket prior to your flight and get your money back. No show means you just don't show up for the flight.
And you don't get your money back.
And looking at the next document, please.
The flight
Was
wasn't
there
canceled.
a flight reservation for January 13th
There
of 2023?
Yes.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston,
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Miss Walsh take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight as well.
And if you could go down, please. And where do you see that?
Right there, it says CMP2.
No show on both of those flights.
Hold on, just make sure I get the right one. The third, sorry, it's CMP1. It's the lower one.
Thank you.
Because there's two no shows.
And going back up,
The
when was
17th.
that?
Ms. Gilman, that's not the right page.
That was created on
Streaming is
November
dynamic.
5th of 2022.
Okay. And looking at 116, did Miss Walsh have a flight reservation for 116 of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
That was from Boston to Reagan,
And what time was that flight for?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight.
And when was that flight purchased?
On
November
up,
5th,
please.
I would guess.
November 5th, 2022.
She was-
And Ms. Gilman, could you go up in the record?
somebody
so we
was
can see that,
booking
please?
travel, whether it was her or someone who was booking for
Go
her.
up,
Somebody was
please.
booking travel altogether.
Thank you. And going to the next document, please.
It's showing under used as a no-show. I hope she asked, but it's showing under used as a no-show, I would imagine, because it's not being refunded because it wasn't canceled.
And looking at this document, did Ms. Walsh have a flight reservation for January 27th of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was this reservation from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston,
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walsh take that flight?
That was a no-show for that flight.
And when was that flight purchased?
That flight was purchased on November 5th, 2022.
And looking at the January 30th, 2022, did she have a flight reservation for that date?
She did.
And where was the reservation from?
Nobody went in and
Boston to Reagan International Airport,
And what time?
canceled it.
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
She did not. No show.
And when was that flight purchased?
On November 5th, 2022.
And the final page, please. And what is this document showing, Mr. Mennio?
These are just flights that we had scheduled for, it looks, December
All the possible
23rd,
flights?
2022, December 24th, 2022, December 25th, December 30th, 2022, and January 1st, 2023.
I mean, she
And
didn't.
so that,
she didn't skip the flights. These are all after she was killed. So, or after she passed. So she no-showed because she was deceased at this point. So these are all those January flights that were booked in November, and she didn't travel because she wasn't able to travel. So remember, because the victim has not been recovered in this case, no autopsy was performed, they need to show that she didn't just hop on a flight and leave of her own volition, that she is in fact deceased. So that is what they are showing here, that she didn't take those flights, that she wasn't traveling, and that in fact she never left her home again. The defense did not acquiesce to her being deceased until a week before this trial started. The argument from the defense has been all the way along that she was missing. So it was a change in opening statement from pretrial that the defense is now saying, at least per opening statement, that Anna Walsh died of natural causes and then he disposed of her. Prior to this, it was that she was still missing. So the prosecution was saying through these witnesses, she is not missing. So that's why we are going through some of this, even though we know based on opening statements, and the jury knows based on opening statements, that they are agreeing that she's dismissed.
Shows whether or not the flight went or was canceled.
Correct.
And those are only the JetBlue flights, correct?
That's correct.
This is also showing the canceled flights because there was some discussion in the police interviews by Brian Walsh, and it seems some frustration about her getting home for Christmas Eve or Christmas, and whether she missed a flight because she was working or whether the flight was canceled. And there was some back and forth about that in the police interviews. Bruised Violets asks, have you ever seen cases where someone is convicted in a no-body case? Yes. And the person turns out not to be dead? That I've never seen outside of the movies. But yes, I have seen people convicted in no body in cases where the body is not recovered.
Okay. So this would show the January,
Christmas Eve, there were no
December
cancellations.
25th of 22 flights, whether they flew or were canceled.
That's correct.
And then it looks like that first flight in the morning on Christmas, because remember, Brian Walsh said in his interview that she was working too late and missed her Christmas Eve flight and then drove and didn't get home till like 8:30 after 8:30 on Christmas Day. And there was some discussion that flight was canceled, and it looks like that first Christmas morning flight was canceled. And I think that's when she decided to drive home on Christmas Day and got home quite late after driving from Washington, D.C. area to Boston in the snow, I imagine, because I think that's why that flight got
Thank
canceled.
you very much.
Any cross-exam?
No questions, Judge.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to get to our next witness, and we're going to go through a lot of record-keeping witnesses here. So this will be witness number 5. Yeah, these are going to move pretty quickly because
And you
they
may proceed.
aren't challenging any of this.
Thank
so
you,
it's
Your
just
Honor.
keepers of records.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Gregory Lowrance, last name spelled L-O-W.
Ah, the confusion between Lawrence and Lowrance. Hello, Mr. Lowrance.
R-A-N.
I'm going to listen to how you pronounce that one more time.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Gregory Lowrance, last name spelled L-O-W-R-A-N-C-E.
And where do you work, sir?
The Cohasset Police Department
And how long have you worked there?
since 2018.
And what are your rank and responsibilities?
Are we on number 6?
Currently, I am a police officer assigned as a school resource officer to the elementary school in town.
And what were your
Oh, we are on witness
responsibilities
number
in
6.
January of 2023?
I was working as a patrol officer.
Where?
And what
Did he
shift
say
were you working on
Cohasset?
January 4th of 2023?
The 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift.
And how were you dressed for that shift?
Regular department uniform.
And where were you dispatched at approximately 11:44 a.m. on January 4th of 2023?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
Sir, can you keep your voice up, please?
I'm sorry.
Lean right into that microphone.
You can also move that a little closer to you, the microphone, if you want.
Yeah, move the mic, not the chair. Mic, not the chair.
Now, what was the purpose? What was your purpose of going to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
I believe it was for a well-being check.
And what did you do upon arrival to that residence?
I exited my cruiser and approached the side door of the residence.
And then what happened?
I was met by the resident of the house, Mr. Brian Walsh.
And where did you meet him?
I was on the door to the right of the main front door.
Okay. And what did he say, if anything, when you arrived?
He wanted to file a missing persons report for his wife.
What was his demeanor?
He was calm, collected.
And was this interaction that you had with him recorded?
It was not.
And did Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras at that time?
We did not.
Does Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras now?
We do not.
Okay.
And did he say why he wanted to report his wife missing?
He contacted her workplace and they had not heard from her, and he had not heard from her in a few days.
What did he tell you about the last time that he had seen her?
It was on January 1st, 2023.
What, if anything else, did he tell you?
That it was the morning between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Before she took a flight back to Washington, D.C. for work.
And did he tell you where she was taking a flight from?
Logan Airport.
And did he tell you how she got to Logan Airport?
She took an Uber from the residence.
And did he say what he had done to contact her?
He had tried to call and text her, and also was reaching out to friends and coworkers in the DC area.
And did he say whether or not this was typical behavior?
It was not.
What did he say about their typical behavior?
When she is away from the family for work, they usually FaceTime frequently, so he can FaceTime with their children.
Officer Lowrance, what did you next do in regard to Mr. Walsh's missing person report?
I returned to my cruiser to go into my cruiser bag and take out a blank NCIC missing persons report form to fill out.
And what is NCIC?
It is the National Crime Information Center, a national database used for law enforcement to get information out to surrounding agencies.
So what kind of information do you need for that?
Just basic biographical information, any personal appearance information, anything that will help locate a missing person.
And were you able to compile information for that form?
Yes.
And this point, Your Honor, I'd like to put into evidence what's been marked by agreement as Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
Okay.
Exhibit 93 is now in evidence, the NCIC form.
Thank you. And before I ask you a question about that, who gave you the information to fill out the form?
Brian Walsh.
Do you recognize Brian Walsh in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the record?
He's right there in a black suit, red tie.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
You may.
Thank
And
you.
I think what we'll probably see next is the prosecution said yesterday we were going to see the record keepers from Uber and Lyft. So I imagine we'll see that
What
next
did
too.
the defendant tell you was the name of his wife?
Anna Walsh.
And what did he say was her date of birth?
April 12th, 1983.
Where did he tell you she was born?
Belgrade.
What information did the defendant tell you about where Anna Walsh lived?
They owned a townhouse in Washington, D.C., which she stayed at when she was down there for work.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go down. And what did he say was the address?
5334 43rd Street, Northwest.
And did he give you the Washington, D.C. and the zip
Yes.
code?
Yes, ma'am.
And did
And
he
the
say what
car
her car
information.
was?
Yes.
And what was that?
A 2022 gray Volkswagen Taos.
And did he give you a physical description of her?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And what was that physical description that he gave you?
About 115 pounds in weight, 5'2" height, brown hair, brown eyes.
And did he provide you any information about her phone?
Yes, he supplied me with her cell phone number.
And well, why is the cell phone number important for you?
Then we can conduct a ping of the cell phone to determine its last known location.
And what number did the defendant give you did he also, besides her cell phone, did he also give you his cell phone number?
Yes, he did.
And what number did he give you?
617-939-8646.
And did the defendant tell you what airline Ms. Walsh was going to fly?
He said that she was flying JetBlue.
And why is that information important?
Then we can contact Logan Airport and determine if she boarded any flights for JetBlue that day.
And after obtaining the information from the NCIC form, where did you then go?
I then returned to the Cohasset Police Department.
And I should ask, did you go inside the house at that time?
I did not.
How long were you at the house?
Probably around 20 minutes.
And at some point, did you
he
go
was just
back
there to
to
take
the
a
house
report.
that night?
I did.
And why did you go back to the house that night?
I returned to the residence around 6:30 p.m. For a recorded interview with the, Sergeant Harrison Schmidt.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And that refreshes on when law enforcement first got there. It was
think so.
Any, cross?
11:44 a.m. was the first time law enforcement was there.
Before?
No, sir.
And you started working at Cohasset in 2018?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench? The witness may step down.
I wonder if they're going to ask how many more they have this morning, because I know they've still got witnesses based on what they said yesterday from Uber and Lyft. I'm going to zoom this a little bit and see where we get and whether or not we're going to get to the morning break, which might be what they're trying to decide.
10 seconds early to your morning break.
I think the court just said to the jury, we're going to start your morning break 10 seconds early.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks.
All right. I'm going to see if the lawyers put anything on the record when the jury leaves.
No, Your Honor.
Have a good break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Morning break. The lawyers have walked off. The defendant is standing there because he is not free to just roam around the courtroom. They will take him, either keep him in the courtroom or take him in cuffs to lock up to the side of the courtroom. There normally is an area where there's a lockup with a restroom and stuff like that. So he's removed from the courtroom. I don't know. It looks like other lawyers are in the courtroom if the court has other matters, but you can see how high those ceilings are. I imagine that courtroom can be echoey, and there's only fan version 2.0. We're going to zoom past the morning break real quick, but right now we are getting through a lot of the foundational witnesses. The witness from JetBlue showing when Anna took the last flight that she took on JetBlue, the flights that she did not take after her death on, presumably at this point, January 1st, 2023, showing the other flights she had booked and that she had booked a bunch of travel on November 5th through, it looks like, the end of the month in January, planning her work travel and her work commuting back and forth from Massachusetts to Washington, D.C. We were told yesterday that we are going to hear from Uber and Lyft on their records. We also saw from the U.S. Department of Customs when Anna had left and re-entered the country in November, and from the initial officer, Lowrance, who took the report from Brian Walsh at 11:44 a.m. the morning of January 4th that really started the missing person investigation. Remember, it was not Brian Walsh that called Cohasset Police. It was Anna Walsh's employers. But what I didn't know before this case was that it was Brian Walsh that initially contacted Anna Walsh's employers and asked if they had heard from her, or at least that's what it seems from the way that information has come out so far, that he contacted them and then they contacted law enforcement. So with that, we're going to zoom. Just Hearts NYC said, are they still searching for her? No, I think that they probably have a pretty good idea after they, it seems, discerned which dumpsters she had been put into. We're going to hear that later in the case, I'm sure. I heard some of that pre-trial, but once they determined that, I don't think they are optimistic that any further searching would be fruitful. So we'll hear about that more later in the case because her remains were not recovered. There was not an autopsy done, but it is acknowledged by the defense that Anna Walshe is deceased. And yes, before trial, the defendant did plead guilty to disposing of her body and to lying to law enforcement. So the real issue in this case is, can the prosecution prove that this was a first-degree premeditated murder and not that she, as the defense said in opening, was non-responsive when he went to get into bed and then he freaked out and dismembered and disposed of her. So we will see. We've got a few weeks of trial left for sure. So he's coming into the courtroom. I'm going to let this roll while I answer some of your questions and try to get through some of those before we get back to court. Let's see. Jammy Mama asked, I'm behind. How much time can he get for what he pled to? I think it's about 13 years total. I would need to double check my notes, but I think it's about 13 years total. And then he has some amount of time on that federal art fraud case. And that was not a significant amount of time either. I think because of that, the defense is really trying to focus on getting that first-degree murder into a second-degree murder where there is the possibility of parole. I think that is their goal here, though they, of course, will always ask for the acquittal. I think the focus and the hope is to get this out of that life without parole realm into the possibility of parole realm. The prosecution's calling their next witness after the morning break. We're back in court. Samantha in the chat said this man Googled anything and everything. So it is peculiar to not have any suspicious activity before the incident if it was premeditated. Fair. I would only offer that premeditation can happen in a moment. So if we are going to see text messages from January 1st, it might have been that there was planning weeks and months. It might have been that night it was like, no, we're done. But we don't know. And I'm not going to speculate on that. I'm very interested to hear more about those text messages between Anna and William F. the night or early morning of January 1st. Very interested. Bruised Violets asked if the defense requests lesser included, but the Commonwealth doesn't want them, can the judge decline to add them? If the defense requests it, I think they're going to get added by any court if the defense requests them. It becomes interesting when the prosecution requests them and the defense objects to them and what the court does.
You may
then.
proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Seth Fox.
And how do you spell your last name?
F-O-X.
Thank you.
I couldn't help myself.
Mr. Fox, what is your occupation?
I'm a subpoena compliance specialist with Lyft.
And there's Lyft.
And what is a subpoena compliance specialist?
My job is to intake and respond and review subpoenas that are served to Lyft by law enforcement.
And how long have you done that job?
I turn over the records.
2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Lyft?
Since 2018.
And what are your, as part of your specific responsibilities, are you a custodian of records for Lyft?
Yes.
And as such, what are your responsibilities as the custodian of records?
To collect, search for and collect records that we are subpoenaed for.
And when are entities made on business records at Lyft?
At the time they're created.
And why are they made?
For purposes of privacy and security and maintaining data.
She's going through the business records exception.
And are they made in the normal course of business?
Yes.
To admit the business
And are they
records.
made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Lyft?
A technology company that facilitates rideshare pairings between drivers and riders through our Lyft app.
So how does Lyft work?
If you're a rider, you would go in, you would first download the Lyft app and then input your information, name, phone number,
It's
payment
needed.
method. and then you can use the app to request a ride to whatever location you're going to. And it pairs you with the driver in your area.
Is Lyft a paid or free service?
Paid.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And have you previously supplied those records to us?
Yes.
And are these the records for the account information for Anna Walsh with a payment and profile for that user?
Yes.
And did Anna Walsh have an account with Lyft?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm now seeking to admit, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 94, the records of Lyft.
All right, the Lyft records for Anna Walsh are now in evidence as Exhibit 94.
So for this witness's job, he would
Thank you.
probably regularly fly around the country
May I approach the witness?
testifying about records. We saw this with the phone records, really notably in Murdaugh. It is very routine. Are these your records? What are they? What do they mean? What information? The keeper of the records, the keeper of the keys do this quite a lot.
I'm also going to ask, Your
Quite a
Honor,
lot.
if they could be published to the jury.
They may be.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could start with the account. Mr. Fox, when was this account created?
This was created on May 16th of 2022.
And what phone number was associated with the account?
And that's why they did the missing person report before they did these two accounts. The prosecution picked the witness order because these are records that are not being stipulated to. The flight records and the other airline records were stipulated to. These are not. That's why she went through the Foundation for Business Records and went through that foundation. And the reason they brought in Lowrance first is because Walshe provided Anna's phone number, and then it's connecting her to those accounts. So that's why they picked the order, so that they wouldn't have any foundational issues. It's well organized, and I appreciate it.
175997966.
And how is the phone number used with Lyft?
It is, the app is through your phone, so you have to download it to your phone, and that phone number is how you create rides or request rides.
And does Lyft keep other information about the account holder's phone?
We keep information such as the IP address at the time the account was created, the phone carrier, and the app version that was used, and the operating system on that phone.
And why is that?
For data purposes, for privacy security.
What kind of phone was used here?
It was a iPhone.
Does Lyft use dynamic pricing like Uber does, so that you get charged more based on the type of phone you have, the phone provider that you have, the level that your battery's at? I got some questions. Counsel, can we ask some questions? Emily's curious.
On 14.4.
And who was the carrier?
Verizon.
In addition to keeping that information, do you also keep payment method?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask you to go to the payment document.
There's some lawsuits over it we're going to get into.
Can you tell me about the payment method in
Uber's
these
pricing.
records?
It was a Visa card, last four digits, 5421.
Oh, y'all, there's a couple lawsuits over the dynamic pricing with Uber specifically, and the fact that they will use algorithms to increase the price the lower the battery on the phone is, because you're more desperate to get your ride if your phone's about to die. So we will talk about those lawsuits later. These are allegations in a lawsuit. Do I know that it happens? I don't know. These are allegations in a lawsuit, which is why I want her to ask him, because I'm very curious. I'm very curious. So it's a lawsuit that's been on my radar that I want to cover, and we just haven't had time to cover. So it's an allegation. So we will see.
And finally, sir,
But that's the allegation.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to the cover, were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023 that were used by this rider?
No.
And that's the point of this
Thank you.
witness. Any rides?
Any cross? The witness may step down. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So no, she did not get a lift from her house and go to the airport. I might have to expedite the Uber lawsuit into
Commonwealth may call
the
its next
podcast
witness.
sooner.
The Commonwealth calls Alyssa Wimmer.
I imagine this is probably the Uber custodian of records for witness number 8. So there's a lot of growing dynamic pricing lawsuits, not just with Uber, with grocery stores and other things. There's a lot of dynamic pricing lawsuits. It is going to be a growing area of law, especially as some retail locations start going to digital price flags on the shelves, and whether or not we will see pricing removed from shelves and dynamic pricing at checkout. There's a whole area of law that is opening up about dynamic pricing and what dynamic pricing looks like in a world where two people could grab the same bottle of water and get charged different things based on algorithms at the store. It's a whole thing. Obviously, you guys want to talk about it. All right. We will talk about it. You guys are like, yes, fascinated. Perfect. I will expedite this into our podcast while we're covering this case.
Right this way.
All right, witness number 8.
Step right up. No, no, just step right up. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Alyssa Wimmer, Wimmer.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I work for Uber Technologies.
And what is your title?
I am one of their regional public safety liaisons.
And always in the same position?
Yes.
And what are your
Skip just a
specific
little.
responsibilities?
Excuse me, I think that was me.
My job is to assist law enforcement within my region, which includes the Northeast United States, with complex or critical safety incidents that have some sort of a nexus to the Uber platform.
And as part of
Well,
your
that's a whole
job, have you
different
been
rabbit hole,
designated
ma'am.
as a custodian of records?
Yes.
As such, what are your responsibilities?
I am able to look at requests that law enforcement put through our portal for Uber, locate data that they are requesting, and then produce that data to law enforcement.
And when are entries made on business records at Uber Technologies?
At the time of the event or shortly thereafter.
And why are they made?
In order to maintain our regular course of business.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Uber Technologies?
So we're more commonly known as Uber. We are a technology company that facilitates various transportation and delivery services under our platform. So we're probably most commonly known for our rideshare feature, which allows a user to access the Uber application, request a trip.
Y'all might be better known now for Eats, honestly.
With a pickup location and a drop-off location, and then Uber will match that person with the driver, and the driver will transport the individual from point A to point B.
Is Uber a pay or free service?
A paid service.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And did you provide those records previously?
Uber did, yes.
And were those records for account information for 617-599-7966?
Laid the groundwork for
Yes.
business
And did
records.
Uber have an account for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And you have seen those records?
Yes.
That's Anna's account.
Your Honor, I'd ask at this time Those were provided digitally.
Correct.
I'd ask at this time that the records, which have been marked on a thumb drive as Exhibit 95, previously marked, be the next exhibit.
And that's agreed to? The Uber records for the phone number recited are now in evidence as Exhibit 95.
And the reason they
Thank
did
you.
the business
And I
records
ask
is
that
because
they
these
be
weren't
published
stipulated
both for the
to.
witness and the jury.
You may do that.
So those
Thank
have
you.
all been
I'd
marked
ask
into
that we
evidence.
start with response page 2.
All of you were like, let's
So
cover
why
all the
are,
dynamic pricing lawsuits are going to become its own like food court segment based on interest. I'm here for it, you guys. I'm fascinated by it too.
why are records based
Slash
on a phone
horrified
number
and
for
angry.
Uber?
Uber does not require individuals to provide legal verification of their identity. So a user can choose whatever display name they want on their account, but we do verify phone number and or email address. So when law enforcement is requesting data from us.
At some point, I wonder if both Uber drivers and riders would push for accounts being required to be verified for safety of everyone involved. You have the option to verify, but I wonder if it will become required.
We often require a phone number or an email address in order to locate the account.
And what name was associated with this account?
Anna Walshe.
And what email is associated with this account?
It's ANCILI83@yahoo.com.
And was there also a date of birth at the bottom?
So that date of birth was provided by law enforcement to Uber and as an identifier in order to search for those records. And that date of birth was April 12th of 1983.
And were there going to the next attachment to the response, please?
I wish we
Were
could see
there
this
any
doc.
rides between December 30th
love
of
to see it.
2022 and January 8th of 2023?
There were 2 trips taken from that account on December 30th of 2022.
And they were, can you tell us where those were?
Well, columns G and H will tell you where the rider said they wanted to be picked up in GPS coordinates. Columns I and J will tell you where the rider was actually picked up. Columns K and L will tell you where the rider wanted to be dropped off. And columns M and N will tell you where the rider was actually dropped off.
And those are longitude and latitude?
Correct.
And those are GPS coordinates, like if you put into Google Maps or something like that?
Correct.
And can you tell from this about payment method?
Yes. Columns O and P and Q contain information about the credit card that was used to pay for these 2 rides. Column O is going to be the first 6 digits on that credit card number. Column P is going to be the last 4 digits of that credit card number. And then column Q is the expiration date for the credit card.
And can you tell us what columns R, S, and T are?
Yes. Column R is how
That
much
was
the
loud in
trip
the courtroom.
costs in United States currency. Column S is the distance of the trip in miles. And column T is going to be the duration of the trip in minutes.
Were any other rides taken besides these 2 rides?
Between the dates that you indicated?
Exactly.
No.
Were any other accounts registered with Uber connected to that phone number, credit card, or email?
I believe there was another account linked to that phone number, but there was no activity on it at all.
And going back to response page 2.
I've totally done that. Where you accidentally open more than one account because you just are like, wait, what email did I use? Yeah.
Where do you see that? Is that somewhere there?
No.
I hate it when we can't see the exhibits. Because everybody's staring at something and we're all just like, excuse me.
I believe this request was also related to information about trips that were
We're here
taken.
too.
And this account had trips on it. Whereas I believe there was another account linked to this phone number that was never used, never had any trips on it at all. And
So there
therefore
were
was
no,
not
so there were no trips for that date,
Correct.
for those dates.
correct.
So no information was supplied.
Correct.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Cross,
Cross, Judge.
witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's the end of that witness. All right. That was witness number 8.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you,
Again,
Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Michael Kenyon.
Anna Walsh did not take an Uber after December 30th. So these are, again, closing all of those doors and making sure that the jury is well aware that there was no other way that she was traveling. Today has just been wild. Thank you, mods. You guys are awesome. Today's been much. So appreciate it.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
I don't know if everyone
I'm
did
very
their
good, sir.
Spotify Wrapped, but we'll
But
talk
my
about
first
Spotify
question
Wrapped
to
in a
you
bit.
is, what's your name?
Michael Kenyon, Swampscott Police Department.
And can you spell your last name for us?
Yeah, Kenyon.
And sir, you said Swampscott Police Department. What is your rank there?
I'm an officer
And how long have you been an officer of how long have you been with the Swampscott Police Department?
since 2020.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes.
What time do you think you might have got to dispatch to 330 Paradise Road?
Sometime right around 3 o'clock.
Can you describe 330 Paradise Road for us in Swampscott?
It's an apartment complex on Paradise Road in Swampscott.
And why were you there?
I have been advised by my OIC to go up there and assist some police agencies.
And
I'm
so
interested
what,
about this
Please.
search.
Just lean right into that
Oh, yeah,
microphone
okay.
and keep your voice up.
Okay.
Thank you.
if you pull it right to you, make it, there you
There you
go. So when you got there, what did you see?
Multiple police agencies. There were Mass State Police CPAC unit was there, mass crime scene, and some representatives from Swampscott CID were there.
And were they near any areas in particular at 330 Paradise Road?
So
Yes.
crime
What?
scene
They were near
teams.
the trash compactor and the dumpster.
At this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been previously stipulated to as Exhibits 90 and 91, photographs from 330 Paradise Road.
As agreed, they're now in evidence as 90 and 91.
Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6436, which is Exhibit 90? Sir, do you see that?
Yes.
Is that one of the two dumpsters or compactors you had the opportunity to be near at 330 Paradise Road that day?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 91, HAS 6469? And sir, do you see this object?
It's a big compactor.
Is that what's this compared to the other receptacle you saw?
This is a trash compactor.
And so you get there, you see all these officers and you see these two objects. What happens next?
The trash compactor and the dumpster are secured on flatbeds.
Okay. And so then what do you do?
Just advised that I was going to lead a caravan from our location to another location.
And so where was the other location you were going to go to?
It was at the time it was JRM, but it's the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
Okay. Now, so what do? You've got this location in Peabody.
This is the one that they dumped. For those of you that did not see court yesterday, we saw two, I think, photos of the search. These were dumped, and then they searched bag by bag this dumpster and compactor, and these are where they found her boots, jacket, etc. So they took all of these out, transported them, and then in a big warehouse went bag by bag to search these locations.
What happens next?
So I lead the caravan from 330 Paradise Road in Swampscott to the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody. Upon arrival, I blocked traffic on Forest Street and allowed the caravan to enter the JRM or the Republic Trash Plant.
And you say the caravan, what was in the caravan?
Caravan was me leading, the trash compactor and the dumpster on flatbeds behind me. And then
So sad.
multiple police cruisers being the state or crime scene, and then some Swampscott police unmarked.
And after those cruisers and the dumpster and the compactor went up to the trash spot, what did you do?
Secured the gate and went back to Swampscott to work my shift.
Secured the crime scene so nobody else could come in. Well, not the crime scene. Secured the search location so nobody else could come in and then left.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross?
Just one.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
No, I just have one
He
question.
said
Oh, I'm
just
sorry.
one.
Oh, that's my fault. With regards to the exhibit 91, that trash compactor, do you have any knowledge of whether that had trash in it?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Wait.
Redirect.
Wait. Counsel, do you have any knowledge of whether that compactor had trash in it? No. Does that mean no, there was no trash, or no, he has no knowledge? Damn it.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
I was trying to move my closed captioning on the wrong screen.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Sergeant Amy Waterman.
Cat Johns asked, why is that relevant? It is foundation because they did the search of those. He was the one who secured them. And I think, I would guess after the Karen Reed case that they are going to want to bring in everyone who handled things to show that they were secured, they were handled properly, etc.
This way. Just watch your stuff for me.
Cross left that ambiguous.
And you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Amy Waterman, Waterman.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how were you employed in January of 2023?
I was a trooper assigned to the Massachusetts State Police.
In what unit?
The Violent Fugitive Apprehension Section, which falls under the Division of Investigative Services.
And did you go to 5334 43rd Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. on January 7th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
and
to the
who did you
apartment.
go to that location with?
Lieutenant Michael Lopes from the Cohasset Police Department.
And do you remember approximately what time you went there on the 7th of January?
Yeah, it was approximately 11:40 a.m.
And whose home was that?
That was the home of Anna Walsh.
And did you know Anna Walsh?
No, I did not.
And why were you at her home?
We had been sent down to D.C. to search her residence there in regards to a missing person case.
Chat, what was the date
Can
on
you
this?
please describe that home?
I missed it.
It was a 3-story brick corner unit. I would call it like a townhouse, brick townhouse.
17. Thank you, chat.
And was there
I didn't catch it.
any security or ring doorbells or anything like that when you got to that home?
No.
Bay.
And how did you enter the home?
The basement level was a garage, and Lieutenant Lopes was in possession of a key, the key code combination for the door.
Oh,
To
but
the
the
garage.
door from the
Correct.
garage to the home was locked, right?
And so did you go into the garage?
Yes.
And what observations were made of the garage?
There was several boxes of miscellaneous items, which there was some carpets that were rolled up. There was things you would find in a garage, like a wet vac. No vehicles were found. It was pretty neatly organized.
And were there any other rooms attached to the garage?
There was, through the door, there was a
She might not have
smaller
needed a car in DC.
room. I would call it an exercise room. There was a treadmill, a chair, and a couple other items, like a weight bench.
So besides that garage level, what did you do next?
We opened, there was an interior door that led to a stairwell that went up to the actual apartment of the townhouse.
And were you able to get through that door?
Yes.
And did you need an additional key or code
they
or
had a
anything
key.
to get through that?
No.
Oh, it was not locked?
So how did you get?
Who unlocked it? Because the last witness testified the door between the garage and the stairwell was locked, or the garage in the house was locked. So somebody must have unlocked it. Now I'm just curious as to who.
Through that, was it unlocked for you? Or if you know,
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And so where did you then go?
We went up a set of stairs that led to what I would call the first floor of the townhouse. It was three residential floors. So we went up to the first floor.
And can you describe that first floor, please, for the jury?
Yes, it was a main kitchen area. There was a restroom in that area, as well as like a living area, like a seating area.
Okay. And what was the condition of the kitchen?
It was very neat and tidy. Nothing really out of place.
Did you look around?
We did.
Was there anything in the fridge?
Yeah, there was some, I don't remember exactly, but there was some food items in the fridge.
And what did you see in the rest of the area of that main floor, you said?
Again, it was neatly put together. There was some miscellaneous personal items that you would typically find in a kitchen or a living area, furniture.
Did you find a duffel bag?
So it was furnished?
Correct.
And so after looking at that
I'm just curious
kitchen
now,
floor, what
the
did you do
defendant talked about it
next?
so much.
Once we took a look at that floor, we went up, ascended up the stairs to the second floor.
And when you say we, you're talking about?
Yes, Lieutenant Lopes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was anyone else with you besides?
No, it was just the two of us.
Okay. So after you finished looking at the kitchen, you said you went up to the next floor?
Correct.
And what was on, and how did you get to the next floor?
We took the stairs up, and there was another interior door that opened up into a larger area.
And what did you see there?
I would describe it as the primary bedroom. Essentially, the whole floor was one big bedroom. There was, off to the left, there was maybe described as like an office area. There was a desk and just a couple sitting chairs. That was to the left as you went in. To the right was the bed, and there was a walk-in closet. And right before the walk-in closet, there was a door to the left, which was a bathroom.
Did you make any observations of the bed?
The bed was made. There was a couple female clothing items that were on the bed.
Did you make any observations of the closet?
The closet was full of clothing, shoes, sunglasses, handbags, miscellaneous things.
Did you make any observations of men's clothing in the closet?
Yes, there was some men's clothing.
And what about the bathroom? Can you describe the bathroom?
Like the rest of the house, it was neat and tidy. There were personal items such as hair products and toothbrushes and soaps and things like that.
Was there another floor?
Yes, there was a third floor.
And how did you get to that floor?
We ascended up the stairs.
And what was on the third floor?
The third floor consisted of another restroom, another bathroom, and there were three smaller bedrooms.
And what observations did you make of the three smaller bedrooms?
They appeared to be rooms for children. All contained kids' furniture, all very nicely kept and neat. There were various toys and clothing that would tell us that it belonged to the children.
Right, because she wanted her family
And how were the beds in those rooms?
to be in DC.
And what size were those beds, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I mean, it was clear
What
they
was
were
the
kids'
general
rooms.
condition of the home?
Neat.
Again, very neat and tidy, well organized.
And in general, did you find any paperwork or anything in the home?
We did.
And where was that generally found?
Mostly in the kitchen.
They would have looked for mail.
And did you find on a wall?
They would look for mail and other paperwork, utilities, stuff like that has her name on it. They would have looked for that. Holly asked, did he ever say why they didn't just move there? Yes, because he was not allowed to leave Massachusetts because he had the federal fraud case that he had not resolved yet. He had pled to it, but he hadn't been sentenced. So he could not leave Massachusetts at that time.
Walshe in the home?
No, we did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross exam.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You've used the word neat many times
Correct.
because that's the way the townhouse
Yes.
was well organized.
Correct.
So you said that you found.
We're on cross.
Yes, sir.
Surprising to me that Tipton's hard to hear.
So what was the question? Oh, primarily in the kitchen. Yes.
Where in the kitchen? Like,
I don't remember exactly. I believe it was there was a countertop with some shelves underneath it. I believe that's where it was found.
okay, did you, you mentioned what, I thought I heard you say, you mentioned something like a study or a desk or something in one of the, in the.
Yes, in the primary
There was
bedroom,
an
there was
office.
a desk.
And did you go through the drawers looking for other documents?
I don't recall if we did or not.
So when you left, did you take all the documents that you've found that you thought were significant?
We took some, yes.
Okay. And how did you know what kind of documents to look for, the significance of them?
Based on the address, personal documents for travel was kind of what we were looking for.
Okay. And you said that you
They were
saw
looking
some
to
men's
connect
clothes?
her to the home and prove it was
Yes.
hers.
And they were in the closet?
Yes.
There were no other men's clothes anywhere else that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Okay.
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving on.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Your Honor, before we call, could we approach?
Sure.
I wonder if they're approaching for scheduling, but we'll see. We've got some questions. A number of you are talking about getting your Spotify Wrapped today. So for those of you that are Spotify listeners, Spotify Wrapped is out. It seems that YouTube is rolling out a Wrapped this year. I know not all channels have them, but when you do, if you see me in it, tag me on social. I'd love to see
Next
them.
witness.
I haven't seen mine yet. It hasn't populated on my channels, but it's gonna be all court. It's all gonna be court.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Peter Capozzoli.
I didn't realize I had accidentally moved my monitor feed a little bit. Sorry about that, chat. I was trying to move something. I think I accidentally moved that. It's not helpful. It's a very Wednesday. Jenna asked earlier, why is the prosecutor asking if the documents are made in good faith? It's going to be the bullet points for the Foundation for Business Records. And there's literally points where you have to ask. Each jurisdiction words it a little differently, but...
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon,
It's to lay the foundation to admit them as business records.
sir.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
Sir,
sir.
I'm going to ask you if you pull that microphone closer to you because it's going to amplify your voice and everyone will be able to hear you. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Peter Capozzoli, Capozzoli.
And sir, by the way, that is perfect as far as the volume.
Hello, Mr. Capozzoli.
Are you familiar with Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
What is Cohasset Imports?
It's a used car dealership, sales and service.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm the owner.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what was entered in today as Exhibit 84? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Sir, I'm showing you it's been previously marked as Exhibit 84. Do you see at the bottom where it says Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
Now, sir,
he's like, that's my business.
Where is your home in relation to Cohasset Imports?
Do we need to know?
To the right up the driveway.
I guess we do.
And sir, are you familiar with 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
I guess
Yes.
that's why we need
How
to
are you
know.
familiar with it?
I own it
And how long have you owned it?
since September 2019.
Wait, are you the landlord as well? Wait.
And do you see 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in relation to this photograph that has Cohasset Imports on it?
Yes, I do.
Do you know
And
what
can you
happened to
point
the
it out for us,
ceiling?
sir?
Right there?
In the middle, sir?
Right here?
I can't see where your finger is.
In the middle, yes.
All right, thank you, sir. Now, sir, is that your primary residence, 516?
No,
What do you do with that property?
I rent it.
And
Oh,
so, sir, are you familiar with the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with the Walshe family?
They were the last tenants that we rented to.
oh.
And now, when did you begin renting to the Walshe family?
Oh, I have so many questions. All right, everybody. Welcome back. We've got the landlord for the victim and defendant's home on the stand. That's interesting. Okay. Well, let's chat.
I believe it was March of 22.
And what was the initial terms of the lease?
The first 6 months, I took less per month, I believe $4,800 a month to have them pay up front.
Yes, sir.
That was something they wanted.
Okay. And so, how many months was the lease for?
The first one was 6 months.
And did you ever have to have another lease with them?
Yes.
And when was that?
So we extended it for the full $5,000 per month for another 6 months, I believe.
Now, during the course of the Walshe family at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, how many times did you have the opportunity to see Anna Walshe?
3 or 4 times.
And how many times would you have the opportunities to see Brian Walshe?
He brought the check every month, so I would see him each month once and then maybe another 5 or 6 times in between that.
Now, sir, do you see Mr. Walshe here today?
Yes.
Could you identify him with some article of clothing he may be wearing?
A tie with a black jacket.
They've done their
Your Honor,
IDs
the record may
so
reflect
well.
that the witnesses identify the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, sir, as far as any kind of fixes to the property or anything like that, who would perform repairs to the property?
I did.
How often did you have to do that?
Just 3 or 4 times.
What type of things would you have to fix?
The first time was a dripping faucet. I went in, figured the problem, went back, ordered some parts, got the parts, came back and fixed it.
I got the pots.
And besides a leaky
I love
faucet,
it.
anything else that you had to fix?
One time there was a loose hinge on a hutch in the kitchen, and I came in on a Sunday morning and worked on that and corrected that.
Was anyone home when you fixed the hitch?
Yes.
Who was home?
Anna was home and the 3 boys.
Now, besides making those 2 repairs, any other significant repairs to the home?
Yes, one other one. In the middle of July, the AC stopped working.
That's a bummer.
So I went over at night, looked at it for a few hours, checked everything I could, knew what I had, knew what I didn't have. So then I had an electrician come in the morning. He showed up, I think, at 8 o'clock.
Tell me about this.
And he had, after 5 minutes, he said, "Where's the shutoff switch for for the heater AC unit. I said I didn't know it was upstairs. So it was upstairs in the entryway coming in the side door, and the switch had been flipped off. That's why the AC didn't work.
All right, so pretty basic fixes.
Yes.
Now,
oops,
sir, and as far as the basement of the house, when you rented it, what was in the basement?
Just a few small things and a dehumidifier, maybe a small table, and 2 refrigerators that were not hooked up.
Now, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just take down that exhibit, thank you. In late December of 2022, what did you do as far as going away on a vacation?
I went to the Caribbean over New Year's.
And during that time, did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes.
When?
I believe it was Thursday of the week that I was there, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the late afternoon time frame.
And can you tell us about the conversation? What was the conversation you had with Mr. Walsh in this
trying
phone
to
call?
fix my feed
Yes.
a little bit.
So he had asked me if I
Still
had
moved.
security on my building.
Sorry, y'all.
And I said, no, not at this time. We were still in the building process. And so I said, why? And he said, well, my wife is missing. She took an Uber this morning, or was supposed to take an Uber this morning to go to DC for work.
Mess with it later.
And
I'm going to back this up
take
because
an Uber.
I want to hear this, and I was trying to figure out why my feed had shifted. Apologies for the ADHD. All right. He was on vacation in the Caribbean and got a call.
Late December of 2022, what did you do as far as going away on a vacation?
I went to the Caribbean over New Year's.
And during that time, did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes.
When?
I believe it was Thursday of the week that I was there, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the late afternoon time frame.
And can you tell us about the conversation? What was the conversation you had with Mr. Walsh in this phone call?
Yes. So he had asked me if I had security on my building. And I said, no, not at this time. We were still in the building process. And so I said, why? And he said, well, my wife is missing. She took an Uber this morning, or was supposed to take an Uber this morning to go to DC for work.
So asking about cameras?
We haven't found her, and she didn't show up in DC.
Did he tell you what time she left?
I think in the 4 to 5 range in the morning.
Now, and you said that your building was under construction. What building was being worked on?
Cohasset Imports.
And did you tell him about any other places that might have cameras?
Yes. So next door, north of me, there's a home, and I thought he might have security. So I mentioned the name and said you could check with him.
Now, sir, on the lease you had with the Walsh family, are you familiar with that lease?
Yes.
One moment. Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
I'm curious what else they're going to ask. I appreciate
Mr. Capozzoli,
we have no cameras.
You recognize it?
That had no cameras. This is the lease.
Yes, that's the lease.
And Your Honor, I'd seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
He's like, that's the lease.
I think the next one is 96. The lease for 516 Chief Justice Highway is in evidence as Exhibit 96.
That's the lease for the home.
Directing your attention to page 4 under tenant. Can you state who the tenant is of the lease in the
That's why
address
it's in.
affixed to that?
Yes,
It's right at the
Diana
mom,
Walsh.
right? Yep.
And the address is 330 Paradise Road, apartment 1320 in Swampscott, Mass.
So Diana Walsh, defendant's mother, is the tenant on the home, and her address is listed as where, everybody? Swampscott. Where'd they get that dumpster from? Oh, right. Same address. That's why they brought in the witness to talk about recovering the dumpster before this witness to talk about the mother's address, because the mom is the tenant and the 330 Paradise Road Swampscott is what we were just talking about with the dumpster. Interesting.
And counsel, here I am. Approach one more time.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Capozzoli, I'm handing you a photograph. Sir, do you recognize the room of the photographs taken in?
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Well, I think it's Anna.
Okay. And the room, is it?
It's interesting because didn't Brian say, oh, I had to visit my mom for like an hour or whatever, and got lost going to visit her? Mm-hmm.
Fair and accurate depiction of the room that you recognize.
Yes.
And what room is it that you recognize?
It's the living room or den. Yep.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? Photo is now in evidence as Exhibit 97.
Your Honor, if the Commonwealth may publish briefly.
Yes?
Thank you. Ms. Gillen, can we have still 3? Mr. Capozzoli, how do you recognize this as the living room?
So when you walk in the front door, it's the room.
That's the image that they wanted cropped, I believe, earlier in the day. That looks like an image from Instagram or TikTok or whatever, like a story image. And they are using this witness to identify the location. I imagine we're going to get back to this rug later because that's what the prosecution wanted to show based on the conversation earlier today in court. And then they cropped the photo, it sounds, or they cropped the image because it was a video, the screen cap in half so that the children or child that was in this wasn't shown. For those of you that are saying, wait, I'm confused. The mother of the defendant is listed as the tenant renter, even though Anna and Brian were living there. And this is a screen cap of a video from social, but it was a video of her playing with her kids. So the defense objected to that. The court agreed. And so instead of playing the video of the victim playing with her children, they took a screen cap because the point is they want to show this particular rug in the like living room area of the home. And they want a witness to be able to tie that back to this being the home. So they're having the landlord do that.
To the left.
So he's
it's
saying
the
this
only
is
room
the
that
living
had
room.
a rug. It's the only room downstairs that has a fireplace.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. And Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes?
So they are using him for the ID and for the address of the mom. Good use of witness for the prosecution.
Now, sir, I neglected to ask you this. When you rented the home to the Walsh family, was it furnished?
Yes, partially furnished, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. And on to Cross.
Cross?
Sorry, Judge.
Sorry, I was in my typing mode. Go right ahead.
Hello.
I'm in note mode, Your Honor. I get it.
Property in Cohasset, and one of the rooms we're talking about was the basement.
Yes,
Am I correct that the basement wasn't furnished?
correct.
It wasn't properly heated?
No heat, just for what comes from the boiler, right?
Okay. And there wasn't a washer and dryer down there?
No,
There wasn't a playroom for kids?
no,
There wasn't a rug, it was just a cement floor?
yes,
And the basement not only had access to the house, but it also would have had access to get outside of the house? Like
Ye-
bulkhead?
a walk-through door, a regular door, yes.
The defense attorneys are just like, we're just going to move it. But in cross, it does keep the jury's eyes on you.
Okay.
But
You had also
Makes it harder to
mentioned,
hear. There
I
we go.
believe, Mr. Connor introduced the lease, and that lease was in Diana Walsh's name?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, that was Mr. Walsh's mother?
yes,
And the first 6 months of the lease, that was paid in full
yes,
by Mrs. Walsh, Mrs. Diana Walsh?
yes.
And were you looking to, was your intention to rent that property in smaller increments? Or that's just what came to you with the Walsh at that time?
That's what came to me.
Okay. And in speaking to the Walshes, it was your understanding that the reason they were looking for short-term housing was because the family was planning to relocate to Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And after the 6 months, they approached you.
which makes sense if they were looking for a furnished place because they were planning on moving to DC. That makes sense.
To extend the lease, right?
Yes.
And what month was that, if you remember?
August or September, something in that.
2022?
Yes.
And when they first came to you to extend the lease, they only wanted to extend it for 3 months.
Yes,
And that was because their trip to DC was impending, was coming up.
yes,
That's hearsay, but
And your understanding was that when Mr. and Mrs. Walsh and their 3 young children went to DC, that Diana Walsh might move in and take over.
yes,
And it sounds like you didn't want to do such a short lease, so you agreed to do 6 months.
yes,
And during those 6 months, you mentioned that Mr. Walsh would bring you the rent check, right?
yes,
But the rent was being still paid by Diana Walsh, his mother.
correct, yes,
And that was $5,000 a month?
yes,
Okay. You had
Okay.
mentioned that you had done a couple repairs to the property as a landlord.
yes,
And one of the things that you mentioned is there was a leaky faucet.
yes.
And something like a leaky faucet, is that something that the Walshes would be financially responsible to fix?
No,
Because that's just normal wear and tear of the home.
yes,
And I think the second thing you said was there a hinge on a hutch that was loose?
yes.
And that was something that you could just go over with a screwdriver?
I had to replace the hinge.
Okay.
Mhm.
And is that something that was normal wear and tear, or did the Walshes damage that and they would have to pay for it?
Probably wear and tear, but it could have opened too far and broke the hinge, not sure.
Okay.
Yep.
In the lease.
he's like, I
or
got a
your
screwdriver. It's
understanding,
fine.
Would there be some damage that the Walshes could have done to the home that they would have to be financially responsible for?
Yes,
So
Well, I'm going to have to add him suing Diana Walsh to the docket because I haven't gone through it, but he is suing Diana Walsh. That we might have to do that on the podcast this week. Oh, I'm going to have to put it up to a vote for the members later tonight. We might have to do that this week because he is suing Diana Walsh and I am not caught up on that case. I grabbed the docket and that's about it. All of you are like, immediately, yes. Yes. All right. That might be Monday's episode. All right. So you guys are like suing for what? I don't know. I grabbed the lawsuit. It's a civil lawsuit over the property, but I don't have any more.
for example, if a large hole in the ceiling happened during their tenancy, you wouldn't run over there and get up on a ladder and drywall the ceiling and fix a hole yourself.
no, I wouldn't.
I want to hear more about the
That would
ceiling
be
hole.
Something that isn't regular wear and tear, right?
I would say that's not regular wear and tear, no.
Okay, so that would be something that the
I was talking. I'm backing up. I want to hear about the ceiling.
home that they would have to be financially responsible for.
Yes,
So, for example, if a large hole in the ceiling happened during their tenancy. You wouldn't run over there and get up on a ladder and drywall the ceiling and fix a hole yourself.
No, I wouldn't.
No.
And that would be something that isn't regular wear and tear, right?
I would say that's not regular wear and tear. No.
Okay.
I mean, unless
So
it
that
comes from
would
a
be something
flood.
that the Walshes would be responsible for paying for and covering.
Sure. If they actually did it, if it wasn't something that the house had control over, yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned that other than the rent check, that you would see Mr. Walsh, when you say 5 or 6 times, do you mean 5 or 6 times a month, or do you mean 5 or 6 times over the course of the lease?
Over the course of the lease, yep.
And would you ever see him with any of his 3 little boys?
No, not outside the house, no.
Okay.
Counsel, I would tread real carefully asking about the defendant and how he was interacting with his children after you made the prosecution crop a photo and not play a video of Anna with her children. I'd be real careful on that one.
And you said you saw Anna Walsh on a couple of occasions?
Yes.
And that was with Mr. Walsh or by herself and the boys?
By herself.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
With the boys, I'm sorry. By herself
Okay.
with the boys.
By
Yeah.
herself with the boys.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any
And they moved on?
redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next witness. The landlord was interesting. We're going to have
The
more to talk
Commonwealth may
about
call
that.
its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth will call Mark Selvaggi.
We learned some T on A, how much the rent was, and B, that Brian Walsh's mother was paying all the rent, and C, I think helpful for the defense that it was a 6-month rental because they were planning to move to DC, and then it was asking for a 3-month rental because they wanted to move to DC. I think that's helpful. Carrie asks, why do they have to ask to approach the witness? Because it is part of court etiquette that if you are going to be wandering into the well, you let the court know that you are approaching. And in some courts, the bailiffs get real feisty if you're in the well. So in some courts, it's also a security issue. But it is court etiquette that you are approaching the witness for a thing. You can't just like willy-nilly go walking all over the place. Where that tradition started, I do not know.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Mark Selvaggi. It's Selvaggi.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I sell life insurance.
And are you affiliated with any life insurance company?
Life insurance, you say?
Yes.
Which one?
New York Life.
How long have you been selling life insurance?
A little over 10 years.
And in that 10 years, have you always been affiliated with New York Life?
Yes.
Now, sir, who is Nancy McClune?
She's a colleague of mine.
And what is her responsibilities within your office?
She fills out our applications, does our underwriting requirements, traffics the cases through underwriting.
And where is your office located?
1050 Hingham Street, Rockland, Mass.
And besides Ms. McClune, who else is in the office?
Half a dozen other agents.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities in the office?
Speak with clients, talk to them about life insurance, protection.
So there's some clients I'd like to ask you about are Brian and Anna Walsh.
Life insurance.
Are you familiar with Anna Walsh?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with Anna Walsh?
I was introduced to her through Brian.
Okay. And how did you become familiar with Brian Walsh?
Brian came to me as a client that was a lead that was solicited, and I reached out to him. It was a local address and asked him, he was looking for life insurance.
When did this occur?
I believe in July of 2021.
And when did you get introduced to Anna Walsh?
I don't remember specifically. It was during COVID, so it might have been happenstance during a Zoom conversation.
Okay.
But if you met Brian in July
were you ever able
2021,
to sell Anna Walsh any insurance policies?
wouldn't you have met him sooner?
What did you sell her for insurance policies?
I sold her 2 life insurance policies. I sold.
Okay. So let's talk about the 2 life insurance policies. Sir, what were you able to sell her as far as life insurance policies?
I was able to sell her a term policy and a whole life policy.
Okay. What is a term life insurance policy?
Term life insurance is
I'm just really curious if this coincides with when she was changing jobs, though it might have coincided when she changed jobs. I don't know. Brian Walsh's legal troubles were already ongoing because I think that started in 2018, 19. Legal troubles, federal prosecution. But if this coincides with her changing jobs, it might make sense that she would look at more life insurance being the primary breadwinner in the household. That's not weird to me. I'm curious.
Type of life insurance product that is good for a preset amount of time. It was approximately a 20-year term product that was for $1 million.
And now that was for $1 million. What was the other policy?
I sold her a whole life policy. That was for $250,000.
Can you tell us what is the difference between a whole life policy and a term policy?
Well, whole life has
Sure. A term policy is renting a block of insurance for a pre-agreed upon amount of time. It could be.
It's giving, I explain this literally all day, every day to everyone. Did you see it? He just like clicked into his work mode. It just went click. Well, term policy is this and whole policy is this. Click right into work mode.
Anywhere from a year to as long as 30 years. And if you don't pass away during that duration, the insurance company
keeps the money.
The contract ends. The insurance company doesn't pay anything out.
The money.
A whole life policy, kind of like the name implies, lasts your whole life. And unfortunately, all of us someday will pass. And whole life policies pay out 100% of the time. They cost more. They can be paid up during your working years and have it last the rest of your life. But you also have the opportunity to access all the cash value that the policy accumulates and can use it as a deferred savings vehicle.
And Your Honor, at this point in time, I would like to offer two policies and the attachments that were included with them from New York Life in the names of Anna Walsh. They are manila folders. They are policies ending in 8840 and 5836.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, whole life is more expensive, but it will pay out. It's also a saving.
New York Life policy ending in 8840 is now marked in evidence.
It can also be used
and is in evidence as
tax planning
98.
purposes.
And the policy, New York Life policy ending 5836 is now in evidence
good
as Exhibit
explanation.
99.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with Exhibits 98 and 99?
You may.
All right, the policies are in evidence.
We'll put them on together. Excellent, sir. All right, showing you Exhibit 98.
Okay, counsel.
At the top of the first document, can you tell us what it says?
Sure.
What is that?
This is a term policy. This is a policy brief for Anna.
Okay. And does it have, for Anna, does it list the amount of the term policy?
Sure. It lists the face amount of $1 million.
And on the fourth page, does it list who the beneficiary is of that policy?
It does.
We can hear you, sir.
Yes, it does.
Who is the beneficiary of that policy?
Brian Walsh.
Now, when was that policy purchased? Or better question is, when did it go into effect?
Sure. The policy date is May 17th, 2021.
And the next document that's within that folder, can you tell us what this document is with the binder clip attached?
This is the application.
And so, application, what is that?
This is what is required to secure a life insurance policy.
And so, to secure a life insurance policy, do you have to do anything as far as your medical information?
Sure.
Tell us what it is?
Sure. So you'd fill out a application, which really gives the insurance company permission to do their due diligence on you and your health.
And so there's actually a release in there for them to get your medical records, isn't that correct?
So there's a HIPAA authorization.
Now, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 99. and ask you to take a look at that and open it up to the first document.
Okay.
And what is that, sir?
This is a policy brief of the whole life policy for $250,000 on Anna Walsh.
And for Anna Walsh, when did this policy go into effect?
The policy date is June 28th, 2021.
And sir, regarding that policy, does that also list the beneficiaries?
Yes, it does.
And could you tell us who the beneficiary is?
I can. It's Brian Walsh.
Now, sir, in addition to that first document you referenced, is there also a similar
Are there secondary
document within the file
beneficiaries?
with a binder clip for those records?
Yes,
And what is that document, sir?
this is a life application.
And so is that just like the application you just told us about for the other policy?
Yes, it is.
And with that application, is there also a release of documents to New York Life from medical providers?
Yes, there is.
Now, was there any difficulty in obtaining Anna Walsh life insurance?
No.
Smart question.
In your honor,
It's a really smart question. There would have been a medical evaluation examination. If you have certain underlying conditions, well, insurance companies are going to make things cost more or will refuse to insure you. Remember, in opening statements, the defense said she was just spontaneously deceased. Well, in 2021, they had just gone through a really thorough life insurance evaluation. So if there were potentially underlying conditions that might flag, insurance would have flagged it. So it's another piece in the puzzle of the prosecution building their case beyond just the Google searches and saying, look, insurance didn't find anything a year before. So we don't see any underlying conditions that would explain what Brian Walsh is alleging. It's smart of them to weave this in because I'm sure they're going to talk about it in closing. And if there's anyone in the jury who's dealt with life insurance, obtaining life insurance, a loved one's life insurance, works in the field, they're all going to know. So it's more information for the prosecution in a case where they don't have an autopsy. Smart.
Can we approach
Very smart.
about one small issue?
Sure.
Emily, just keep playing. They would have approached. Oh, keep reading. Keep reading. I like that they brought in that question. Good question. All right, I then overzoomed.
It's a part of the.
Oh, I overzoomed a lot. Feed's getting feisty with me. All right, back from sidebar.
You may proceed. 1 second. Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Selvaggi, I'm just getting you a document. I'm going to ask you to tell us what it is.
Personal health history.
And who is it for?
Anna Walsh.
And
that's why they approached, because they are going to start getting into the personal health history of the victim, but the defense made it very relevant in opening statement that they are going to say she was just deceased.
Sir, how are you familiar with this document?
This is something that my colleague does mostly, fills out on people's health histories. It's a part of the application process.
And so if someone doesn't fill it out, what happens to getting life insurance?
They don't get life insurance.
Once it's filled out, what's done with the document as far as forwarding it to New York Life?
It's electronically submitted to the underwriters for their consideration and for an offer.
Why do you have a personal health history filled out for life insurance?
Because you're.
Why do you have a health history? Well, we want to make sure somebody's not getting insurance and then we're paying out in 3 weeks. That's why, sir.
Health is what determines the overall cost.
Oh, they might Did they let the jury out for a voir dire? I don't know. They were standing. They might have let the jury out for a voir dire. A lot of you are saying that they did. Hold on. That's what I missed when they were coming back because I didn't zoom back far enough because they wanted to get into health history. That's fair. Let me see what the judge said because they were standing in the way that they do when they let the jury out. But then I think I zoomed too far. All right. Good point, chat. Hold on. Let's fix it real quick and double check because a lot of you were like, no, jury went out. Oh, thank you.
I'm going to send you out of the courtroom for a little bit. I need to do something outside of your hearing. It may turn out that you go straight through.
Helpful.
To lunch.
Thank you, jury. Thank you,
Then I may have
jury.
you come back before the 2 o'clock hour. That's going to depend on.
Thank you, juries of the law nerds.
Or not. We'll see. You just hold tight, juries. You can go back to the jury room right now.
All right.
All right. That's very helpful. That is incredibly helpful. Thank you, chat. Chat is bae. All right. That makes sense that they're doing this outside the presence of the jury. I think the defense opened the door for this. And now we're going to get back to why there is a personal health history. Well played.
Colleague does mostly, fills out on people's health histories. It's a part of the application process. And so if someone doesn't fill it out, what happens to getting life insurance? They don't get life insurance. Once it's filled out, what's done with the document as far as forwarding it to New York Life? It's electronically submitted to the underwriters for their consideration and for an offer. Why do you have a personal health history filled out for life insurance? Because your health
matters.
Is what determines the overall cost of your insurance and also if you're eligible to receive insurance. And after this document was filled out,
how can they value if they're going to come out ahead if they don't know your health? That's why insurance is cheaper when you are younger than it is when you are older.
Forwarded to New York Life. What was determined as far as a policy for Ms. Walsh?
She was approved.
And were there any concerns that New York Life had with her health proving that?
No, she received a excellent health rating.
And
I think that's relevant.
How do you know that?
Every policy receives a health rating. Basically, Your Honor, we rate everyone's health on a scale from 1 to 37. 1 is as good as you can be. 37 is as poor as you can be and still be accepted. And she received a number 1 health rating.
And is that in the documents that you're looking at right now?
It's not on this one, no.
Where do you know that from?
It's on the policy itself. It's on the policy brief that was just handed to me a moment ago.
So it's in evidence.
Sorry for the interruption.
Sir.
The judge is asking the real questions here. She got an excellent rating. How do you know that? Well, it's on these documents. I love that the judge was like, where is this in the evidence? So that's already in evidence. That's already been admitted into evidence. So I think this will come in.
In addition to filling out that document, are there any other requirements for follow-up with medical professionals or review of records after a person attempts to buy life insurance through New York Life?
Yes, there's a telephone interview component where they, on a recorded line with a representative of the company, they ask them a series of questions, lifestyle questions, have you ever questions. It's about a half-hour long telephone
never have
interview.
I ever.
That is also part of the underwriting process, in addition to a medical requirement where we send out an examiner.
They send a doctor or an
for
examiner.
a blood and urine sample, vital signs, things of that nature, and then they request a copy of the medical records from the attending physician, called an attending physician statement.
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
I'm sorry?
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
And sir, that document.
An attending physician statement.
This is voice signed by Anna Walsh, yes.
And so what does it mean to be voice signed?
It means at the conclusion of the interview that she conducted over the telephone, she consented to an electronic signature.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
That's a good voir dire.
Thank you.
I'm going to give this to counsel.
Sharing.
And now we're in cross regarding the voir dire.
So this form that you were just looking at, do I understand that Anna Walsh supposedly filled this out herself?
I believe it was done through a telephone interview.
They do a physical exam. He said that they did a physical exam. They send somebody out to do vitals, blood, urine, and then also a treating physician statement, and also the phone interview. So, yeah, fairly thorough, and that's not uncommon with whole life. I think it's required with most life insurances.
I wasn't part of that.
Okay, so when you say a telephone interview, you mean someone interviewed purportedly Anna Walsh about these questions?
Yes.
So it wasn't a doctor that was reporting this information to you?
No.
And I think you had just said that if you don't go through this process, you can't get the life insurance, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this information on this form came from reportedly Anna Walsh over the phone.
Yes.
Okay. And these records don't have any attachment from a medical doctor signing off that she was in, as you say, great health in March of 2021.
It doesn't have any medical records attached to it.
So no medical corroboration to the assertions made purportedly by Anna Walsh in March of 2021.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
So you said earlier that
You got medical records. Now I'm confused.
that
He said earlier that they got medical records. And then
they
the
get a blood and urine sample
defense is like, you
when
don't.
it comes to the house.
And
then you also said that something about
A
they have to
physician statement.
sign a release for their medical records.
Yes,
And can you tell based on the documentation if that was done in this case?
it was.
And then once you have that release, what happens?
This is why judges take notes, because there's a conflict in what he said, and it's a little confusing. And I think that's why the judge is like, I need to clear this up before the jury is back to hear any of this.
They
How do
write,
you access the medical records?
the company does it through a third-party vendor, and they receive a copy of the attending physician statement. We call it an APS.
And where does that go?
It goes to the underwriter.
And is that records that you have?
I don't.
But does the company?
I don't mean do you have them with you now? I mean, do you keep those records?
We're never privileged to that information, Your
It
Honor.
all goes to the underwriter.
Correct.
Different entity than you.
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier in your direct that there's a woman that worked.
But wouldn't that be considered as part of the health rating? Because the underwriter does the health rating, and the underwriter would have that information to do the health rating. So
With you, I got the phonetic as Nancy McGloom.
Yes.
Might be about 75% correct. Is she the person that you said you didn't do this over the phone with Anna Walsh, but that somebody else did?
She's not the person, no, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Is there another person in your office that does that?
No, it's direct from the underwriter, from the home office of New York Life. There's to make sure it's sort of
Separate.
the best information it could be. They do it themselves.
All right. Anything else anybody wants in on after I've asked these
You're
additional
right.
questions? All right, so I'm not going to allow it in right now
Yes, sir.
on this record. If it becomes relevant on a rebuttal case, depending on what the defense, if the defense puts on a
surprised.
case and what they do.
I'm surprised that the court isn't allowing in the health rating based on everything we have. However, the court said if this becomes relevant, it becomes part of the rebuttal case. To be fair to the court, opening statements are not evidence. So if the defense does not elicit this, because the defense can change, they cannot deliver on what they promise. So if the defense never brings this up again, then it's not in evidence. I think it's restrained. Truly a restrained ruling saying, you know what? We're going to have to wait and see. If it becomes relevant in the defense's case, you can bring it in rebuttal. I think that's fair, keeping in mind that opening statements are not evidence. fair ruling. I'm surprised, but fair ruling. Also, I'm so familiar with like, it just all comes in. It's fair to also see a judge said, you know what? We'll wait and see what the defense does. We're not going to go down this road if we don't need to. Fair.
In order to get this in, you're going to need to.
I'm surprised, but fair.
Well, you probably, honestly, you'd be asking to get in something else, which is like her medical records through a doctor and not through this way. But I'm not going to let it in right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
All right. So now, are they going to go to lunch?
all right, bring them back out. Keep working.
I think the court said, bring them back out and let's keep working. I see the point. It's the restrained option. And again, the Commonwealth does get a rebuttal case. So, you know what? You can do it then. And the court might say, bring me the underwriter. I want the underwriter to come in and say that they evaluated this and what they did. And it gives the Commonwealth time to reach out to the underwriter and see if they want to bring them in. But on the records, the health rating is 1. That's in evidence. And I think this witness should be allowed to explain that. But again, that can happen in rebuttal. All right, let's zoom. Interesting voir dire.
Question, Judge. All right.
What just happened? The prosecution's opening the can again and wants to have a question, it sounds like.
Your Honor, would I be permitted to ask the witness on the jury about the medical rating?
About the what?
Medical rating. It's already in evidence.
Yeah, that's on the form. It's already in evidence. You can object, but it would seem to me that that is already on a document that's been
Correct.
admitted. All right.
Yeah, what does that mean? There's a medical rating on the forms that are already in evidence. What does that mean? And what is the scale? Yeah, that's one way to do it. They might not need the underwriter. Insurance gave her the highest medical rating that's possible. That might be sufficient. Fair. Restrained and fair.
All rise. Jury's entering.
Jury's back in. Thank you to everyone who's gifted membership. LEB07, thank you so much. I'm going to pull some of those up as we are getting into the rest of the questions with this witness. The jury is back now. Ames 83 is recovering from gallbladder surgery. Recover well, Ames. I know there are lots of law nerds that have been recovering and recuperating in the chat. Ashley, thank you for the gifted memberships.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness with exhibits 99 and 98. Sir, is there a medical rating that's assigned to a person who buys life insurance?
Immediately into
Yes.
it.
How is that determined?
It's a culmination of the underwriting. So your health rating is determined based on your gender. Oh, your health rating is not determined on your gender. That's an incorrect statement. It's determined
grouped
on your health and the way they evaluate your health.
And so how does New York Life evaluate someone's health when they're buying life insurance?
They use an underwriting scale, everything from your BMI, your body mass index, height, weight, blood pressure, medication you're on, high risk activities that you might participate in. Your job sometimes can even factor into your health rating.
How does New York Life find out this information?
Yeah, your job can count as the high risk activity.
Through underwriting,
Or high
through
stress.
the telephone interview,
Through medical
through
records.
a copy of your medical records, and through their recorded telephone interview.
How do they get the medical records of someone purchasing life insurance?
They request them through a HIPAA authorization that's in the application from the person's primary care physician and any other physicians that they are under the care of.
And is there a scale in which someone can be rated by New York Life for their health rating?
Yes,
What is the scale, sir?
it starts out, the best rating you can receive is called select preferred, and then it goes preferred, and then it goes preferred 2, then it goes non-smoker, then it goes non-smoker, table 1 through 13, then it goes to standard, or select standard, which is usually a healthy smoker. Then there's standard, which is a smoker. And then there's standard, table 1 through 13. And all of those, if you think of it like a ladder, like 1 through 37, every single rung represents a higher risk class, and it subsequently changes the cost of your insurance.
You pay more.
So the healthier you are, the less you have to pay for insurance?
Yes.
And what was Anna Walsh's rating on those policies for the health rating for New York Life?
Select preferred.
And what number would that be?
That's the highest level you can receive.
So she was the healthiest.
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, in addition,
A good
sir,
line of questioning for the
collecting
prosecution.
information, does New York Life, through its underwriting process,
Honestly, I don't know if the prosecution is going to need more about that, right? Because most people are going to be like, yeah, insurance wants you to pay more. They're going to do what they can to make you pay more. So if she's getting the best rates, and if she is in the top category, then it means that she is considered quite healthy by insurance, who benefits directly from finding her to be less so. So on the risk scale, she is number 1. So continuing on.
any samples from someone who's applying for life insurance?
Yes.
What do they get?
They'll send a professional, I forget what it's called, paraprofessional, something like that, to do a blood draw, a urine sample, and vitals, height, weight, blood pressure.
Does New York Life give life insurance if that's not the form?
Yes.
Was it done in this case?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Oh, no, they haven't done cross
think-
yet. They haven't done cross yet. They just did the voir dire, Your Honor. Good questions.
Just cross.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
You were just talking about the health rating. I just want to talk to you a little bit about that, okay?
I bet they do.
So the health rating, that's a New York Life health rating.
Yes.
And so is that like someone in risk assessment and underwriting determines the scale that you just talked about?
Yes.
So it's not a medical professional or a doctor reviewing this information and giving this arbitrary number to someone who's
It's an
applying for
underwriter.
insurance.
I don't know who that person is, so I can't tell you.
He's like,
You had mentioned that when Ms. Walsh applied for life insurance, part of it is
Counsel, go back to the mic.
Health assessment, right?
Yes,
And this was in March of 2021?
I believe so.
Do you need to look at the record? Would that help?
Probably.
I think they're right in front of you.
Okay.
Take your time.
Jess NCA asked if a jury member has been through the process, can they use their own experience to understand how it works? Yes, you are not required to leave your life experience or common sense at the door, but also it is something that lawyers want to make sure that if their experience was different, they are not making assumptions based on something that didn't happen here. So they want to make sure that lawyers want to make sure that they're answering the questions and filling in the gaps so that jurors don't have to fill in the gaps. And we
Looks to be February 2nd,
can
2021.
see why they're asking these questions pretty clearly at this point.
After February, you said 2nd of 2021, you didn't have any follow-up records, interviews with Anna Walsh about her health.
No, he did not.
No.
You had mentioned that someone goes and draws blood and does a urine test.
Yes.
What does the blood test, what does that look for? What does it test for?
I don't
He doesn't
fully
do that.
understand, but the things that it does push out that are common are as if there's evidence of nicotine, if they're smoking or using nicotine. It'll show if cholesterol levels is usually the types of things they're looking for. They're looking for abnormalities. I don't really quite frankly understand what they're looking for.
They run numbers through a machine. They come up with a rating. I know there's more to underwriting than that, but he doesn't know because he's not an underwriter. He's like, they do stuff with the thing. But I can tell you more about whole life, but the underwriters do stuff with the thing.
And then you said a urine test. What are they looking for in the urine test? Is that drugs and
You must
alcohol,
piss,
illegal drugs?
and then they test it.
Nicotine.
And nicotine, okay. Is there any type of analysis of the person's pulmonary system, their lungs and their heart capacity?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I mean, they take vitals.
Is there any type of evaluation of their neurological system?
They evaluate medical records.
And the February 2021 date that you're talking about, I think you said that part of this health assessment, this number you give, is based off an interview with the person?
Part of the underwriting is a telephone interview, yes.
Okay, a telephone interview with the person trying to get insurance.
Yes.
And I think you already said it, but you can't get life insurance if you don't go through this process.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you had also said that the healthier you,
There are some insurances that will do term life without medical exams, I believe, but he's like, we don't.
healthier you are, the cheaper your premiums can be, or the cheaper you have to pay, which makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. So it's beneficial to someone when they're applying for life insurance to hopefully be at least reporting or be in the best shape physically, and I guess physically, that's the way to say it maybe.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said that you asked them about if they engage in any high-risk activities, right?
That's part of the telephone interview. I don't ask that, but the company does. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
My croissant is
I'm
very
assuming the reason you
croissanty.
asked if there's any high-risk activity.
It is now in my
is to
shirt.
see if they live a lifestyle where they're maybe more likely than someone else to get injured or killed.
Correct.
So bungee jumping
Bingo.
is a no for me. It's just, okay, so
He's like, if you are hurling yourself out of planes or off of buildings, it's going to be harder to insure you. It's fair.
the only way that
Bingo.
you might find out if someone is engaging in high-risk behavior is if they told the underwriter on this telephone interview.
That's one of the ways. Yes.
He doesn't want to spill all the secrets, but I imagine that they do more research than just in the phone interview. But we've been talking about insurance with the Osefos. Lying to insurance is criming. So yeah, he's like, bingo. Some of you in the chat are saying bingo is not a hazardous sport. You've never played bingo with my family. We are competitive bingo players. Emily, it's a game of chance. Nah. Stamping is a skill. Anyway, continuing on from that, it is it's not his job. And the defense, what does defense do a lot in cross-examination to muddy the waters? Ask the person whose job it's not. Also, she said you cannot get life insurance without the exam, and he said yes. So that is not true everywhere, but it might be true for New York life.
Someone did engage in arguably high risk or dangerous behavior and they didn't report it to you, you wouldn't know.
Correct.
You had mentioned that Anna Walsh had two different policies. One was a term and one was a whole.
Yes.
Now, am I correct that it's common for young married couples or people with children to come and get life insurance?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you just to lean into that microphone a little bit. I think that I'm having a hard time, so I'm not sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, and when
Emily, I
married
bet.
couples
Thank you for
come
sharing your work
to get
experience in the
life
chat.
insurance, is it more common that the other spouse is the one that's the beneficiary?
Very common.
Okay, so if the husband gets it, it's the wife. If the wife gets it, it's the husband.
Yes.
Okay. And if they have minor children, is it still that the spouse is the beneficiary because they're going to be using that money for the care and protection of the children?
I mean, that calls for speculation, but generally that's the plan.
Your company, New York Life, you guys also do financial planning and retirement planning. Like that's kind of the whole company? Okay. And so is life insurance, and we'll talk about the difference.
Did he
between
answer?
whole and term.
'Cause I didn't hear
Life insurance is a type of financial planning and thinking about retirement in the future, right?
Yes.
And so it's something, again, families, married couples, it's common that they come to you for this.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Life
a term
insurance is
life
part of
insurance
planning.
policy, that's something where you pay monthly, and if you die, the benefits get paid out.
Yes.
And you can put
But
life
is there a
insurance
way
into
that you
trusts
can have
and
a term
pour over
life
trusts and
insurance
living trusts
policy,
and
and
revocable.
that can get converted into
Much
another
you can
type
do.
of policy where you can take loans off it or it can grow a cash value.
Yes.
Okay. And so even a term can start at something that isn't worth anything unless someone dies, and you can turn it into some type of investment or access to finance.
Term?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Or
a
whole.
term or a whole policy, that's a little bit different, right?
Yes.
And so I am definitely going to fumble this because numbers is just not my thing. But this is where you can have a whole life insurance policy and you can borrow off of it.
Correct.
So if I have a whole life insurance policy and something unexpected happens or an expense comes up, I can actually borrow off.
You can borrow money out of it.
And am I also correct that if you do borrow off this policy, there's a tax advantage or a tax break? It's like a 401k tax you pay? You explain it to me.
I don't know if it's quite the same as a 401k.
The cash value without paying tax
Without penalty,
on the
like-
accumulation value.
There are penalties elsewhere.
In the whole policy.
For all of you asking, why don't they teach about whole life in school? Because school doesn't teach rich people shit. Using whole life as a mechanism to grow wealth is rich people shit. It is not stuff they teach the normies. This is rich people shit. But the reason why is the defense getting into the rich people shit? The defense is getting into the rich people shit to try to negate the argument that there were financial troubles or a financial motive here. I think we'll see the defense later arguing, hey, they could have taken money out of the whole life policy. I don't think they've asked yet what the cash value of the whole life policy was. They said that the value of the whole life policy was $250,000, but it was new. I don't think they asked because I don't know if the attorneys wanted to ask, but and this is going way back in the vault, but the policy value grows. You can't just sign up for a whole life with a total value of $250,000 and in that first 6 months pull $250,000 in value out of it. I believe it steps up. Any insurance professionals in the chat, feel free to correct me, but I believe it steps up over time. And so I think the defense will try to argue, look, they could have used the whole life policy as a savings account to pull money out if they were having financial difficulties. Therefore, there's no financial motive here because this was another savings account. Whereas I think the prosecution should ask, what was the amount in the whole life that was available to them in 2022, not what the total policy value was. So that's part of it. Let us continue. I thought that cash value, thank you. Riley, we have lots of tax professionals in the chat, but Riley said cash value accumulates typically starts after the first year. So this policy started in February 2021. So when they were having conversations about restitution in 2022, there might well have been some cash value, but not the entirety of the cash value, right? So even if the policy is up to like a $250,000 policy, the cash value that you can pull out might not be $250,000. But the defense doesn't want to ask that question because they want to say, see, look, there was like a piggy bank over here that they could have broken and pulled money out of. No harm, no foul, and with tax benefits, which is what she's asking now. All right, that's way more than we needed to get into. The tax professionals can always correct if it's better to pull out of whole life or 401k. I actually think there's less penalties if you pull money out of whole life versus 401k, but that's for another day. Let's continue. We're like rich people shit 101 with this. We haven't gotten to like 102 or 202.
On the Walshe cap, who would be eligible to take a loan off that policy?
The owner of the policy, who was Anna.
So even Mr. Walsh, who's her husband, he couldn't sign and take a loan off that whole policy without her.
Correct.
Considering that these policies have some financial value to them, does divorce ever play a role in policies and paying out on a life insurance policy, a whole policy? Is divorce something that clients have ever asked you about? That's probably a better question.
Is divorce, I don't understand the question. Okay, sure.
So if a whole policy has cash value and people are married, if people are going to get divorced, is there a
What's the cash value of this policy? And yes, cash value of a whole life policy is an asset that can be dealt with in divorce.
question in any of your clients' minds? Well, hey, I've been paying off Bill's policy for 8 years. I should have some of that.
Yes.
Objection.
Set the foundation.
Yes, you can fight over the value of a policy, especially if marital. I'm going to stop. This is way more information than we need, but especially if marital assets are being used to pay in, like commingled assets are being used to pay the whole life policy, then yes, the whole life policy cash value can be an asset that needs to be determined in divorce. But a lot of people try to make sure that they just pay off the other spouse instead of getting rid of their whole life or pulling money out of it. But if Anna was paying it from Anna's wages, that might not have been a commingled asset. So this is a really deep question about divorce law, counsel, that I don't think we need to get into today, because we need to get back to the conversation about the Google searches. So, but yes, this is an asset that can be divided.
Some of these life insurance policies are an asset. It's a way to build cash, build for retirement, and you can access money from, right?
Yes.
And if someone, and you might see a whole policy where two people are married.
Yes.
Okay. So if one spouse has a whole policy, you told us that they're the only one that can actually sign the paperwork to get assets off of it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and on a whole policy, I'm assuming you have to pay a premium every month.
Yes.
And so, have you ever had to talk to a client or a prospective client about how
Don't worry, chat. We're going to get into this so much more in the Corey Richins case and talk about all the different insurance policies there. We'll be talking about this much more. But yes, whole life is something. For our international crew, you guys are looking at us being like, what the fuck? I get it. It's complicated. It's just, it's complicated. It's hard. It's expensive. Yep.
how divorce could affect who owns access to that policy, or is it a non-issue?
Objection.
You can answer. Have you ever discussed it with another client, any client?
Yes.
You had mentioned
This
that
is
Anna
teetering
had a
on
policy.
divorce
My understanding is,
law.
I think you said that you got to Brian Walsh off a lead off the internet.
Yes.
So that means
Somebody's-
he was looking for insurance and busy.
That means he didn't have Incogni and somebody sold his data. A data broker sold. Emily is today sponsored by Incogni. No, but yes. Because my whole life. He got him as a lead off the internet, meaning someone was selling leads of people who could have been searching on the internet for things like life insurance. And then that search data gets sold, and then that lead gets sold, and then they call him up. Now we're getting into Jen Shaw. Emily, wait. Your search traffic is sold to data brokers who then sell it to insurance companies? Yes.
Pop in something and you see it and you give it a call.
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that when Mr. Walsh initially contacted you, he wanted the insurance?
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Mr. Nisha said, what the fuck, really? Yes, what the fuck, really? Search traffic. Look, if you're not paying for the product, you're the product. Search traffic is sold. And companies that target interested buyers purchase search traffic, among other things. But there are lots of ways your data is sold and targeted. That was a quick sidebar.
Sorry.
Yeah, but it's arts and capitalism, am I right? I mean, everything's
So
sold.
initially, when you followed up on this lead, Mr. Walsh had applied for health insurance through you.
Insurance.
Excuse me, life insurance. Yes.
Yes.
And he was rejected. And he was rejected because he had a felony conviction from his federal.
Going to prison is a high risk activity, counsel. It sounds like Brian Walsh was rejected for insurance.
Insurance.
Excuse me, life insurance.
So Brian Walsh had applied and was rejected.
And he was rejected. And he was rejected because he had a felony conviction from his federal court case.
No,
Oh,
Why was he rejected?
he had a pending case.
Apologies. So it was because he had a pending federal case.
Correct.
And you didn't just stop at that one application. Am I?
it was also a pending fraud case. So insurance companies are going to see the charges of fraud and be like, yep, nope. Fraud's going to be the bigger issue, but going to prison is also a high risk activity. But fraud, it's a fraud case. It's going to be a big issue.
Correct that you applied to several other policies or companies to try to get him life insurance?
Yes.
All right. And I think at one point, did you even reach out to other colleagues for help and how to get him life insurance?
Yes.
And it's at that point where he was consistently being rejected in 2021 that it was an afterthought, like, hey, we're going to go with Anna and get her insurance.
Objection.
Calls for speculation. That's why it's sustained.
During the time that Mr. Walsh was applying for life insurance, during that time frame, Anna Walsh never applied for life insurance.
I'm not. I'm
At
not
what
sure.
time?
Well, what do you mean you're not sure? She didn't apply with it through you.
She applied. I don't know when the one search for Brian's life insurance ended and where hers began. I don't know if the two overlapped.
Okay. But her, as you say, her search for life insurance was an afterthought when you were working
He
with
didn't
this
say
family.
that.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be seen at sidebar?
Yes, you may.
He didn't say it was an afterthought. He did not say that. You want to make it seem that way, but he did not say that, counsel. They're trying to say, well, everyone's going to argue over the life insurance. The jury's going to be allowed to make, that is a jury call. The defense can argue it at closing. The defense can say, look, the only reason they got life insurance on Anna is because Brian got denied. I would think that if she just got a new job that was like 3x her past pay, that the family would be in significant harm if something happened to her. So a new job can also be reason to get life insurance. I don't think the life insurance is nefarious at all. I think it's logical. But the defense, I think, wants to, this is like, you know, kind of a chess game where you can't, it's more like Battleship where you can't see the other side. They want to try to make sure that they are sinking the battleship of financial motive. And so they're trying to forestall those. I imagine the defense will move on, but we'll see.
A life insurance salesperson?
Yeah.
Okay. So then your job is you meet with clients and families and try to sell them insurance that they need and want.
Yes.
Okay. And it's not uncommon, or probably it's more common, that you work with couples, married couples, people with children, right?
Yes.
And so these life insurance policies, they're for the benefit of the family as a whole.
Yes.
Okay. So in this situation, you had told us that Mr. Walsh numerous times applied for life insurance policies and was consistently denied because of his pending federal case, correct?
Yes.
And you're working with the family at this time.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that when you were going through this with Mr. Walsh, actually, he even referred you to other friends and colleagues of his.
Yes.
Objection.
I think it's time to go to lunch.
You're so
Have a nice lunch, sir.
Please, close your notebooks, follow me.
Oh my God, the judge. Her Honor. Objection. It's time to go to lunch. Get the fuck out. She would never say that. I think it's time to go to lunch. That's the funniest shit. Chat motion granted. We're going to replay that immediately. The court's just like, nope. I don't know what they talked about at sidebar, but the vibes that I am getting are that this direct line of questioning is not where the court wanted to be treading into. Brian Walshe was such a great referral source. The court was like, done, get out. We're going to lunch. Let me talk to counsel. I'm really interested to see what she says to counsel before they leave for lunch. That's funny.
Referred you to other friends and colleagues of his.
Yes.
Objection.
I think it's time to go to lunch.
Objection. Objection. I think it's time to go to lunch.
All right, please. Close your notebooks, follow me.
Because you know what they're going to need to do? Another sidebar. They're going to need to sidebar again. And the court's like, you know what, jury, go to lunch. I'm going to sort these lawyers out so we don't have so many sidebars. I think she's done. I think she's done with sidebars. We've done like 3 sidebars this whole trial. And the court's like, and no. Objection. I think it's time we go to lunch. That's fucking hilarious. She's going to want to talk to these lawyers. That's funny. Love it. All right, the jury's out. Oh, I think it's time to go to lunch. So great. I'm amused. I want to hear what she says, though.
Anybody need anything?
No, Your Honor.
Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, I think, did you see Brian Walshe? Look, I have some criticism for his faces sometimes during this trial, but did Brian Walsh's face just give, what the fuck just happened? He looked at his attorney and was like, what the fuck just happened? What just happened? Look at his face. Immediately, Brian's like, what happened? The witness definitely chuckled at the judge. Oh, but look at him. He wants to know so badly what's going on.
All right.
What just happened? That's exactly what his face is. What just happened? Oh my goodness. That's so funny. There was not a pending question. The question was, did Brian Walshe refer clients? And he said yes. Then the objection. Then why don't we go to lunch? Objection, lunch. And then Brian Walshe is being cuffed and taken back to lockup, where he will be for the lunch break. We are going to take a few minutes for lunch. I think it's time for lunch. I agree, Your Honor. I agree. I think it's time for lunch. A lot of you have asked why the courtroom seems so empty. I think it's because this case is streaming. It's open to the public. It's also a much larger courtroom than the courtroom in Reed was. And not only is it a larger courtroom, but you don't have a gallery full. Karen Reed's side had gallery seats full, and Karen Reed and Brian Walshe. No, Karen Reed's side had gallery seats full, and so did John O'Keefe's side. So there were lots of friends and family in court in a very small courtroom that were taking up those benches. This is a much larger courtroom, and you do not have families in the courtroom in the same way. It's also streaming, so people can just watch from where it is. So why don't we go to lunch? The morning has moved actually pretty smoothly. We've seen a few sidebars on evidentiary issues. The amount of objections in this case is so much lower than it is in other cases that we've watched in Massachusetts. And they actually did a brief voir dire of the witness that's on the stand over the lunch break, witness number 12, who is the individual insurance agent who helped sell life insurance, both whole and term life insurance, to Anna Walshe. The conversation regarding life insurance was very much, when were the policies obtained, which was in 2021, how were the policies obtained, and then into the area of Anna Walsh's health, because, well, we heard the defense make those statements, an opening statement that Anna Walshe spontaneously passed away in her sleep. And that can happen. But the prosecution is going to argue that that's not at all what happened in this case. And using the underwriting process of insurance to talk about Anna Walsh's relative health in the time period of early 2021 is, I think, incredibly helpful for the prosecution as they are trying to, both offense and defense, cut off some of those arguments that may come up from the defense, because the defense showed their hand in opening, saying that she was non-responsive when Brian Walshe went to bed. And so there was a brief voir dire outside the presence of the jury asking the insurance salesman, not the underwriter, about what's evaluated for the underwriting process. And the policies have Anna Walsh's health rating on them. And to summarize that testimony, she got the highest rating possible for New York life insurance so that she would receive the kind of most premium rates, or the most favorable to the payor rate. And now the defense is getting into cross-examination, starting to ask about the value of whole life policy, or the whole life policy, if money can be pulled out of whole life, and talking a bit about Anna Walsh's health as well. And the conversation about whole life is going to come up more. We've heard it a few times where the defense has insinuated that money issues weren't a motive here, where they clearly think that the prosecution is going to talk about finances being a potential issue in this marriage. And could money have been pulled out of the whole life policy, like a savings account or a piggy bank, is something we are going to see more of, I think, in this case. And cross-examination is still going. But as we got into the last question before lunch, the defense asked about whether Brian Walshe was like referring other business to the life insurance guy. And he's like, yes. And then there was an objection. And then the court's like, lunch. Didn't rule on the objection. Not overruled, not sustained. I think it's time for lunch. We'll see what happens after the lunch break. I am going to take 5 minutes. Court, I'm sure, is back in real time, but I am going to take just a few minutes to grab
6, which is 5.
As I'm zooming. Court is back in real time. So I'm going to take 5-ish minutes, go grab some tea, grab some snackies to get through the rest of the afternoon. I suggest you do the same. I'll stand up, stretch. Did they take a morning break? It was quick. We've zoomed so much. So with that, law nerds, if you are new here, hi, welcome. Don't forget to do all the YouTube things. And if you want to stay in the loop with what's going on in court, get the Law Nerd app free on iOS and Android at lawnerdapp.com. We built it to keep you in the loop. So if you don't get a notification when we're streaming, we will send you a notification on the Law Nerd app. If you want to know when we are done with all this insurance talk and if an interesting witness takes the stand, we'll let you know. Trooper Proctor's on, or former Trooper Proctor is on the defense witness list. So we're going to send out multiple alerts when that happens. So we will keep you in the loop with what's going on in the case and when I'm streaming, because my timing in the mornings has been inconsistent and might be December things. So we will always let you know in the app when we are getting ready to go live, when there is disparity between that and the time that it shows on the stream. So get the Law Nerd app, stay in the loop, turn on your notifications, and we will be back after a quick break. So we're going to put on our little bit of music while the court's at lunch. I'm going to go grab the things I need to grab, and I will see you back here. All the cardinals are out in the yard today. Emily, what are you distracted by? Birds, literally. Law nerds, take a chance to hydrate, get some food, change the laundry, get what you need for the afternoon, send those emails that you need to get, and we will be back in just a few minutes. I will see you shortly. All right, law nerds, let's get some food.
Number 42.
That was me. That was 100% me.
me shit now. That's just how it go.
All right, y'all. I wish there was a way to like fade the music and come back in with the music. We haven't figured it out yet. I haven't figured it out yet. I'm sure somebody has figured it out. I haven't figured it out yet. But that's okay. We're back from the lunch break. I made some tea. I'm very excited. What tea? We have the extra chai tea. All the chai. Extra spicy chai. I love a chai tea. So that's what we're doing for after lunch. It's just that kind of year. It's that kind of season. We're here for the tea. We're here for the warm in the hands, and the Landlord coffee has been keeping it so warm. It's just been fantastic. I love the distributor that we use and the company that we use for the blanks for the we've used them for the tumblers as well. They just are such a great product, and then we get to make them all like Landlord-y for you. There's a handful of these left, I think, in the Landlord shop. They should be pinged down below if you guys are looking for some Landlord stuff, but they sold quickly. Are you guys ready to go back to court? I'm ready to go back to court. All right. Hopefully you got some food, water, stretched, moved and grooved to the music, because I'm just like, I'm ready to go. Also, this space was made for a Christmas tree that I purchased, and then I went to put batteries in it, and the little sprongs that hold the batteries to make it work were missing. So I get it home, I open it all up, and all the little springy things are missing. So we just have a hole for a minute till we get a new one. I'm ready. All of you are like, I forgot about the laundry. Go move your laundry, Landlord. or take it out. It's time. Let's go to court. And replay crew's sitting there going, how do you know I'm doing laundry? Law nerds are always in the midst of the ever-present cycle of laundry. I get it, because it's me too. I need to put in laundry after court. That's what I'm going to be doing after we're done with court today. We must laundry. All right, let's put the volume back up. I'll remember one of these days to do it before I take a break. I do not know if that's Brian Walsh's mother. I'm assuming just because she is in court and seems to be the only family member in court, but I'm assuming that that is who that is. But again, that is an assumption. All right.
Thank you.
Oh, they said something on the record. That, how did the sound take so long? How did the sound take so long to come back on? They were just like, a lot of you are saying, yes, that's her. Yes, it looks like it could be his mother. Yes. But they were just focused on Walsh's mother in the audience. And then like all of a sudden we're in the middle of cross-examination again. I have whiplash.
Married couple, both parties might have life insurance.
What just happened?
Thank you.
Oh, I don't know what just happened.
Back in
Something
session, you may be
just
seated.
It just like, it did that on its own. I can't
You
even.
understand, sir, you're still under oath.
Jesus, take the wheel. I did not do it. I don't know how it scrubbed back. I'm letting it we're letting it go. That was strange. Okay. Well, we're after lunch. Let's see what happens.
Hello.
So before the break, I was talking to you again about how you sell policies to individuals and families when it comes to life insurance.
Yes.
Back to the microphone.
So when you're selling to a young married couple, both parties might have life insurance policies.
Yes.
And each of them would be the other one's beneficiary.
Yes.
Okay. And when people have kids, then that's another consideration because they want to make sure if something happens to one parent, the other parent and the children are okay.
Yes.
So in your role as a life insurance agent, would you categorize life insurance policies?
Y'all, pardon me for a moment. I'm going to gain up the audio.
Sometimes.
Okay.
Real quick.
And in this particular
'Cause
case,
she keeps
am I
wandering.
correct that all three children had whole life insurance policies as well?
Yes.
And Anna Walsh was the beneficiary of those.
Yes.
So she would have been the only one who could have taken out a loan against any of those policies.
Yes.
Okay. I was asking.
He was pending on a fraud case. I don't know if they would have let him be the beneficiary of the kids' policies.
Before that about how Mr. Walsh had been denied several times for health insurance.
Life insurance.
Life insurance.
Yes. Yeah. That's okay. Yes.
Sorry.
Healthcare data. It's
So-
fine.
You had mentioned that he or Brian Walsh had, I guess, requested life insurance online and you picked it up as a lead and you reached out to him.
Yes.
And you began applying for life insurance policies for him.
Yes.
All right. We're
When you
going
began
back over
applying
this
for
line
life
of questioning.
insurance Policies for Brian Walsh. Anna Walsh did not apply for any life insurance policies.
Correct.
At some point, Anna Walsh did apply for a life insurance policy, and that was after Mr. Walsh consistently was denied because of his open federal case.
Correct.
How did it come about that Anna Walsh would apply for life insurance?
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay.
It probably was my recommendation.
So it was probably your recommendation that Anna applied because Mr. Walsh was getting denied.
Correct.
Okay. Is it customary once you sell a policy, I don't know if that's the right term, that you might stay in touch with your clients if they ever have questions in the future about their policies or payouts or any beneficiary questions?
Yes.
So people can email you or call you and say, hey, I have a question about this policy, right?
Yes.
After Anna Walsh and the children were insured in February of 2021, at no point did Mr. Walsh ever email or call you and say, hey, how do I... I'm just being a lady. Okay.
No, I called.
That was hot.
At no point did Mr. Walsh ever contact you to ask you about getting paid out on any of Anna Walsh's life insurance policies.
Correct.
Overruled. He can answer
Correct.
that question.
He already
And at
did.
no point did Mr. Walsh ever contact you? and
These are fair
ask you
questions.
About taking out any loans. or
He
how
wasn't
to take out loans
trying to take
on
money
any
out of her
children's
life insurance. I think that's fair.
policies Or on the Walsh's life insurance policies.
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Oh, and we're done with
Redirect.
cross.
No, Your Honor.
And we're
Commonwealth
done with this
consent.
witness.
The witness may step down. Thank
Those
you,
are fair
sir.
questions. Because if there's a illusion that maybe he was trying to get to that money or it's not answered, it's fair to
And the
say he
Commonwealth
never
may
tried
call
to get
this
that
next
money.
witness.
Commonwealth would call Davis Gould.
Get the top back on this. Because I was trying to move where the tag was. All right, next witness. They've made really good progress through these foundational witnesses and just moved I think, smoothly through them.
Oh, sorry. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name?
My name is Dave.
The court's like, oh, yeah, no, you can go. The court was probably doing something else.
Davis Gould. First name is spelled Davis.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Criminalistics and Crime Scene Response Unit.
All right, sir. Lean right into that microphone, loud, clear voice.
Criminalistics and crime scene response.
Thank you.
Sir, what is your role at the State Police Crime Lab?
I'm currently a forensic scientist 2 assigned to the criminalistics unit where I perform lab work for biological analysis on evidence submitted to the laboratory. And I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the crime scene response unit. And I respond to crime scenes when called upon to assist with investigations.
How long have you been with the crime lab?
I've been with the crime laboratory for a little over 10 years.
And can you give us your educational background?
So CSI.
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree from West Virginia University with a major of forensic and investigative science and a minor in biology.
Separate from
And
CERT.
can you detail your history with the crime lab for us?
Yeah, separate
I
from
first
CERT.
started working at the crime laboratory in 2015 with the CODIS collection and investigative unit. I was a lab technician. I was at that position for approximately a year and a half.
And separate from CERT because CERT is run through MSP. Crime lab response is run through the lab.
Until a position opened up in the criminalistics unit where I joined as a forensic scientist 1. There was about a 1-year-long training period
background
where I
training
went through
experience?
various modules of training. And upon that completion, I was then promoted to forensic scientist 2, which is when I began working on cases.
He's pretty
And
fast
you
at
said
that
the
too.
CODIS unit, what is that, sir?
The CODIS unit is a unit at the State Police Crime Laboratory responsible for collecting DNA standards from individuals who are required by Massachusetts general law to supply standards to the state database.
Now, sir, you've said I think you kind of briefly told us that you work for 2 units and the difference, but if you could just help us figure this out. What's the difference between the criminalistics unit and the crime scene response?
I know.
Sure. So the criminalistics
One is testing in the lab and the other one is field trips.
unit exclusively works in the laboratory. We get cases assigned to us by supervisors, and we then perform the necessary biological analysis on those cases based on the information provided to us. The crime scene response unit, everyone in the criminalistics unit is also in the crime scene response unit. That unit performs the same biological analysis and trace collections as well. However, we respond to the physical crime scenes when
And
called upon to collect evidence, to perform testing, and then write reports.
So did you go to the
Are
house
you
for 2
familiar
days?
with competency tests?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what competency tests are?
Competency test is a final test that is conducted at the end of training. In the criminalistics unit, I went through a training period where there were separate modules, where each module is a particular discipline of forensic science. So blood testing, other bodily fluids, trace analysis, etc. And then upon completing each of those modules, there is a final exam at the end called a competency test, of which I passed prior to working on any cases at the laboratory.
Emily, you're
So I
wiggling.
think you might
Yeah,
answer
it's
my
that
question,
time of
but you
day.
passed your competency tests?
Yes, I did.
Wiggly
Now,
time
are
of
you
day.
familiar with what's a proficiency test?
I am, yes.
Can you tell us what a proficiency test is opposed to a competency test?
The main difference is that a proficiency test is performed periodically in each discipline. So, for example, each year I take 2 proficiency tests in the biological screening field. I take 1 trace proficiency test as well, and that's administered through an exterior company that will send us a test to perform, and I'll perform the necessary test in that discipline and then write a report on my findings.
And sir, have you ever testified giving your opinion concerning evidence collection or analysis or forensic analysis of evidence?
Yes, I have.
And the crime lab, is it accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does it mean to be an accredited crime lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary process that the laboratory goes through. An outside agency looks at the standards and procedures that we follow, and that which are guidelines set by the greater scientific community and forensic community. There's a certificate that is given every 5 years that reasserts that we're accredited and adhering to the standards set forth by that agency.
I would like to ask some questions about January 9th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And at about 2:35 that afternoon, where did you report to?
I reported to the Cohasset Police Department at approximately 2:35.
And why were you at the Cohasset Police Department?
I was requested to process a vehicle involved in an incident in Cohasset.
And was anyone else with you to process this vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Who?
I had a trainee with me at the time from the laboratory. He was going through the training period to become a crime scene responder. There were also members of the crime scene services section to take photographs, as well as members of the State Police Detective Unit.
Your Honor, I'm at this point in my examination, as I start questioning Mr. Gould, I'm going to be referring to a series of pre-marked exhibits that are photographs, starting at number 100 going to 128.
When you say they're pre-marked, are they pre-marked and agreed to by the other side?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So when you offer them, identify what they are so there's a complete record of them. But at this time, they'll be moved into evidence.
It would generally be
128.
Oh, okay. They numbered them differently. Sometimes you can have exhibit 100 A through G or whatever.
Sir,
it sounds like these are each numbered individually.
Did you pass those proficiency tests?
You asked.
I've passed every proficiency test to date so far.
So
you did ask.
Returning your attention back to January 9th, approximately 2:30 p.m. at the Cohasset Police Station in 2023. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 100, file number 4239, published? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the Volvo I examined on January 9th.
And where is it located, sir?
It's located at the Cohasset Police Department inside their garage.
Ms. Gilman, can
Not
we
a
now
Sally
have
port?
Exhibit 101,
Just a
file
garage?
number 4250? Sir, what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the front of the same Volvo that I examined.
I can't know it's a car and I can't know it's accurate because it's not inverted. I'm confused and disoriented.
How did you conduct an examination of the Volvo that day?
Initially, I did a sketch and diagram as well as take some notes based on the vehicle prior to any analysis. So what it looked like from the exterior before I went inside of it and before I started performing any sort of biological testing. I then gathered information from the investigators on scene that were pertinent to the case so that I could determine what forensic linkages I needed to be looking for, and then proceeded with those biological screening tests at that point.
What was the overall condition of the exterior of the vehicle?
Overall, the exterior was very clean. There was an apparent hair noted in the front passenger exterior door handle.
And what was the overall condition of the interior of the vehicle?
The interior was overall very clean with miscellaneous items throughout most of the vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 102, which is file number 4275? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What did you see in the vehicle as far as child safety seats?
There were 2 child safety seats, one located in the second row on the passenger side and another seat located in the third row on the driver's side.
Now, sir, what did you observe as far as any staining inside the vehicle?
There were 2 areas of visible staining that I noted, one being a red-brown stain on the front driver's side visor, and then there was brown stains noted on the front passenger side visor.
What?
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 103, which is file number 4283?
What now?
Sir, directing your attention to the screen, what is it that we're looking at?
Fuck if I know.
This is a photograph of the stain, the red-brown stain on the driver's side visor.
It's what now?
That I had marked with a ruler and the letter A.
And so you're the person who would put that piece of tape there?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, can we have
I don't know if it's the photo or if the court pool camera can't zoom in, but it is hard to see.
Exhibit 104, which is file 4286? What is it that we're looking at here, sir?
Similarly, this is a photograph of the brown stains on the front passenger visor that I marked B with the ruler tape.
Now, what did you find as far as gloves on the passenger side of the car?
On the passenger side of the vehicle, on the floor, there were 2 examination-style gloves. In the front passenger door pocket, there were 2 additional exam-style gloves in a Ziploc bag. And in the center console, there was 16 exam-style gloves inside of the center console.
Huh.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 105, which is file number 4279? Sir, did you see this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you show us where you found gloves on the passenger side?
Yes. So on the right-hand side of the photograph on the floor, there are the light blue-colored gloves. Those would be the 2 gloves that I observed on the floor.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 106, which is file number 4258?
It's a lot of gloves.
Yes, I do.
It's a lot of gloves.
This is the open center console between the front driver and passenger seats with 16 examination-style gloves inside.
That's a lot of gloves.
With the Volvo that afternoon, what were you able to do as far as any testing?
Also,
the testing.
Don't keep gloves in the car. Gloves are sensitive to temperature. Don't. What? Odd.
I performed on the Volvo was the blood screening test we use at the laboratory. It is a color changing test involving 2 chemicals. I'll take a clean swab and apply it to any areas that I'm interested in determining if there is potential blood present. It is a screening test, so it does not confirm the presence of blood. Additional testing would be needed. But the color test allows us to visualize stains that we can't see. So I applied this test throughout multiple areas inside the vehicle, looking for blood that was not visible to the naked eye. When it's negative, the swabs don't change any color after I add the chemicals. If it's positive, it will turn a pinkish violet sort of color after the addition of the chemicals. And prior to performing all of those tests, I made sure that my chemicals were working by using a positive and negative control on those chemicals.
We learned about this a lot.
And can you tell us what items might trigger a positive that are not human blood?
Yes. So there are vegetables such as cauliflower that have a peroxidase reaction, which is the main reaction in our blood screening test. So that is the main sort of reaction we're looking for. So occasionally those vegetables or legumes such as beans, those are examples of items that can have that positive reaction as well that are not blood.
Now, with this test, were there any areas that tested positive?
Yes, there were.
What areas of the Volvo tested positive?
Of all the areas I examined, there were 5 that tested positive for blood screening. One was the front driver side seat controls for the front seat. There was an area on the second row passenger floor mat that tested positive. The third row passenger seat was folded down, and the back side of that screened positive for the presence of blood. And 2 additional areas on the mat that was in the trunk that was covering the trunk storage space. There was 2 mats, 1 area on each of them, test screened positive for the presence of blood. And these were areas that I did not observe any visible staining.
And sir, how many areas do you think you tested overall in the Volvo?
Overall, I would estimate approximately 40 to 50. I covered a lot of the contact areas, so steering wheels, door controls, the radio controls, handles, door pulls, the floor mats, the brake pedals, and many areas inside of the vehicle.
And so did you have the opportunity to take any samples from the car?
Yes, I did.
And so,
I mean, I also reserve judgment because, to be fair, this is a car with kids in and out of it. And I think both of my kids at different various times have bled in one of my vehicles, if not numerous of vehicles that I've had, because kids. So we'll see, but I'm curious. It's the small areas of blood. So we'll see.
What did you take as far as samples from the Volvo that day?
From the Volvo?
I really want to know if the plastic sheeting was still in the Volvo or was it gone? I'm curious about that.
Oh, I collect.
Also, the areas in the back, well, I want to know if the plastic sheeting was there, and then areas near what the car seats are. Curious about that too.
Did the hair I previously mentioned, or the apparent hair that I mentioned from the exterior front passenger door handle, and then each of those 5 areas that screened positive for the presence of blood, I took samples from each of those individually for further testing back at the laboratory.
So can you walk us through, how do you take those samples? Like, how do you package them up? How does that work?
So
Yeah,
the
see, I
samples
think
are
you would have
collected
mentioned the
with a
plastic.
set of swabs. I'll use a drop or 2 of clean water and apply it to the swabs. And then I'll take those swabs and go over those areas that screen positive to collect any sample that might be there. And then I'll put each of those samples into a glassine envelope, which then goes into a coin envelope that I'll transport back to the laboratory to be sealed and then stored properly for a further analysis.
How long do you think it took to examine the Volvo and collect the samples?
I would estimate.
He is saying Volvo. Volvo. He's just Volvo. Yes. Now I can't unhear it after the other day, chat.
It took me roughly 3.5 to 4 hours.
And after collecting the swabs, did you go back to the crime lab?
No, I did not.
Where did you go to next?
While I was examining the vehicle, I was requested to respond to 300 Forest Street in Peabody, Massachusetts.
What time do you think you got to 300 Forest Street?
I arrived there approximately 8:15 p.m.
And can you describe what 300 Forest Street in Peabody is?
300 Forest Street is a recycle and trash collection center located just off of Route 1.
And
where they were going through the trash bags
when you got to 300 Forest Street?
Mainly there was a large area where trash had been collected from various neighborhoods and areas, and there was a certain section of trash that had been separated from the larger piles that were there.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 107, HAS 6556? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is the entrance to the recycle and trash collection center, showing the mounds of garbage that are there.
And
photos.
Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6564, what's been previously marked as Exhibit 108? And do you see this image, sir?
Yes, I do.
Wow. What is this an image of?
This is a continuation of the interior of the center.
And so the trash that you had the opportunity to see people going through, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 109. Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 109, 6566? Was this mixed in with all the other stuff that we just saw, or is this somewhere else?
I'm unsure. This photo was taken prior to my arrival at the.
He's like, I don't know what the fuck that is.
But what is this a picture of?
Trash.
This is a picture of a separated portion of the garbage in the center.
Now, what did you see? What did you see as far as people searching or going through the trash that night?
By the time I arrived, the main search had already been done, and there was bags of trash that were beginning to be emptied and inventoried by crime scene services section and the detective unit that was there.
Wow.
And so what was your role as far as dealing with these bags of trash that other officers were going through?
My main role was to assist with the other units that were present and to sift through the items in those bags to determine what items would be relevant for forensic analysis, and then which units would be responsible for taking those items back to the laboratory.
They did a pretty big
And
search.
so what was the first thing that was done when a bag was opened? If there was some kind of evidentiary analysis that need to be done on it?
The first thing that I did while the trash was being emptied was I had my notes where I noted the items that were coming out of the bags, and then I worked with the crime scene services section trooper there as well, who photographed those items as they were coming out of the bag.
MSP's crime scene, he's from the crime lab. There's a lot of people involved in this search.
As well.
And how many different bags of, well, is it fair to say that you
a lot of trash.
Numbered the bags that you found to have some kind of value to you that night?
The crime scene services section did use placards to denote the bags that they were removing and photographing.
All right.
They did?
Ms. Gilman, can I ask that you publish what's previously been marked as Exhibit 51?
Everybody's
file
doing the
number
shit they're supposed to be
6810.
doing. And yet.
Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
All right. So what's happening in this image that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
I was just trying to move the closed
This
captions.
is the contents of one of the trash bags that was separated at the center.
And Ms. Gilman, can you now show us Exhibit 52,
This
file
case,
number
if it teaches us anything, it's
6867?
that they are capable when they want to.
So now what are we looking at in relation to that last image, sir?
This image is so sad.
Since that last photograph was taken, bench paper was put out onto the floor of the collection center in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence that we were collecting at that point.
And so if it went onto a piece of paper like this, was it going to be collected?
Potentially, yes.
And this bag, sir, that we see.
So for those of you listening along in the background,
screen for Exhibit 52,
they are showing the paper laid out with the black jacket, the hunter boots, a lipstick, it looks like Ricola's, a wallet, the COVID card, it looks like socks, a trash bag, and some other things. So these are the items that were suspected to be Anna's because, well, the defendant said she was wearing a black jacket and hunter boots. And the wallet had a COVID card with her name in it.
did you have the opportunity to know what was inside this bag, bag one?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what was discovered inside of bag one?
Inside of bag one was a pair of green boots, a black jacket with red-brown stains, and a bracelet inside of the pocket. There was a black purse with red-brown stains, a black wallet, and a pair of headphones inside of a case, as well as a pair of socks.
Was anything discovered as far as car keys?
Yes, there was a pair of Volkswagen keys as well.
Oh, well, now we know
Ms.
her car's
Gilman,
a Volkswagen.
Can we have
Where is
what's
the
been
car?
marked as Exhibit 110, file number 6869? Is this also the contents of that first bag?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 111, which has been marked as 6870? Are these also the contents of that bag?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you about another bag that you or had the opportunity to examine. Was there a trash bag with a
Her car
designation
could have been
2?
in DC.
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of bag 2?
Her car could have been in DC. It wasn't in her driveway, which would make sense if she was parking it at the airport. We've just not heard anything about it. I don't know if the car was in Massachusetts because DC would be more public transportation friendly where she was living vis-a-vis where she was living in Mass, I would think. But we haven't heard much about it. So it's a curiosity to me at this point. It's a question mark of whether it was just at the home, because it wouldn't have been weird if it was at the home because she was supposed to have taken an Uber to the airport, but they never said that they looked in what was thought to be her car or searched her car. And so I don't know where her car was at this point. So we just haven't heard more about it, but there are the keys.
Inside of bag 2 were 2 white towels with red-brown stains, as well as a piece of tape with apparent gauze and red-brown stains inside of it.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 112, which is file number 6898? Sir, is that one of the towels that was found inside of bag 2?
Yes, it is.
That's not red brown.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have...
All right. Well, for those of you in the background, it seems that we're going to be getting in pictures of the evidence that does have blood on it. But yeah, that's there's a piece of cardboard or something there too. I'm not sure what that is, but we'll see. So scientific experts are always going to say red brown. They're always going to say red brown. They're always going to say red brown when they suspect that it's blood, because until they test it, they will not say that it is blood until they run the test and confirm that it is in fact blood.
Have Exhibit 113, file number 6902. Is that the second towel that was found inside the bag, sir?
I want to see if they talk about that and whether or not that could be a shoe print. I've got questions.
Correct.
And what's the other items around the towel?
Those are miscellaneous tissues with red-brown stains.
Now, was there a bag 3?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of bag 3?
Inside of bag 3 was a white bathrobe with red-brown stains.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 114, file number 6906? Sir, is this a picture of what was found, the bathrobe and found inside of bag 3?
Yes, it is.
It's got stains on it too.
Was there a bag
Like
4?
dirt.
There was.
What was discovered inside of bag 4?
Inside of bag 4 was a pair of gray slippers with red-brown stains, a pair of dark gray slippers with red-brown stains and trace materials, as well as apparent hairs with red-brown stains.
So, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 115, file number 6915. Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Directing your attention to this image, the slippers there, which ones are those in the top of it?
The slippers located at the top are the gray slippers.
I appreciate that A, they labeled the bags, but B, they are identifying that these things all came out of separate trash bags.
And at the bottom, what is there next to the left of the jar?
There is a leather strap wristwatch located as well.
What brand?
And you had said that there was a second pair of slippers that was recovered from that bag?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 116, file number 6929? Sir, can you tell us where the second pair of slippers is in this photo?
Yes, at the bottom center of the photo, you'll see the dark gray slippers with the red-brown stains and trace material noted on the bottom of one of the slippers.
What is trace material?
Trace material could reference a number of things. In this particular instance,
hair.
it references the apparent hairs or fibers that I observed on the slippers.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 117, file number 6934? Sir, what is the trace material you saw that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
In the photo on the right-hand side of the overturned slipper, there are the apparent hairs and fibers that I call trace materials located on the right-hand side at the toe end of the slipper.
Sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about bag number 5. What did you observe inside of that? What did you observe produced from bag 5?
Bag number 5 contained pieces of rug with red-brown stains on some
Also,
of the
law
pieces.
nerds, for those of you that are like, hey, I just need the summary later, I will ping you in the app if we move on to a different witness today. For those of you that are just like, no, it's a nope for me. It's fine. Feel free to nope out if you need to nope out. I will let you know when we move on. And then in the summary, we will just talk about it. It's incredibly sad, but this is what the jury is seeing. And it's going to be, well, for the rest of today, it's not going to be able to reverse to talk about whether or not there was a murder here, but the defense is going to try to parse this, that she did not die by his hand, but that he did dispose of her. And this is going to go to that.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 118, which is file number 6948.
And I'm sure the defendant has seen these in
Sir, what are we
conversation with
looking
his
at here?
lawyers before. That looks
These
like
are
carpet.
pieces of a rug with red brown stains that I
Rug.
noted on 2 of the pieces.
It looks like,
And
well,
Ms. Gilman, can we have
that looks like somebody tried to clean it, not successfully. For sure.
Exhibit 119, file number 6944? Sir, where did you see the red-brown staining on the rugs?
On the 2 leftmost pieces, the left piece has red brown stains in the bottom right corner, and then the one in the center of the photo has red brown stains on the majority of the piece of rug.
So, sir, after bag 5, did you have the opportunity to see anything produced from the 6th?
Yeah, it could
did,
not
yes.
have been attempted to be cleaned. It could just
What was produced from the 6th
be
bag?
the volume of
Inside
it.
the sixth bag was additional pieces of rug with red brown staining on those as well.
And besides red-brown staining from of rug, what was discovered as far as a Tyvek suit?
There was a white Tyvek suit discovered in the bag as well, along with a wrapper for a Tyvek suit.
Was anything else discovered as far as a safety goggles or anything like that?
Yes, safety goggles were discovered, as well as additional miscellaneous items.
Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 120, which is file number 6951? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is an image of the safety goggles and Tyvek suit wrappers that were found in bag number 6.
Can you tell us what a Tyvek suit is?
I
A
can.
Tyvek suit is typically a piece of personal protective equipment that one would wear in order to protect themselves from anything they might be working with.
Have you ever worn one?
I have, yes.
When would you wear
Same.
one?
I have worn one specifically during training sessions where there are biological fluids that we are experimenting with.
To go to the coroner's office. We had to
Ms.
suit
Gilman,
up
can we have exhibit 121, which is file number 6956?
when we were inside the floor, not behind glass, but when we were in the
Sir,
floor.
do you
we had to
recognize this
suit up.
image?
I do, yes.
What is this an image of?
This is an image showing more of the pieces of the rug.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit number 122?
That looks like
file number
grass.
6952? What are we looking at here, sir?
This is a photograph of the lower half of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6.
Did you have the opportunity to see the contents of a 7th bag that night?
Yes, I did.
What was inside the 7th? What was produced from the 7th bag?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Okay.
He's like, all right, I've run out of what I can speak to.
The 7th bag
It looks like
contained
the
a
rug
bottle
from the
of
house
hydrogen
that they were showing
peroxide,
today.
a ice pack, a blue flat sheet as well.
And sir, I neglected to ask you about the rug as well. I showed you one image, which was exhibit 121. So Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 123, file number 6963? Sir, what is this we're looking at?
Oh,
This is another piece of the rug from bag number 6 containing red-brown stains with apparent tissue.
And what is apparent tissue? For those
oh, don't zoom in.
not like Kleenex, right?
That's
Counsel, no, he's not talking about Kleenex tissues. Nope.
correct. Apparent tissue from the forensic perspective is a material that may or may not resemble
Skin.
Human skin tissue. So in this particular instance, based on my observations, that's what I called it.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down and if we could have exhibit 124.
It's also got
6974.
quite a lot of dirt on it, as if it has been dragged.
And so, sir, does this represent the contents of the 7th bag?
Yes, it does.
There's the Lowe's bag.
And so, in the upper center, what is that brown bottle?
It is a bottle of hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah.
And the cut up like labels off to the side, did you note what those were for?
I didn't note what they specifically were for. I grouped them under the miscellaneous items that were in this bag.
And now, sir, did you have the opportunity to see an 8th bag in the contents produced?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 125, which is HAS 7002.
I will just say, let me move myself out of the way just real quick, that because it is Massachusetts and we track such things, yes, chat, at the bottom, that is in fact a Stop and Shop bag. So it is, I noticed it. I noticed I was blocking most of it, but it seems to be required in these cases, and everyone can take a moment to breathe and go, okay, Stop and Shop. Okay, breathe in, breathe out, continuing on. If you don't look at crime scene photos regularly, it can be incredibly difficult, and it's sad, and it's almost eerier than going through an autopsy.
Sir,
accurate. It's eerier than going through an autopsy.
What is it that we're looking at here?
This is a photograph of the contents of bag number 8.
And what was produced from bag number 8?
Bag number 8 contained a hammer, a pair of wire snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw with red-brown stains on it.
And what are wire snips, and then what are shears?
They're sharpened tools that can be used to cut an item of interest.
So which one of those two objects is snips and which one is a shear?
And
the shears are located on the right-hand side of the photo. The snips are located in the center between the hacksaw and the hatchet.
Yep. For those of you in the chat saying, how is the defense going to explain
I
this?
want to ask you about bag 10.
They're going to say he disposed of her, but he didn't kill her. He freaked out and he didn't kill her. That's what they're going to say. The jury does not know he's pled guilty to that, and they still need to prove it because the way she is disposed of goes to consciousness of guilt. Most people, if they come across a deceased loved one, just call the authorities and ask for help. Or, that this is, this goes in addition to how he disposed of her, which he pled guilty to, this goes to consciousness of guilt. If you didn't do anything, why are you doing this? That.
The 10th bag contained a large piece of tarp that was taped together. So multiple pieces were taped together to form a larger tarp.
A taped
Ms.
together
Gilmer, can
tarp?
we have exhibit 126?
A taped together tarp?
Is this what the 10th bag looked like, sir?
Prior to opening the contents, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 127? What is it we're looking at here in 127, sir?
This is a photograph of protective booties that are worn over the bottoms of shoes.
And where were those recovered from, sir?
Those were also recovered in bag 10 once the contents were emptied.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been previously marked as exhibit 50?
I'm going to lawyer at you for a minute because this is the first time I'm seeing any of this evidence. If there are booties, then explain to me how the slippers look the way that they do, unless they happened earlier. I'm going to be very, very curious to see how they discuss that. Because it seems that logically the crime scene booties would be for the disposal. The slippers probably from the evening. So, explain the slippers then.
50, file number 7029. What is this, sir?
This is a photograph of the tarp from bag number 10 as it was being unfurled from the bag.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have exhibit 128, file number 7035? What is this image of, sir?
This is an image of additional items from bag number 10, one of them being an apparent piece of insulation and then some scraps from containers.
So, sir, what was done with all of these items?
The items that were taken out of all the bags, we discussed amongst the crime scene services section, detective unit, and myself, which items would be going to which units first for analysis. items of evidence that would be going straight to the criminalistics unit for analysis, I would be collecting. Items that would be analyzed for potential prints would be going with the crime scene services section, and state police detective unit would be responsible for the remaining items.
So what items, well, at this point in time, I'd like to ask you something, sir. Are you familiar with what's called the LIMS system for the crime lab?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what the LIMS system is?
LIMS stands for the Laboratory Information Management System. It is a software program that we utilize in order to track items of evidence that have been submitted to the laboratory and then their chain of custody history as they move throughout the laboratory.
And so after you had the opportunity to collect items that night, where did you go?
At that point, I left the facility and went to the laboratory in Danvers and
That's a
submitted
long
items
night.
of evidence there under lab number 23-00596.
So that number,
That's a long
for
night.
the overall case that you're assigned to at this point in time, right?
That's correct.
So what happens as far as when you make a submission of a piece of evidence into the LIMS system?
Once the evidence has been submitted into the laboratory information management system, I then make assignments for myself to write a report based on what I collected from that scene, as well as assignments for the criminalistics
We appreciate the project management, sir.
unit for any items that need to be analyzed in the criminalistics unit as well. Every item is then appropriately packaged and or dried if it's wet, and then eventually transported to the appropriate storage facility.
And so I'd like to ask you about some of the LIMS numbers that you were able to assign objects that you entered into the evidence. Your Honor, if it may be with the court's approval and with no objection from defense, would he be able to refer to his report during this portion?
Any objection?
That would be better.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They're going to go through and match up what items of evidence go to
Sir,
what numbers.
What item number?
The defense is not objecting. I think we're probably done with the photos for a bit. And they are going to go through and just connect together the evidence numbers in the crime lab system, because later the testing is all done by number. And then we're going to get through, because all of this is going to be swabbed and tested. All of this is going to be tested for not just to determine whether or not it's blood, because they have to test it to determine that it's blood, and then to test for DNA and determine whose blood it is. That is likely not going to happen today. I don't imagine they'll have time, but they've got to go through all those numbers so that all that can be connected together. And yes, this is from the trash dumpster that they took from the apartment complex where his mother lived. That is where all these bags are coming from. So,
Under LIMS, did the swabs from the driver's seat controls get?
Those swabs were given item number 9-1, 9 referring to the submission and 1 being the first item under that submission.
I am not noting all these numbers.
And
but
what item number did the swabs from the rear
Feed my
passenger
Snorlax,
seat
'cause I forgot.
floor mat get?
The rear passenger side floor mat was given 9.
I really hope this prosecutor talks about everything by rear passenger side floor mat and by name and not by LIMS number as they test them for blood and DNA later. I really, really hope.
-2.
Really hope.
What LIMS number did the swabs from the rear passenger third row seat get?
9-3.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs from trunk mat 1?
Trunk mat 1 was 9-4.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs from trunk mat 2?
9-5.
What was the item number for the swabs from the red-brown stain with the letter A?
9-6.
What was the item number for the hair sample you got from the door of the Volvo?
9-7.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs for the gloves? I'm sorry, what was the LIMS number for the gloves from the floor?
From the front passenger floor, it was 9-8.
And what was the LIMS number for the Ziploc bag in the passenger door pocket?
9-9.
And what was the LIMS number for the gloves in the center console?
9-10.
Now,
I don't
did
think
you
his
seize
mom
any
was ever a suspect. I
Band-Aids?
saw a lot of you asking. I don't think his mom was ever a suspect. We've not heard any of that. And I'm not going to speculate as to that, but he said he was going over to his mother's. He told law enforcement he went there and then went to CVS to get her some stuff. He talked about being in that location. So it doesn't surprise me that when law enforcement had to start somewhere after they saw his Google searches, that they started with the home where his mom was, because he told them he was in that location on January 1st. So I think that's why they started there, but they have not asked investigators that yet. I'm sure we'll hear why investigators decided to pull and search that dumpster at some point in the case. So I'm not going to speculate on that. Thank you, chat, for not speculating on that. We will hear more about why they searched that dumpster, but based on what I know, that's my speculation as to why they dumped it there. So I don't think she was a suspect. For those of you asking about his ankle monitor, because he was on monitoring, no, it wasn't GPS. I don't know if they GPS the phones. We're going to have to see, because remember, he said he lost his phone and didn't have it with him. But his ankle monitor notified when he left the house, and he was allowed to leave the house. He just had to tell them where he was going, and his mom's house was one of the places he was allowed to go.
From the floor of that vehicle.
I see 2 Band-Aids from the center console of the vehicle, yes.
And what limbs number did they get?
Those were given item 9-11.
Now, directing your attention to the items from 300 Forest Street, what was the limbs number for the black jacket from bag number 1?
9-12.
And what was the limbs number for the bracelet from the left pocket of that jacket?
9-13.
What was the limbs number for the black purse in bag 1?
9-14.
And what was the number for the black wallet from bag 1?
9-15.
What number did the pair of boots get from bag 1?
9-16.
What item number did the Volkswagen keys get?
9-17.
And what limbs number did the headphones, did you find headphones that night?
There were headphones inside of a case, yes.
And what number did they get?
They were 9-18.
What item number did referring to bag 2, what did you discover as far as any gauze?
Inside of bag 2 was a piece of tape that had gauze inside of the tape. So the non-adhesive side was on the exterior, and then the gauze was on the interior of that tape. And the gauze appeared to be red-brown stained.
And what was the item number that you gave?
As if someone cut their thumb and then was trying to wrap it. You mean like that?
To the tape with the gauze and the red-brown stain.
9-20.
And regarding the wipes that you found from bag 2, what was the item number they got?
They were 9-21.
And the towels that were retrieved from bag 2, what numbers did they get?
The white towel, one of them was 9-22 and the other was 9-23.
What about the bathrobe from bag 3? What limbs number did that get?
The white bathrobe with red-brown stains was 9-24.
And the watch that was in bag 4?
9-25.
Sir, what about the gray slippers with red?
Chat, I am going to sua sponte grant my own motion to put the number matching at 1.25. We've seen all the items of evidence. They are now going to talk about each item and match it back to the number. At some point in closing, they are going to name all these things and put them all together, because I imagine they're going to test all these things and they're all going to have blood everywhere. And then they are going to tell us whose blood it is. And some things are going to have her blood, and some things are going to have his blood, and some things are going to have both. That's what's going to happen, because we're here in a murder trial and that's what's going to happen. The interesting thing will be if there's any unknown samples or what have you, but we're going to put the number matching at 1.25.
Red brown stains from bag 4. What limbs number did they get?
We don't need to take notes on this.
9-26.
And then there was a second pair of slippers. Were they the dark gray slippers?
That's correct.
All right. So what did the dark gray slippers with trace material get as a limbs number?
9-27.
The literal bagging and tagging, I don't think we need.
Was there any hair samples recovered from bag 4?
Yes, there was.
What was recovered as far as a
I
hair
did
sample?
give
There was
speculation
apparent
spoilers.
hairs with red brown stains that were not on the slippers. They were just loose inside of the bag. I collected those as well.
His murder
And what
trial.
item number did they get?
They were given 9-28.
And
Debbie asked a good question. I just wanted to clarify in case anyone else had this question. Debbie said the trash was in a recycle center. No, the trash was in the dumpster. They took the dumpster and put it on a flatbed and drove it to the recycle center. So you're right. At the end of the question, you say, is this where they took it? This is where they took those dumpsters to do the search and sort because they needed an area where they could search and sort an entire dumpster full of trash, but also lay out tarps so that things from the environment didn't. So they took the entire dumpster, put it on a flatbed, took it to the recycle center, and then went bag by bag. And we saw the witness earlier today who was the escort vehicle for the dumpster. And then they needed also to not be involved with wind, rain. They needed light and all the rest of it. So this is where they took it to do the search because there's not really another area to do the search. And that's where they did the search of the trash. So,
any wipes recovered from bag 4?
Yes, correct.
And what did they get for an item number?
9-29.
And in the images from that bag, was there a sponge?
There was, yes, a sponge with a wipe stuffed into it.
And
happy to answer
what item number
questions,
did that get?
guys.
That was given number 9-30.
And was anything retrieved as far as
Law
cuttings,
enforcement did
or I
a
shouldn't say that. Was
thorough
anything,
search.
What was the item number given to the pieces of rug from bag 5?
From bag number 5, I took a cutting myself from the red brown stains that were seen on those pieces of rug. That cutting was given 9-31.
What item number did the Tyvek suit get?
9-32.
And in bag 6, what number did the hand towel get?
9-33.
So, sir, now I'd like to show you some of these objects. And before I do you have any gloves with you?
I do, yes.
Okay,
Can I see
so
counsel at the side of the bench?
Yes, Your Honor.
they're going sidebar, and then I think we might be getting into more photos, but I'm not surprised the defendant is sitting there with his hand over his mouth because this is a lot to sit through in court. I don't know if he's looking at the jury at all. I'm glad they're focused on the witness. Oh, well, those are a lot of evidence bags in the courtroom. That's going to be much. All right. I'm going to zoom past this sidebar and see where we get because I'm curious. And that's a lot of evidence bags in the courtroom. Are they going to pull everything out of those bags?
Walking back and forth. So, Your Honor,
It's going to be a lot.
with the court's indulgence, I'm just going to be walking back and forth to grab certain objects. And I apologize if I appear to be a ping pong ball, but I think that's probably going to be the easiest way to do it.
That's fine.
Did you
Thank
notice
Your Honor.
the prosecutor just grabbed a pair of gloves? Good.
And for the court, I'll see that way up.
All right. They're going to go through the bags. I don't know if they're going to open them all up or if they're just going to match them together. But this, I'm going to put back on I'm going to put this back on 1.25. This is going to be a lot of back and forth.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to hand you an item that's in the bag. I'm going to ask you to recognize the bag and open it up. We're not going to ask you to produce anything from the bag, okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
That answers that question. The prosecution's going to identify the bag, show him the bag, have him open the bag, but not start pulling things out of the bag. So they're going to go through those bags without pulling it out and showing it all to the jury at this point.
So the first item I'm handing you is a manila envelope. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it, sir?
This is a manila envelope containing the COVID card of Anna Walsh that I recovered from the scene.
Can you open that envelope to determine if that object is inside?
So we saw like an entire day of this.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would seek to have this envelope marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
We saw like a full day of this in the
129,
Murdoch case.
Yes, sir.
The COVID card will be, or the exhibit with pouch that contains the COVID card is now in evidence as 129. Jurors, I do expect that there's going to be a series, and based on what we're consulting with at the side of the bench, there's going to be a series of bags of evidence that are going to, the Commonwealth's going to move into evidence. And those bags.
All right, I'm gonna slow this down as the judge explains to the jury that this is going to be tedious, I imagine.
To the extent that they are admitted as evidence, we'll go back with you in the jury room for you to examine as you need during your deliberations. But my understanding is that they're going to stay in the bags right now. And when they go back with you, you'll have proper gloves, just like the witness now has. All right? Thank you.
I don't know if the jury's going to want to take any of this out of the bags. They've got pictures. I don't know if they're going to want any of this. Yeah, I don't know if the jury's going to want that.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the bag of keys and headphones that I recovered at the scene.
Could you open it and confirm those items inside that bag?
We are back at 1.25. Jurors get to handle evidence unless the evidence
yes,
our weapons don't get sent back. The hacksaw is not going to get sent back. And there are, depending on the courtroom,
Any
there
objection?
are times when the court will say if you want to see
130,
a
full
gun,
keys and the headphones.
a knife, whatever, you can come out in open court and it can be shown to you. But they can handle other evidence. But I think we'll see. A lot of jurors are just like, nah, I'm good. I don't need it. I'm going to keep the volume down a little bit just because the rumpling of the bags is
Sir, I'm
loud.
showing you I'm producing a bag to you. If you could tell us if you recognize it.
Kim in the chat said, doesn't that stuff smell?
The black jacket with red brown
Yeah,
stains,
it would.
Pair of socks and bracelet from bag number 1 at the collection site in PB.
Yeah, it would.
Could you open that up and confirm that the items are inside of it?
So I'm going to keep this turned down just a little bit because the bag
You see the
rustling is
black
loud.
jacket, however, without removing it, there's nothing I can see that might be underneath it.
Okay. So for today's purposes, that bag with the black jacket on seat to mark is.
Oh. My feed jumped. Hold on.
42.
Let me try to get back to where I was. Apologies for that. We are at the end of the day, and they are going through all the exhibitties. Let's see. I just want to make sure I don't miss any of the exhibitties. All right, we're at the towel. So we know live court is done for the day at this point. So let's continue going through this.
The Commonwealth will seat to mark this as an exhibit, Your Honor, which is.
I don't think we missed any, but if
Any
we did miss
objection?
any,
Intel from bag 6 is now in evidence as 144.
apologies if we missed any of the bags of evidence. They're all getting marked in. I don't think there's going to be any drama with them. So I don't expect there to be. I'm going to go through some of the super chats while they're doing this. Jesse, rah, or either way. Did the judge decide on the jury knowing about the defendant's guilty plea on the disposal and on the lying to law enforcement? No. The judge has not decided on that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross.
Okay. No, the judge has not decided on that. It seems that they went through all the bags. I might have missed one or two. Thank you, chat, for your forgiveness in advance. We're not going to go back to catch it up. The bags of evidence have been marked and admitted as evidence. They're not pulling the items out of the bag. We saw the pictures. Moving on to cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And we are back at normal speed.
My apologies. Sorry about that.
Tipton was like, get your shit off the lectern. Tipton's like, your stuff. Take it back. All right, so all those bags were admitted into evidence. I imagine we will have somebody else from scientific services who went through and swabbed everything and processed everything. If he processed it, he would have talked about it more.
I just told you, Mr. Poole, do you have a
Mr. Gould's
I couldn't hear shit that you just said, counsel. Hold on. I'm going to try to gain this up just a little bit more. I have no idea what you just said, counsel, which is rare because you project well. I turned this back up. This is not an EDB error. I can't hear.
If I just call you Mr. Gould, do you have a comment?
Mr. Gould's fine.
Oh, well, that was worthwhile. If I just call you Mr. Gould, is it fine? Yes.
You told us as you began your testimony that when you went to the scene of the where all the trash and everything was, that there was people were collecting bags. At one point, you had to then take out some of the evidence and put it on paper to quote preserve the integrity of the evidence.
Yes.
And when we talk about preserve the integrity of the evidence, what we're trying to do is what all of you are trying to do is make sure that you keep it in the same condition that it was in when you found it, correct?
Exactly, yes.
I mean, it's been in a trash bag in a dumpster. There's only so much one can do.
Now, do you know anything about a trash compactor that was taken to that area before you arrived?
I don't know any specifics about a trash compactor, no.
So can you tell the jury if you have any information that some of this evidence that's been introduced that was taken out of a dumpster there, that it had first been in a compactor and then transferred to the dumpster? Or you just
I do not know.
Chat, your thoughts, comments from the replay crew, your thoughts. Does any of that trash look like it had been compactored? I'm curious what you think.
When you talk about the integrity of the evidence, it also includes trying to preserve the fact, as best you can, of how a particular
Chat is an immediate
item
nope.
that was stained is not stained by another item. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
So when you're handling this evidence,
That is a good point of question, counsel, but I don't know if it's going to help with those photos. But counsel's question, if you didn't hear it and you're still thinking about the trash compactor, because both were gathered from the scene, there was a large trash compactor, like industrial trash compactor, and the dumpster separately. But what counsel is saying is, and it would matter, ABK in the chat said, would it matter? Yes, because counsel's next question. So you don't know if stains, blood, fluid, whatever, on one item transferred to another item because they were all together in that trash bag. He's a defense attorney doing his job, chat. You've seen the photos we've seen. He's trying to raise doubt. Could things have transferred stains to other things? Once they get to whose blood it is, we'll see. But I think he's going to try to say, well, we don't know if there was blood on the keys or whatever. They were all jumbled together. But it's a reach. But look, defense is defensing.
Care not to have one item.
They don't want to cross-contaminate things.
Because you don't want a transfer between biological evidence between item 1 and item 2, correct?
Correct, to the best of my ability, yes.
Sure. And in this case, and in the collection of this evidence,
right? They
it's
were
fair to say, isn't
9 separate bags,
Mr.
8
Gould,
separate bags.
You have no way of knowing before you were able to begin your examination of these items at the scene how they had come into contact with each other, either within a bag or just being pulled out by people before you arrived.
Before I arrived, correct.
And there is such a thing in your expertise in forensics that includes characterization of transfer of biological evidence, correct?
That is within the realm of our responsibilities, yes.
And what that simply means is that one item that has some either biological evidence or
I mean, there's 9 separate bags though. But he's going to argue cross-contamination within each bag. So things in this bag could have all cross-contaminated each other.
something else, if it comes into contact with another item, it can transfer that to the other item. So item A that may have had a red brown stain on it, I transfer some of that red brown stain to item B, whereas before item B never had a red brown stain.
That's correct. And the term we would use for that is called low cards exchange principle.
And that would include, for instance,
there is an exchange principle of what can exchange.
Looking at a pair of slippers like we have in this case, and you
Those slippers are rough, counsel.
see in one of the photographs that there looks to be apparent hairs attached to the slippers. It could very well be that those hairs that are seen attached to the slipper, they could have transferred to that slipper because they were already in the bag or they came into contact with something else.
Absolutely, yes.
And so it's fair to say then that when you're out there, very careful.
Hard facts for him to work with.
And with all the training and experience you have, there's no way.
He picked the slippers because, oh, wait, this one I was trying to get to. He picked the slippers because of what we were talking about, I think. Because of, are the slippers evidence of, or could be argued to be evidence of a homicide, or are they evidence of the aftermath? I think that's why he chose to talk about the slippers.
For you to be able to tell a jury, with regards to this specific case, how exactly some of this red-brown stain or biological evidence actually came to be on any piece of evidence.
Correct. I cannot say the manner of deposition. I can only confirm its presence.
Yeah. He doesn't know how
it's fair to say,
I don't know how it got there.
Could very well be some of this evidence that now, when you look upon it, it has a red-brown stain on it. That red-brown stain may not have been on that piece of evidence when it was, in fact, initially placed into, for example, a black bag.
That's possible, yes.
In the photographs that were introduced
about the judge.
of the scene where you went with all that trash and garbage, it's fair to say that a lot of that trash and garbage had absolutely nothing to do with this case.
Correct.
How did you differentiate at the scene what applied to this case and what didn't?
That's a good question.
Mainly once the discovery was made of red-brown stains on items, I was looking for any items of interest that might be in with those bags that have those red-brown stains on them as well, to try to establish any potential biological connections with the items in those bags.
And we saw a lot of photographs, but some of the photographs appeared to have some of the items that were eventually taken into custody by you and given a lens number, like you described for the jury. Some of those items, when they were first taken out of the bags, it looks to me like they were placed directly onto the floor of that warehouse.
Yes, they do.
And the floor of the warehouse actually looks somewhat damp in the photographs.
It does, yes.
And it was in fact damp.
I can't recall exactly.
But some of the items were just placed on the floor in the warehouse. Okay.
The conditions, but it is the floor of the facility, yes.
And so it's fair to say that a lot of you have, terrible question.
Go back to the mic.
You have no idea what was originally on the floor of that warehouse before you arrived.
Correct.
You just know that it had the appearance, it may have been damp, but you don't know what caused the damage.
That's correct.
And then these items were placed on that. Items, like for instance, the items have been admitted into evidence here, and they could have been then be caused to be dampened by what was on the floor of that warehouse.
That's possible, yes.
And then what happened was, once again, in your very earnest desire to preserve the integrity of the evidence, you then took a lot of those physical pieces of evidence and you placed them on, we would call it, what do we call it, paper?
Yes, we would refer to the white parchment paper, typically in the lab as bench paper.
Bench paper. And that's what we see in the photographs.
Yes.
And then After you collected these items, you then transported them or caused them to be transported to the lab at the Mass State Police?
Yes.
And I thought I heard you testify that you had transported to various parts of the lab?
The evidence, I believe what I had said was that the evidence will eventually travel to its respective facility where it needs to be stored. But I did submit at one laboratory with all the items.
You did?
Yes.
So then it goes to its who's testing it after that.
And after you transported the items to the lab, did you have any further, did you do any further work on these items?
No, I did not.
I imagine we would have heard about it.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may step down.
All
Thank you,
right.
sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This witness is
Your Honor, may we approach?
done.
Yes.
They are going to approach. A number of you have asked if any of the victim's family are in the courtroom. I have not seen that. I know that a lot of her family lives outside of the United States. So no, I would imagine rather than sitting in the room with this defendant, people might want to just observe on stream because it is streaming and they are able to just watch in their own space. So that is fair. A number of you have asked, why didn't he just plea? I don't think any plea was offered or any plea deal was offered. He pled guilty to 2 of the much lower counts. He, I don't think, was offered anything other than a first-degree premeditated murder, which would be life in prison without parole. So there's really nowhere for him to go with that. The court can't reduce that to a different charge. The prosecution sure doesn't seem inclined to reduce that to a different charge to allow him to plea to it. So the option is plea to life without parole or go to trial. He has a good defense team. There's no autopsy. I can understand why he's going to trial. I think it's going to be a difficult case for him, but I understand why he would make that choice. Also, you know, you have a good defense attorney who's like, I'm going to get up there and argue. So why not? I'm going to zoom. Oh, it looks like they go out. They approached at sidebar. It looks like the jury's out or going to be sent out at the end of the sidebar.
I'm ever mindful of the
Okay, let me back this up.
way today, and I was talking with the lawyers just now.
I still missed the beginning of what the judge was saying. All right, there we go. Hopefully.
So jurors, I'm going to send you on your way today, and I was talking with the lawyers just now about what the schedule is for the rest of the week. I'd like to let you know, because I know
I'd like to know.
I'm ever mindful of the sacrifice you're making.
I want to know the schedule.
Service jurors in this case. So here's the rest of the week. I expect tomorrow will be a full day, 9 to 4. And then on Friday, I think I told many of you during empanelment, seems like a long time ago, so you may not remember, that my plan always was to go 9 to 1 while the evidence was presented on Fridays. And that's frankly just for your own education.
Awesome.
Continue with the other cases that are in this session. So I see them on Friday afternoon when I have a longer case. So that's what
Huzzah! We might actually start closer to real court time on Friday because EDB has some family stuff Friday afternoon. I was worried about missing a half day on Friday, and this is going to work out perfectly. Whew. Fantastic, everybody. Well done. Very excited to hear that. Thank you, Your Honor. That's the best. All right.
I'm going to be doing Friday afternoon, but what it means for you is our day on Friday will likely be just 9 to 1. All right.
Perfect.
The layout. Parties tell me so far we're right on schedule, maybe a little ahead of schedule.
They seem to be running pretty smoothly, all things considered.
Warmed. So again, I know.
I like the judge's bracelets.
Have a good night. But before you leave,
Those same 4 questions.
remind you, jurors,
Same 4
don't do
advisements.
any research about this case.
Go home.
Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case and continue to have open.
I don't mind a half day.
Have a good night, and I'll see you back.
I don't mind a half day when the court is moving as
All right,
quickly as they've been
please.
moving. They have been moving really well through this case. All right. End of day. Let's see if the lawyers put anything on the record after that sidebar, because they went to sidebar, they came back, they dismissed the jury. Let's see if there's anything they need to put on the record. I appreciate the half day Friday. I hope it works out for you. It's going to work out for my schedule in a lovely way. So yay.
You may be seated.
They are still on the record and seated.
Circling back to a couple of things we spoke about earlier today. So the Commonwealth's motion with regard to the guilty plea was filed on Sunday night.
Y'all were just asking about whether the jury knew about the guilty plea. We were just talking about it. And now the court is circling back.
And I frankly had asked Madam Clerk if she could check, because my recollection was that the defendant never filed a written. I know you've been busy. I just want to make sure I have all the paper in front of me. Is it correct that you have not filed a written opposition?
I haven't had the chance to address it, but I will have something emailed to the court by tomorrow morning.
Okay. And so with regard to that, let me focus you a little bit more precisely, which is, I want that to address what relevance does the defendant's plea of guilty, not his taking responsibility by testifying consistent with the expected evidence presented in the opening. I lied to the police.
Oh, she's inclined to
I
perhaps keep it
improperly
out.
disposed of my wife's body. What relevance does the fact of the plea, if you are seeking to get the plea in of guilty to indictments or counts 2 and 3, have to any permissible fact finding that this jury would do, recognizing that the jury is prohibited and will get an instruction consistent with almost every criminal case? They may not consider punishment or the consequences.
She's inclined to keep it out then.
So one of the things I'm concerned about is
She's narrowing the defense's response, or asking them, not narrowing them. She's not limiting them. I should say focusing. The court is focusing the defense on the question that is difficult to her. And the question that's difficult to her, I'm sure she is going to illuminate more, and I'm going to, of course, let Her Honor do so. But the prosecution is saying it is not relevant to the jury finding matters of fact that he has pled guilty. And he seems to be laying the groundwork to testify and say, I took accountability for what I did. I didn't do the murder. The subtext of that could be, believe me more because I pled. He could be wanting to use the guilty plea to bolster his own credibility strategically. See, I pled. Believe me more, because I'll admit to what I did, but I didn't do this, and you should believe me on not doing this. I pled with, what did he say with the other case in the police interview? He said, I pled with integrity in the fraud case. So the prosecution said they shouldn't know that he pled open to the court because the jury can't consider punishment. The jury can't sit there and think, oh, well, he's going to get prison on those. I have questions about this. And the jury doesn't have that question before them. So as jurors, the finding of fact is this a first-degree premeditated murder or a lesser included? The jury doesn't have to consider whether he lied to police because it's already been determined. And the jury doesn't have to consider, oh, well, did he dispose of her body or not? Because he's already admitted it. So now if he testifies and says, I did these things, and I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that I did them, the jurors are going to look at the verdict forms at the end of the day and go, okay, well, we're not being asked to make that determination. So it doesn't go to a finding of fact for them. But him pleading guilty also opens the door to narrow the question for the jury. So instead of the jury going, well, he's guilty of this, he's guilty of that, he's probably not guilty of that, the jury only has to focus on the murder, and the defense can just focus their attention on, was this a premeditated murder and did the state prove it? So there's multiple purposes for the plea. And the court is now focusing the defense on, tell me why, tell me how this is relevant to a question that the jury has to answer for a permissible purpose. So let's see what the court has to say, because she's really showing the defense, I want you to just explain this to me. And I love that, because the judge is like, don't waste your time with the other stuff. Answer this question for me. This is the question I need to make this decision.
Almost every criminal case.
But we can see which way she's leaning, I
They
think.
may not consider punishment or the consequences of its verdict. So one of the things I'm concerned about is in line drawing, that I'm inviting the jury, if I allow them to hear evidence that he pled guilty, then I'm inviting them to do exactly what I'm going to tell them not to do, which is, you are not to consider jurors. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. So it's not clear to me entirely, and it's, again, no fault of the parties. You may be thinking through a lot of the information I gave you earlier today. But think about now whether A, you are seeking to admit that he pled to those 2 counts. And if you are still seeking that information, what relevance does it have to this jury's permissible job? All right.
The jury does know to answer the questions in the chat. The jury does know about the federal fraud case. They know about the federal fraud case. They know that he pled in that case. They know the timing of that case. They know that he wasn't yet sentenced in that case at the time these things were happening. They do know all of that. Those things they're aware of.
See, I made myself another note. When's the Commonwealth going to get me the FASTO things? The reduced FASTO text messages.
Your Honor, I had a chance to discuss the messages with the Commonwealth. In my position, and I alerted the Commonwealth to this, is that if the court was inclined to allow even some of the messages, that my preference is the.
I appreciate the defense. Your Honor, if you're gonna let him in, mention it all. So these are the texts of the victim's Paramore side piece. Affair partner, Sancho. This is the text between the victim and the person that she was seeing. And some of those texts were happening overnight, New Year's Eve to New Year's Day. And the defense earlier in the morning said, hey, we don't want these to come in. And the court's like, no, there's relevancy to some of these as to state of mind. And then the defense is like, well, you know what? I thought about it. And if you're letting some of them in,
mention it all. Mention it all.
let them all in. Just let them all in. The jury should see all of it.
Whole package of the messages that they initially wanted to come in comes in whole.
So let it come in whole.
Okay. So relevant or not, you wish me to put it in?
Given
Context.
the court's ruling that some of the messages are coming in, it is our belief that the context
Completeness?
of all the messages
is more beneficial as a strategic matter for your client?
If it's strategic, it's relevance.
And the court asked that question to protect the record. So relevance aside, you are making a calculated strategic defense choice that you want all of these messages to come in. For context, that's the court protecting the record well right there. And the defense is like, if the prosecution's getting some of them in, bring them all in. Which means, I mean, we get to hear everything. I'm not mad about that.
Gives a full context.
I always want to know more.
Otherwise, you'd be able to cherry pick certain statements and make an argument that another argument could be made on the exact opposite side of the coin had the other parts been admissible.
All
So
right.
it is a strategic
I
request.
said this probably a million times. You know the evidence better than I did. I started before I assigned the Commonwealth to reduce. I started to try to reduce it myself. And I was able to reduce it. But again, I don't know your cases nearly as well as you do. I'm just consuming it as the jury's consuming the evidence. All right. Anything, those are the two things that I wanted to talk about before we suspended for today. First, go to the Commonwealth, and then I'll go to the defense. Anything that the Commonwealth needs to talk about.
Your Honor, with respect to the text messages, we did send counsel a copy with
My tea is
names
still
and
hot
images
AF.
of certain individuals blurred out and redacted. I don't know that that's an issue with.
It's just the text content. I don't care about the photographs that are blurred.
All right. So particularly of the third parties, the
Photos?
minor third parties that are in those text messages, those absolutely need to be blurred. But you're not suggesting that the photo, or maybe you are suggesting that the photo that Anna Walsh sent at 10:07 is blurred.
No, Your Honor, only the third party minor children.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. That seems appropriate. Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Oh, boy.
Nothing else from the Commonwealth.
For the defense, anything you want to raise with the court?
I think what everyone wants to research and get an answer to is the 1020 max that we were discussing at sidebar. Which again, I think we all just need to open a book, so to speak, and hopefully have information for the court about that, because that's relevant for Friday.
Right. There's a lot to unpack there from what my preliminary research revealed.
I'm going to back that up. That's what they're talking about at sidebar, and I want to hear what the defense says one more time.
Sidebar. Which again, I think we all just need to open a book, so to speak, and hopefully have information for the court about that, because that's relevant for Friday.
Right. There's a lot to unpack there from what my preliminary research revealed, but I haven't had a chance to read it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good night.
And my apologies.
Huh. All right. I'm going to see if I can find exactly what they're talking about with the 1020 max. I don't know if they are talking about sentencing for the other cases or the other things he has pled to underlying. I do not know. So I'm going to have to do some research as well to see if I can figure out what the court said. There's lots to unpack there. And everybody's like, we're going to have to crack a book, which is lawyer speak for, wow, shit, this is not something that we normally have to deal with. We're going to have to figure it out. So it seems that there is more for the court to discuss. And
why is no one ready?
Oh no, that was I meant to. They've actually been really prepared. They've been great. I think they've been really really helpful. So I think they've been really good. I do think there was an enhancement. I didn't look that deep into the enhancement, but I do think there was an enhancement. So I'll take a look about the potential sentencing for the defendant on the counts he pled to. I'll just take a look. So why is nobody ready? Doesn't even really apply this trial. They've been really great. Y'all, this was a rough afternoon. Let's try to do a summary. I probably look as tired as I feel. Y'all probably do too. Tired. I'm tired. You're tired. We're tired. All of us are tired. Today was heavy. Yeah. But on the upside, so we are at the end of day 3 of the prosecution of Brian Walshe. And it was a efficient court day. It was heavy at the end as we started getting into the physical evidence that was recovered out of the dumpster near the defendant's, or the dumpster that covers the defendant's mother's apartment complex. Those photos are chilling and sad, and some of them a little bit more graphic than some of the things we've seen in other cases, and maybe more chilling to some of the jurors than if we went through an autopsy. The unknown sometimes can be worse than the known, and that's going to be something that Brian Walsh's defense team is going to have to contend with. On day 3, I still very much like the way the defense is running their case. The defense is doing, the most that they can with the facts that they are presented with, and I think have made some interesting points. Now, at the end of all of this, how much will that be able to overcome? And will some of the jurors have doubt or doubt about some of the things? Because they are prosecuting him for first-degree premeditated murder. So the defense has continued to pull at the thread of what we know from before this murder happened. And will we see more information as we start to get into text messages between the victim and the person that she was seeing? And will that perhaps shed some light on what was her state of mind New Year's Eve into New Year's Day? So even though today was a lot of foundation, the photos of the hacksaw, hatchet, snips, and hammer, despite all the other photos that had blood and other matter on them, I think that might have been one of the more chilling photos of what was recovered from that dumpster. And of course, on cross, the defense said, well, could, if all these things are together in a bag, could blood from one of them or substance from one of them get on to one of the other ones? And, they were initially, some of the items were put just right onto the floor of the sorting facility that they were using and not on paper. And could something have gotten on them there? I don't know how far that's going to go with the jury. But again, when we heard the court talking to the lawyers at the end of the day, they were talking about whether or not the defendant's guilty plea, and he pled open to the court, meaning he did not have a plea deal. He changed his plea from not guilty to guilty and said, court can sentence me to whatever, you'll sentence me later. So it was an open plea to the court. And the Commonwealth filed a motion the Sunday after Thanksgiving before the trial started on Monday, December 1st, saying, Your Honor, we don't think the jury should know about the guilty plea. And today the court circled back with the attorneys and said to the defense, look, I know you haven't filed a written response, you haven't had time, but I would like you to focus in on whether or not this is relevant and admissible for a permissible purpose for a thing that the jury has to decide. The jurors are the finders of fact, but they are not the finders of fact on count 2 or 3. Count 2 and 3 have been admitted. So the jury doesn't have to decide if he lied to police, and they don't have to decide if he dismembered and disposed of Anna Walshe. He admitted it. He is allowed to testify, of course, and say, yes, I did dispose of her. And yes, I did lie to the police because I was scared, and give whatever excuse he's going to give and say I was scared. And well, I expect what we heard in opening from the defense, but I didn't kill her. She was already deceased. But do they get to know that he pled to that? And the Commonwealth is trying to keep it out. And I think the court's inclined to keep it out. He's allowed to tell the jury that he admits it. He's not allowed to say that he pled guilty because it's not permissible. And if he's going to try to use the guilty plea to bolster his own believability, look, I said I did it and I pled guilty. Therefore, you should believe me now and believe that I didn't commit the murder. That's not a permissible purpose. But there's other reasons that it's a strategic play for the defense to take those 2 counts off the table, because there is, I think, quite a strong amount of evidence from what happened after midnight, January 1st, going forward. And what the defense gets to do is say to the jury from January 1st going forward, well, he Googled what he Googled. He did what he did. And we've seen those items that are horrific. But what do we know December 30th backward? What shows you that this was a man contemplating killing his wife? What shows you this was somebody who was planning a murder? What shows you that there was discourse that caused a murder? And then the defense gets to narrow the focus of the jury, not on did he Google, did he not Google, did he lie, did he not lie, did he dispose of her, did he not? The jury doesn't have to ask and answer all those questions. Just what do we know from before? And so that's a strategy for a lot of reasons. And without an autopsy, it becomes more difficult for the prosecution to say how Anna Walshe died. And for some jurors, could that be a bridge too far if they go, well, I'm sure he lied to the police and I'm sure that he disposed of her body, but I don't know how she died? Or is the defendant going to testify and say that this woman that we heard today was in at least really good health, according to the insurance company for her life insurance policies? Did she have some type of medical emergency that caused her to spontaneously die in her sleep? And then he was so stunned that he spent several days figuring out how to dispose of her, buying candles, rugs, Tyvek suits, a hatchet, a hacksaw, and disposing of her to the point that her remains were never recovered. So the end of the day, with her text messages that evening, we have learned that she was texting with her paramour, Matthew F., that evening. And we know from the defendant's own interviews, he knew she was texting with him. We know that sometime after 10, she was sending a photo. We know from the court's insinuation that some of those texts were perhaps spicy. And we know that the court said, I don't think all these texts are relevant, because on the prosecution side, the prosecution can try to argue he knew she was texting him, he saw these texts, and was outraged. Oh, I said Matthew, not William. Apologies. William F. My brain has just stopped. Thank you, chat. You are bae. William F. So the court was going to keep some of those texts out, and the defense said, look, if some of the texts are coming in because the defendant said he knew she was texting him, and that's around the time that their oldest child went to bed, depending on the nature of those texts, the prosecution will argue that the defendant said in his police interviews that he was getting her iMessenger to his phone. So will the prosecution ask, was he getting her iMessages from her Apple account synced? Or is the defense going to argue, no, he was seeing her Facebook messages, not her iMessages? And is a jury going to hear what all those iMessages were? And it sounds like from the court, some of those are maybe not what you would expect a married person to be sending to someone else. So it seems that Anna sending him a photo is going to come in. That was at 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m. in the evening. And then some of those other texts. But some of that testimony should be tomorrow, because at the beginning of the week, it seemed that William was going to be testifying on Thursday. So maybe Thursday, maybe Friday. And all of the texts coming in are going to be the prosecution saying, we think he saw these, and that was a problem. And the defense saying he didn't know about these. He was not upset. He didn't know. He didn't see anything was wrong. And he told law enforcement that there was nothing amiss in their marriage except that they didn't spend enough time together. Well, it seems that her messages might indicate that that's not true. And we'll get a little bit of a peek into what she was thinking in some of that testimony. And I don't know if we will see any more about her state of mind and any other individuals she might have spoken to or what else was going on, but we will hear some more. So stay tuned for day 4. I'm interested to see, and I'm waiting to see when we will get into those text messages, but I think the court addressed it at the end of day today because it's going to come up tomorrow, or at least early in the day on Friday, which is a half day, which works lovely for my schedule. Sometimes it all just does work out, law nerds. Tomorrow morning, I will be starting a little later. I have to go drop off a vehicle. But if I get home earlier than anticipated, Emily, you're talking about you. I know. If I get home earlier than anticipated, though, I will change the time of the stream and let you know. That's literally never happened. But if it does, it does. I'm going to set the stream for 10. If I am back earlier and can stream a little earlier, I'll bump it forward and I will send you notification in the Landlord app if I'm going to bump that forward, because I'll need to let the mods know too. Don't worry, it won't be a wild swing, but I'm going to set it for 10 just in case it is I get a little bit more delayed in the morning. So it is going to be an interesting rest of the week. I really appreciate mods. I appreciate you. I don't know what happened earlier on. I think we were one of the biggest streams on the platform. And so we ended up with some just wackadoodliness. So mods, I appreciate you. Thank you. It always, playing whack-a-mole with the chat is always interesting. It's not the law nerds. It's just things. But it happens when we're one of the biggest streams on the platform. Sometimes things just get amusing and nonsensical. So thank you, mods. The mods were like, look, we just get to ban people. Ban. So thank you, mods. I appreciate it for keeping the ridiculousness. It only bothers me in so much that it really does disrupt the mods from getting to chat with chat and getting to answer questions and be helpful and just remind everyone to stay on topic and all the rest of it. It derails that, and it can be very annoying to them, which annoys me. But the rest of it, I'm just like, internet's being the internet. We have just such a nice little bubble over here. We rarely have to deal with like interneting other than it being, streams bouncing back and forth and the rest of it. We don't normally have to deal with it, but this has been a little bit, today was a heavy day. And though we can make light of a Stop and Shop bag, today was a heavy day. There is a very, very horrific and real cost to all of the cases that we cover. And some days you can feel that a little more acutely. Some days it is, what are the lawyers doing? What's happening in court? We're moving through. And some days the full weight of the case will hit you. Take care of yourselves. I have seen so many of you being incredibly generous with your own difficult life experiences, your own experience with death, your own experience with sudden death. Remember, grief will drag up all kinds of shit from nowhere. And so these cases, especially when we're covering homicide cases, can really drag up a lot of stuff. And in addition, it's dark at 4 p.m. So it is a tough time of year. It is a tough case, and it will bring up a lot of things. Give yourself a lot of grace. Give yourself a lot of grace. If stuff hits you in this case sideways, remember, what I personally want most in the world is for you to be well and to take care of you. We do case summaries where we put them up on the Emily Show podcast. If you want to just listen, we put them up on all the podcasting apps. We put them up on YouTube on the Emily Show channel. If you just want to listen to our summaries and not having to watch everything in stream, it is okay. There are days where it's just like, I can't do this today. It's okay. It's okay. You can catch up on the summaries. You can nope out. Take care of you. And that's what the Landlord app is here for too, is so if you need to bounce out for a witness or two, we can always let you know when to come back. It is really important that you take care of yourself in these cases and make sure that you handle anything the cases bring up for you while we watch it all together. And that's why we do the case summaries, so you can choose how you want to engage in the case the way that works best for you. I always love seeing you in chat. If you want to just be in chat with the sound turned off and for parts of it, feel free. It's always okay. Do what you need to do for you. That's what we are here for. So I appreciate you. We're going to get to some questions. It is a difficult case. It's a sad case. And unfortunately, there are going to be some unknowns because, well, there are going to be some unknowns. And that's an uncomfortable thing as well. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get to some questions. You guys are the best, but I appreciate all of you saying, Emily, take care of yourself too. I have whether it's a benefit or not, I have the life experience of doing the job of a prosecutor for a very long time. So whether all of my coping mechanisms are healthy or not is a conversation for another day. But there is a work mode to it that is different. Yes, these cases are heavy. Anyone who works in a high stress, high pressure field knows that sometimes work mode is easier than life mode. So we take care. I need you to take care. That is what I want for all of you. All right. Let's answer some of the questions, shall we? What we need, let's roll the fag around and find out. Let's do that. All right, lots of questions. Hey, Michelle said this was January. Why wasn't she buried in PJs if she died in her sleep? Well, they didn't recover her, so they do not know what she was wearing. We have boots, we have jacket, and some other things, but they did not recover her, so I don't think they accurately know. I could speculate. I'm going to wait till the end of the case before we do that. So Laura asked earlier if he pled guilty to improperly disposing of her body. Why won't he tell authorities where she is? I think authorities probably have a good idea. I think we're going to hear about that later. I do not think it is recoverable. I think we will get more information on that later in the case, but I don't think that is realistic, and he's not required in a plea open to the court to tell them. But I think it's well known by the authorities that there was more than one dumpster involved. And when we get to the investigator's testimony that dealt with that, I think we will hear that when they went and checked other dumpsters, that those dumpsters had already been disposed of and how they were disposed of. It's going, that's what I anticipate we will see later on. Letter SRJ asked, is it not better to plead guilty to manslaughter instead? That was not an option for this defendant. The prosecution would have to reduce the charge to allow him to plea. And as we go on with this case, I think more and more we will see why he did not. So, or why the prosecution chose not to reduce that. Now, the jury will probably be given some lesser includeds, but we'll have to see at the end. Ross Wasso R09 said, Emily, thanks for the Spotify Wrapped message. Was cool to see you. It was so much fun getting to do a Spotify Wrapped message. I forgot about it until close to the end because we weren't given the opportunity to do them last year. And so I was really glad that I had the opportunity to do a Spotify Wrapped message. But then it said like boldly, no profanities, no cursing. I was like, does everyone's Spotify Wrapped message have a note to them? Or did they just know me? I really hope I get to do one for YouTube in the coming years because YouTube is rolling out a Wrapped. I think people have been asking for a YouTube Wrapped for 10 years now. So I'm excited that's rolling out. I haven't seen it yet. So, but I'm excited to see it. So for those of you that got your Spotify Wrapped, I'm very excited. I haven't seen my Spotify Wrapped on the other side of it. But yeah, no profanities, no cursing. I was like, what? What do you mean? So YouTube is going to have a Wrapped. I know YouTube Music did. They are rolling it out to all channels. So you guys will start seeing a YouTube Wrapped today. So you guys will start seeing those. I haven't seen it yet. So it's fun. Everyone listens to, or YouTube Rewind. Hey, Trav, is that your dad's jacket? Is that one yours? I know you. Oh, I'm sorry. George wants to let you know, Lawnards, that his human is home. That is George's, my human is home. Pay attention to me. Hello, T. You can say hi. Do you want to come say hi to the Lawnards? I like your haircut. Glad you're home. Yes. George only wants that human. That is George's primary soulmate. Yes. George is just going to sniff your breath. I know. We needed cat cuddles at the end of today. Today was a hard day. So we'll take all the cat cuddles. Huh, Georgie? Yep. Hold on. We'll take it. We'll take the cat cuddles. All right. We are just answering questions and then we will be done. Good to see you. All right. Have a good interview. I know. Yeah, you've got time. All right. You're good. I'll be out once we are done with Q&A. All right, love you, buddy. Get some food. Yes. So that is George gave a little bit of purrs, but George just wants to climb into Travis's skin every time he sees him. George is just like, that is my human. That is my human. Travis has some interviews for potential college scholarships. So he's working on an interview for a scholarship that he's applying for. So where's Fred? Who knows where Fred is? Fred is fretting somewhere. He was on the desk for a while today, but Fred is fretting somewhere. So all of you are going to ask, how does George do when Travis is at DCI? Not well. Full Dorinda. Not well, bitch. George is not delighted when Travis is gone, and then it's going to be DCI, then college. George, I'm sorry, buddy. He accepts secondary humans. He's just not very happy about it. So, all right. Let's continue on with all of the questions. So, let's see. D-Trug0 said, why would you chuck a pair of slippers with no blood on it unless the blood wasn't transferred in the bag? Right. These are just the logical questions. The logical, like, okay, but if it didn't have blood on it and it was in the bag, why are the slippers in the bag with all the... Right. The logical questions. YouTube is moving from channel names and usernames to handles. So in the chat, you will see the @ and then your handle. There is nothing we can do about it. YouTube is like, this is what's happening and this is what's happening. I think you can choose a new one, but they are using the handles for everything. So no longer your username, just your handle. Sherry said 5 years. Tomorrow I report for real jury duty. Well, enjoy real jury duty. And we will see you back in the chat when you are done with real jury duty. So let's see. Odd seeing lawyers not bringing the dramatics. The prosecution in this case has been very good at being neutral, even when things could be like, yo, those Google searches. They've done a very good job of being neutral. And I think the defense has done a good job of changing volume and intensity, pattern of speech, and where they're moving around the courtroom to highlight what they want to highlight. But they have not been overdone at this point. I have not felt anything was overwrought. The defense is trying. And I think we are seeing that both defense attorneys, from what we've seen, are incredibly skilled and have put together a very well-organized and thought through defense. I don't know if it's going to move everybody, but I don't know if they're trying to move everybody. They want a few jurors that are going to go back in the jury room at the end of this case and say, somebody explain to me how we know that he decided to kill her. Tell me. And they're going to take that jury instruction, or they're going to hope they'll take that jury instruction and said, if there are more than one reasonable possibilities, you must prove take the one that points to not guilt. And I think they're going to hope that there are some jurors saying, no, to a moral certainty, I need to know what happens. And they can't tell me how she died. So I don't know if I'm certain. That is what the defense is looking for. And I think they have very well structured their cross-examinations for that. So, let's see. This is a very good point. Caroline said if she died a natural death, he would have gotten the life insurance money. Yeah, you call 911 and say, oh my God. There's no need to go through all of that when you can just call 911 and say, somebody get here and help. My wife is non-responsive. Yeah, agreed. So we will see. Celestial said, I realized I had 2 YouTube accounts, so now I'm swapping over to this one. Old username. There you go. Is that going to be an issue with the Landlord app? No, it won't be. Your YouTube handle and your Landlord app are not connected. YouTube does not let people connect other outside things. So do not worry. Those aren't connected and you're all good. Liz and Troy, unless you're a member on the YouTube channel and then switch accounts to the account you're not a member on, that can be a problem. And I don't know if YouTube can swap those over. Liz and Troy said, I check in for left rotator cuff surgery tomorrow. We'll watch when I get home. You will sleep when you get home. Liz, sleep. You're going to need to sleep. And then for like 24 hours, you're not going to remember what happens on stream anyway. So don't worry about it. Recover well. Rotator cuff just takes time. Give yourself grace. It just takes time. It just takes time. So that is accurate. And some of you were telling me that your YouTube Wrapped or your YouTube Roundup isn't accounting well for live streams. I'm going to ask how they accounted for live streams because they always forget about us. They always forget about us. Let's see. We've got just a few more questions and then I'm going to go get something to eat because I am hungry. It is time. Jen said, hey, chat, coming in late. My mini Lawnard 13 started a new school today after a rough experience at a former school. Praying it goes well. Jen, that has got to be a very stressful day for you, and I hope that it goes well. It is a difficult age. 13 is tough. Junior high is tough. It's tough. It's just tough. So I feel for you. I hope it goes well, for sure. Ashley asked, after catching up yesterday, I was a little confused on the hubbub that the defense made on no suspicious searches before what date. Can't you premeditate a murder without planning weeks in advance? Yes, you can. You can. But the defense is leaving themselves room to argue, hey, wouldn't it have made sense if he was planning to do this? The defense is going to try to make premeditation more than a decision. Premeditation in the law means you've made a decision. You've made a choice and you've decided to do the thing. Not you decided to push someone and then they died. We talked about this earlier in the day, but they're going to try to make that window larger and say, no, you don't see any of this. So we're not trying to expand it as they're going to try to expand it as much as possible. So that's where we are with that. This was a great question earlier in the day from Obscure Music Box when the judge was talking about what to take out of the still shot of the video of Anna Walsh on the rug. What's considered cropping versus misrepresenting evidence? Well, when the judge orders it, it is what is considered necessary to preserve. Jurors do not see everything. Jurors do not see everything in a case. Jurors do not know everything the attorneys and law enforcement know. The rules of evidence are a balance of what comes in and what stays out. It is not just everything that could possibly be connected to this case comes in. So it is a balance. And the jury is not being shown a picture, being told this is the full picture, this is everything in here. They're being shown a picture that takes out one of the kids, and that picture is being used to show that the rug was in that room. And so they're using it to show that the rug was there. You don't need to show the children there, and it could inflame sympathies. And so you want to make sure that you balance. The prosecution gets to show that the rug is there and that that's the home and that that was the rug because, well, we saw it recovered. So the jury get to show the jury that the rug was there, but they don't necessarily need to show that the child was also in that video. So that's where the balance is. Misrepresenting evidence, I think, falls more along the line of, hey, that is the left side of the car. Oh, wait, that shit's inverted. That shit's flipped. That's actually the right side of the car. That feels more like a leading you to believe something that's not true versus showing you part but not all of the picture to still prove the point. So that's what we are talking about with the evidence. So what else? I think the lawyering has been good. I do. Catherine said the defense is very creative in making us rethink. I think I think the defense is doing their job well. I think the prosecution is doing their job well. The prosecution has a lot more cards to work with. So if I'm not as complimentary towards the prosecution, it's because it's, they got a lot more to work with. The defense is having to make do with difficult facts. And I think they have shown their preparation and creativity in doing that. And I appreciate that. No, you can eat. Go ahead and enjoy the King's Hawaiian rolls. Don't maybe eat the whole pack. He's like, before I eat all of this, are we saving it for anything? This is mine, right? Good to go. 17-year-old. Can all of this mine? Great. Fantastic. So I'm going to answer a few more questions and then we will be back tomorrow for court. JRHX said, what do we think the picture is the judge was talking about at the end? I think it's probably just like a selfie. Like, this is what I'm wearing tonight or my makeup or whatever. I think it's just a selfie. So you're all right. At least he asked. Kings for king. He did ask. And he's very good at asking, do we have plans for this or mine? He is very good at that. So I appreciate T. Also, I think a summer with DCI has also trained him of like, there are balances, but he is clearly hungry. I'm hungry as well. So it's going to be time for me to roll and get some food too. So Lawnards, thank you for being here. Thank you for making this the #1 place to watch trials on the internet. I think we were higher streaming numbers than all of the other networks combined today. So I really very much appreciate you. This is the best. Literal rolls. King's Hawaiian rolls. They're quite good. So yes, literal rolls, like bread rolls. The deliciousness. So you guys have always made this the #1 place to watch live trials. I very, very much appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnard. Take care of yourself. Today was heavy. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. We will get to the pickle tomorrow. We had George. We had a purring cat cleanse today. Don't worry. We'll pickle cleanse tomorrow. I promise. Lawnards, you're the best. I will see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Lawnard app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Lawnard.